Welcome to day 4, Rawalpindi. This is really good batting.
And that is a 50.
And that is that for the long resistance from Zaid Mahmood. He goes.
England on the charge here. And it's Harry Brook again who's pushing the boundaries. 50 in the second innings.
50 for Joru. Well, the situation here is that England have declared. They've dangled the carrot and more for Pakistan. The short ball plan has worked. Pulled hard, and that will be 4th. And that will be 4 more. Pakistan need 263 more to win tomorrow, and that sets up that 5th day at Rawalpindi.
Well, it's the final day, day 5 of this Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test match, and we're here live from the cricket stadium. Well, we've got an interesting day's play which awaits you because of this equation that we have here with Pakistan 80 for 2. They need 263 runs to win, whereas England will be aiming for those 8 wickets. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Well, there's a lot to play for both the sides. We're in day 5 and anything could happen. You're looking at that first session, it's going to be equally important for both sides. Pakistan will, of course, be looking to hang in there and get a few runs, whereas if you look at England, they'll be looking to get some wickets. I've got with me David Kaur and Waqar Yunus. David, we're going to talk about how today is going to proceed a little bit later, but just on yesterday, there's been a lot of talk around that declaration by Ben Stokes. I mean, look at all the captains around the world. How many captains do you know who would actually take that call that we saw? It was rather brave from him.
One. I think good morning, Ron. It took us all by surprise. I think we were sitting here at tea time yesterday and thinking, well, as we know, the lead was then 343, and thinking, well, but just a few more overs. They wanted to bowl yesterday. If you're going to win a game like this, and England made it very clear days ago that they were going to try and do everything possible to win this game, you need time to bowl a side out on a pitch like this. But then what followed was interesting, because that short ball attack with the new ball, Jimmy Anderson, the leading wicket taker in English history by some distance. Have a rest, Jim. Just you wait there. Robinson and Stokes tried the short ball attack. Now, the combination of the two things, the early declaration and that set of tactics with the new ball, suddenly just turned the balance.
When talking about tactics, the short ball tactics obviously worked against Pakistan. It's an area where Pakistan has struggled in the past as well, Waqar. But, I mean, really smart from Ben Stokes. Overall, if you look at his captaincy, it's very clear that they went into that dressing room, got their plans right, and then executed them when they came out.
Yeah, I think it surprised everyone. First the declaration and then the tactics they came out with. Nobody expected that. We all thought that Anderson is going to take a new ball and he's going to look to swing it, and with different tactics. And I was just out there with Brendan McCullum, and he said the game is not going to be played out there; it's going to be played up here. So I think that's a smart thing, and and they picked up 2 big wickets. Babar's gone already in the heart, so big pressure on both sides. I would say 263 is not such a total where you can say, it's not chaseable. It's very much chaseable. But can Pakistan sort of hang in the first session, as you said, it's going to be very, very important. I don't think Pakistan will be looking to score too many runs in the first session, but if they don't lose too many wickets, I think Pakistan will stand a good chance.
Well, we're talking about tactics and how Pakistan should approach this game because it's very crucial, that first session. Let's hear from the experts on what they have to say.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Right, David and Waqar are the experts today. David, from a Pakistan angle,
Yep.
How should they be approaching this? Is it a case of blocking it out? Is it a case of really going after for runs? I mean, if you were in that camp, what would be your message to the Pakistan team?
To be honest, something in between. Because if you're just blocking out, it gives the bowling side complete control of the situation. So they can bring men up into funky positions, put pressure on batsmen. If you're entertaining an attempt to win the game yourself as Pakistan, the one thing you need to do is just keep things ticking. So you don't need to go onto the sort of overt attack system. You just need to say, right, there are always going to be opportunities to score. Take them. So try and be. It's the age-old mantra. Be positive. Look for the runs because then that keeps a bit of pressure back on the bowling side. But my guess is that England, having tried what they did yesterday with the brand new ball, might have a little go with that sort of tactic again because it's just one of those things on a fifth-day pitch where if you're not certain about the bounce of the short ball, it just puts batsmen into a slightly tricky position. If they can trust the bounce, absolutely, they can work out whether to play shots, whether to bend, whether it's a slightly different ball game.
Well, the good news for Pakistan fans is at least that Azhar Ali is fit to bat. I mean, that was extremely important. They were a man down literally yesterday, but it was just a bruise in the end, Makar. But I mean, having him obviously is a relief for Pakistan fans that he can actually come out there and bat.
Yes, so much experience, Azhar Ali, and Pakistan needed him yesterday because I didn't think Babar was mentally ready to walk in at the time when this injury came around. So I think it will be very good. It will be very comfortable for the dressing room that Azhar can bat. It's not a big deal. It's just a little bruise. The finger is a little blue. So I think he will be very, very important for Pakistan because he knows how to bat long and score runs. He's done it in the previously also, especially I remember when he batted in I think that was Sharjah against Sri Lanka. Pakistan scored 300 plus runs after lunch. So and he played quite aggressively, got 100. So his inclusion back in the batting lineup, I think that will really comfort Pakistan.
Yeah, you heard from the experts. Inclusion of Azhar Ali is going to only strengthen the Pakistan side.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, Azhar Ali is back in that Pakistan side. England, of course, will be looking for those 8 wickets to win a historic first test match here in the Pakistan versus England series. And we'll be seeing you guys just shortly. Back with the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side show. Well, we've seen that the pitch hasn't really changed in the last few days, and we've got Bazid Khan once again doing the pitch report.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Fifth day of a test match, and normally you look down at the pitch and think there's something to work with. There'll be cracks, it'll sort of open up, the ball will misbehave of those sort of developments on the pitch. There's one here which I think is about what you look at 2 days into a test match. This one slightly fuller. This is quite close to the batsman, so I don't think you can work with this at all because it's so full. Now, England, with their tactics, went to the short ball in this second innings and made sure that there was nothing up to the batsman, especially with the new ball, a bit more pace and a bit more bounce, a bit more carry through, and the percentage of them bowling short was extreme, so they took the pitch out of picture. So a bowler like Jimmy Anderson, who is supreme with the new ball, swinging it up front, he too went short. So that's how England reverted to those tactics. The only thing that I can definitely say, if it was the fifth day and he was chasing 263, this is probably the only pitch in the world I would like to bat on.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, 97% of the balls were short balls. I mean, Waqar, how does Pakistan tackle the short ball then?
They struggled yesterday. That tactics really worked for England. They picked up 2 wickets and they also hit us around the finger. He went out. So that worked yesterday. I'm not sure if it's going to work that much today. The bowlers are tired. Don't forget they've been in the field, or they bowled for 150 plus overs in the first inning. So there's not going to be much of an energy there. So early on, they're going to come probably with the same tactics as David was mentioning. So they're going to come hard. They'll look to bowl short ball. And I think if Pakistani batsmen are patient and they just survive that, that spell, I think things will become a little easier.
Well, Pakistan has had some successful chases in the past, David. When you look at the kind of records that they've got in that second innings, it's not the first time that they will be chasing something like this. They've actually chased over 300 plus scores, which you can pretty much see 377 against Sri Lanka, and that's not too far. When you look at in terms of time, it was 2015. Then you've got 342, the famous 342, which is exactly within this year against Sri Lanka at Galle. So just in terms of, when you look at a target and you think, right, over 300 runs, but it has been done before.
Yeah, I mean, cricketers, sportsmen, they always draw on the positives wherever they can. So you look as an individual for your high scores to give you confidence. You look as a team for your high chases to give you confidence. England will look at it the other way, which is those things come around not every game. It's not every day you get 340 to win a game. It takes skill. It takes a bit of luck. It takes just that little something to get to those sort of targets. I mean, sometimes, let's face it, 200 is tough. So England, I think, have the advantage something like 60 to 40. That's my sort of percentage rating at the moment. But as Vikas says, if a partnership develops, say Pakistan gets through the morning without losing any wickets or just the odd one, then England will know they're running out of time. Pakistan can then maybe adjust the pace of the innings.
Right.
Too.
Time to hear from the experts on expert predictions.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Waqar, I'm going to keep it very simple. Who's going to be winning?
It's not that simple.
Just your opinion.
Look, I think it's, I know David given it 60-40. I would say 40-40 and 20. I will give 20 to the draw also. So it's pretty even. So if Pakistan loses a wicket, they might put the shutters down.
Okay, pretty even. And we've heard from David already.
Yep.
David, 60-40 is what you said, England, Pakistan. And yeah, that was the expert predictions for you.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, it's always a pleasure having these gentlemen in the studio. I can tell you that that first session is going to be extremely crucial today. Don't go anywhere because we've got all the live action planned for you. It's Pakistan taking on England on day 5 of this test match, and we're here live at the Rawalpindi Cricket Ground.
Welcome to day 4, Rawalpindi. This is really good batting.
And that is a 50.
And that is that for the long resistance from Zaid Mahmood. He goes.
England on the charge here. And it's Harry Brook again who's pushing the boundaries. 50 in the second innings.
50 for Joe Root.
Well, the situation here is that England have declared. They've dangled the carrot and more for Pakistan.
The short ball plan has worked. pulled hard, and that will be fourth. And that will be 4 more.
Pakistan need 263 more to win tomorrow, and that sets up that 5th day at Rawalpindi.
Welcome to Rawalpindi for the last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly. Two sides going at each other hard in this first test match as the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. England, having won the toss, made 657 and 264 for 7, all in very good time, a run rate of 6.7 runs per over in the test match. Pakistan 579. They did well in their first innings, and they do even better in their second and get the 263 required to go 1-0 up in this series. Or can England get 8 more wickets and go 1-0 up? 2 wickets down, and they both fell to the short ball yesterday. Shafiq pulled Robinson straight out to one of the 3 men in the deep. It was Brook that was out there. England started straight away with the short ball ploy. There was no Anderson with the new ball, and Shafiq found Brook perfectly. Azhar Ali then walked off injured, so Babar Azam arrived at the crease and he feathered one through to Ollie Pope. Skipper to skipper, and Stokes won that battle late yesterday evening. Just an inside edge through to Pope's gloves. So because we lost time again yesterday evening, and that's something we'll bear in mind, that third session won't go on till 5:13. 9:45 to 12, and then 12:40 to 2:53, and 3:13 to 5:13, the last session. David, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the pitch, whether you're bothered with the pitch. How do you think this is going to play on day 5?
I just phoned in. The pitch has not changed an awful lot, is the simplest way of putting it. The good news for Pakistan is if they want to play their shots, they will probably be allowed to do so. Bad news is England won't give them much, but it's a very, very durable pitch which hasn't changed, particularly to the eye, at all over 5 days.
So it is set up perfectly. Just about half an hour ago, Uruj caught up with Michael Atherton for the look ahead of the day.
Another pleasant day here in Rawalpindi for what lies ahead will be promising to be intriguing and exciting day 5 of this test match. I've been joined by Michael Atherton. Firstly, the way England have revolutionized the approach to test cricket. It's entertaining, it's captivating, and it's result-oriented.
It is, and it reflects the character of their captain above all, and coach actually, Brendan McCullum, who both like to play the game in the same way. But I think what England have recognised is that that's their best way of trying to win games, given the personnel at their disposal. A lot of young English players coming through now have been bred in a T20 age. They're very attacking and are very aggressive players. So England simply feel that by giving them freedom to play, that will in fact be their best way of playing the game. So it's a philosophical shift, but it's based upon the personnel within their team.
Just on that personnel within the team, I'm not quite sure how it matches up to the rest of the test-playing nations. Do you think they'll be forced or sucked into following the same sort of approach?
If they've got the players to do it, I think that's the key. If you've got aggressive and dominant players who like to play in that way, then you can maybe follow the template set by England. But if you haven't, you kind of have to play within the resources that you have. The game really is about working out the best way to win matches in the conditions and with the team that you have. And not everybody may have players like Harry Brook or, you know, multi-format players. So you have to work out your own resources and you have to work out your own conditions and play accordingly.
Yeah, so where the game lies currently, it hangs in the balance where you surely are thinking of result. Now, we talk about Ben Stokes, a brave yet strategic declaration with about 100 overs approximately on day, leaving England with Pakistan with 343.
Yeah, I think his his idea of the declaration was simply to try and think how many overs he needed to win the game. He's not thinking so much about the runs on the board. He's thinking, how many overs do I need to get 10 wickets? And as we've seen on this very flat Pindi pitch, you need a long time to get those wickets. So that's why the declaration came a little earlier than most expected. It was a bold declaration. It's dangled a carrot to Pakistan as well. And Stokes may think that by giving Pakistan a bit of a chance, that may be England's best chance of winning as well.
Now, it might be a pretty obvious question to you, but what's your prediction of this one?
I think England are favourites. I think the draw is the next favoured option and Pakistan to win the least favoured option, but I don't discount it completely. They have a chance, but I think it's the least favoured option of the three.
All right, we've heard from Mathis. He thinks England are right on top of this game.
Yeah, only time will tell, really. That man Stokes on the right timed his declaration pretty much spot on. We will find throughout the day whether Stokes' stock rises or drops depending on how Pakistan go. One thing for Pakistan, which is good news, is that Azhar Ali, that walked off injured late yesterday evening, having taken a blow to the hands, he will be fit and available to bat. And that is absolutely vital because Pakistan have a reasonably long tail, and Azhar Ali not being fit would have been a massive blow. Those England bowlers will be tired because of the rate they score their runs. They didn't have much of a break, just 30 odd overs, and the skipper said we go again, and they went again with short pitch bowling, which takes it out of the body. David Gower, who would you start up with this morning? Pace, seam, spin?
I would go pace, but not for very long. It was brave, and innovative, and in the end successful what they did last night with the brand new ball. That's the difference. Brand new ball, a little extra hardness. It was a very, very good idea to do what they did last night, and they got the 2 wickets, and they got Azhar Ali off the field as well, which brought Barber on, put him under pressure. 20 overs in, the ball is not a wreck, but it's not quite what it was when it was brand new. But I don't think there's much. There's not really much turn to say, give it to the spinners, crowd the bats, and we'll pick up 3 in a hurry. I think it's worth a go with something similar as they tried at the first start of this innings yesterday. And as you say, the energy levels will be such that it might just be a short burst, just to see what happens. But if you prize one out quickly, if it brings you one quickly, you're on your way as an England side chasing wickets.
Aruji spoke to Athers there about England's approach. What do you think Pakistan's approach will be today?
I think Pakistan will have to be positive, and they've spoken about it with various players that we've spoken over the course of this 5 days now. Surely the way England have set this game up, Pakistan are also in with a chance to win. The run rate just over 3 and a bit, and 2 set men in the middle. And again, like you mentioned, good news, Azhar Ali fit to bat. I'm sure that the first approach will be to let's see how many runs we can get to win this one.
Well, the field's not set for completely short pitch bowling. He might be having a bob each way here. There is a man out on the hook and there is a leg gully, but there is also a slip in, which we didn't see much of. So they may mix it up with this 20-over-old ball. As David Gower mentioned, slightly harder with the softer ball, just to keep banging it in, but I think they'll use the short ball, but mix it up today. All set up perfectly. Robinson with the first ball of day 5. And past the edge straight away. Just the bat hitting the pad kept Pope interested, but a good start from Robinson.
That would have been the absolute perfect start had it been just a fraction of an inch closer to the outside edge. Great line. Normal length, as you might describe it, in the good old days, and just a little bit of something off the pitch. That's what's done it. So that's encouraging for England. You can imagine the Ben Stokes dream, wicket first ball, thank you very much, let's crack on.
That could be a couple at least. That might go away for 4. It does. First boundary of day 5.
It's what you call a very controlled outside edge, outside half of the bat.
Brings down the requirement to 259. Just a simple, not even a lunge, it's more just a gentle step forward, and he lets the ball come to him because that man in the deep is so wide. Runs away for 4.
Bounce. Just short of that leg gully. Azhar Ali got one on the gloves. Now Imam has been knocked on the gloves.
The effort ball has to be well directed. That's exactly what this was. Just around the rib cage, just under the armpit, getting the batsman in an uncomfortable position. It's a good start here.
Yeah, that wasn't that short. Not the bouncer ploy we saw last night. That was a little bit more back of a length, tall bowler Robinson. This is an excellent start. No, I don't think so. Stokes is very excited at square leg. Root was excited. Nothing from Pope or Robinson.
Might just have to adjust their hearing aids. Pope just takes it. I mean, that's what the keepers do. Start of the day, make sure it goes into the gloves properly and get in rhythm with the takes. Looks across to Joe Root, you know, this enormous shout. But based on what they've seen, I mean, Stokes is very good actually at reacting quickly. Based on what they've seen, those first few balls, one with extra bounce around the corner, couple past the outside edge, the extra slip comes in now. So 66 is joined by 6. He roots by Crawley.
Yeah, luxury really on this pitch, 2 slips, but Stokes recognising just doing a little bit. Consequence of banging it in yesterday would have been to scuff up one side of the ball, so England and Root will be working on it to get it reversing.
There's just been a hint of movement off the surface in this over, leaving the left-hander just marginally. I think recognising that, the second slip comes in, and there's been a bit of a carry as well. As you mentioned, obviously Robinson, a tall man, gets the ball to carry more.
A very good start from Ollie Robinson. He might have gone for 4, but he went past the edge a couple of times, 84 for 2.
Yeah, good lines by and large, good lengths. That one that bounced just puts something into a batsman's mind. Imam, who basically played so well yesterday evening, the one rock there, 47 he is now, is very good at picking up what's on offer. He's got a very solid defence. He was the one who dealt best in the end with the short ball attack that England started with yesterday. When you're 47 not out, in good form with that 100 in the first innings, you know, he becomes a key figure on this final day.
Well, I'm wondering if Anderson was always going to start up today, or if Ben Stokes saw that first over from Robinson and said, there's a bit of movement, and if there is, we've got the best in the world with it, Jimmy Anderson. So he's just given Anderson a go if there's any kind of sideways movement. They're going to start round the wicket to Shakil. They got him out over the wicket in the first innings. They'll mix that up.
Yeah, I think he was always going to start. I think that was the plan, because he was out there loosening up right until actually the rest of the team was coming on the field. And he kind of jogged back towards the rooms to come back out with the team. And looking at the way Robinson bowled that first over, the plan was obviously not the short ball, was length and full length. And of course Jimmy Anderson is as good as it gets at that sort of thing.
Beautiful shot, punched off the back foot. This outfield's been quick all week. And that could be 4. It is 4. Second boundary of the 5th day.
Well, this is why this is always going to be interesting through a day like this, because all you need to do, in one sense, if you're Pakistan, and these are 2 very good timers of a cricket ball, is just play proper cricket shots as and when required. nothing more than a beautifully timed push off the back foot. Just found the gap. Outfield is still, of course, and will always be for another few months here. Very quick. Well, good steady lines, good steady lengths. Not exactly brooking the trend of the ball not really swinging. We saw that from right from the first morning, right from the first over. These Kookaburra balls have done very little in the air. The odd bit of tail in with the reverse later on. As first over of Robinson, it was line and length, that little bit of a seam movement got it past the bat to start with, that one that bounced.
And Anderson now goes past the edge. .88 for 2.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Even though you've got someone like, well, Imam, who's in good form, Shaquille, who batted also very sensibly last night, even if you think, okay, these are two batsmen who've read the pitch well, had time on the pitch, know what they're doing, each and every day is a new day. You've got to get going, got to get started. And the most vulnerable time, stating the obvious, is right at the start of the day as batsmen get themselves in again.
Once again, looking at the field, it'll be exactly that line that Robinson's bowling. Left point open with the deep backward point at the boundary. So with the ball passing the outside edge on a couple of occasions, especially from Robinson, hint of movement just away. He's hit the lens right and he's put plenty of doubts in the batsman's mind.
Our producer and director was so excited about the ball going past the edge twice in an over, we had to show it again.
Just those collectively are probably equivalent to the rest of the game. So this package just seemed more exciting, especially the way the day set up.
Anderson going round the wicket to Shaquille. Robinson over the wicket. I think it's the right way to go. At times, Shan Masood has struggled over the wicket to certain bowlers, and that's how he got him out in the first innings, going across him. Bit of a sort of flash outside the off stump. But bowlers and captains remember, and so do batters. Just challenge that fourth stump from over the wicket going across him. He likes that gully region. And well left. Changed around the wicket. He still leaves it 89 for 2. Good stats in the second innings. Excellent stats on this ground. Averaging, what, over 200? I'm looking in Mazza's direction on this surface. Couple of hundreds, 300s actually, and now approaching a 50. 218 Imam averages on this ground. I know my mate David Gower, he doesn't like those sort of stats. He doesn't like averages until someone's out or the innings is ended, do you, if I remember rightly?
Correct. Yeah, that's right. When an innings is in progress, so a not out is basically added, then it automatically inflates the average. Having said that, if it's averaging 218 now, even if he gets out now, what's it going to come down to? A sort of a paltry 180 or something? You know, it's still a ground he likes.
Now, nothing down the leg side.
Actually, I've just done the calculation. 145. If he gets out right now, he'll only average 145 at Rawalpindi. But actually, more importantly, the stats of his second innings in Test matches. That's interesting because so many batsmen, you know, they set themselves up for the first innings. Pitches around the world tend to be better, not exclusively better in the first innings. Those are very good second innings stats. You know, by the time you get to fourth and fifth days, third, fourth, fifth days, he might be batting third, he might be batting fourth. Lots of different factors, normally speaking. Good news for him again here, both in terms of his second innings figures and that massive average here at Rawalpindi, is that it's still a very, very good pitch.
News breaking from the England camp is that Liam Livingstone, who's been injured most of this Test match, did it fielding in the deep. Liam Livingstone is out of the tour. He's out of the rest of the series because of that right knee injury. He will return to the UK tomorrow for treatment with the ECB medical staff and his county medical staff, Lancashire. England will think about a call-up, but remember, already they are 15 now, even with Livingstone going home, because Rayan Ahmed was called up into the squad at a late stage. The other cricketer they might think of is someone like Liam Dawson, plays down at Hampshire, if they're looking for that all-rounder spinner option. But Rob Key and the selectors might think, well, we've got 15, we've got Rayan Ahmed. That'll do. We shall find out in the days ahead.
Yeah, as usual, sympathies for an injured player. And an opportunity maybe for, as you say, Rayan Ahmed, which would be extraordinary. What an experience that would be.
Good solid block, 89 for 2. Obviously, Mark Wood would come in. We hear that he's going to be fit for Multan. So Wood maybe for Livingstone, and then just look at the pitch in Multan and decide if you need another spinner. Although Jacks has gone well here with 6 for. We shall see.
Well, he's taken more wickets in one Test innings than he has in an entire first-class career prior, hasn't he? I mean, the interesting thing about Rayan Ahmed, of course, is you've got the extra dimension of leg spin and all the varieties. I mean, Mark Wood here has been just working his way back to full fitness, and the extra pace he can offer and that reverse swing he offers would be very useful factors in the next test.
Liam Dawson is the name you mentioned, obviously has been to Pakistan, Islamabad United and Peshawar Zalmi, and is not too far at the moment as well, being in the T10 league round the corner.
Yeah, one advantage of having worked with the director of cricket, Rob Key, over the years is that you know who he is a fan of, and he is a fan of Liam Dawson as a cricketer. You know, fields well, bats well, bowls that left arm spinning option. But with back-to-back test matches, they may feel that they've got enough.
Yeah, Robinson here persisting with that line across the left-hander. Maybe one just moving away a little bit more, and he goes for the cut shot again or hangs his bat out. It's been a bit of a subdued morning here from Pakistan's point of view, and looking to play out in the early morning.
Change of angle. He is mixing up over and round the wicket. As a left-hander, David, does that bother you? Does it play with your mind at all? Would you used to change guard or anything when you went round the wicket?
Just a little bit, yes. You want to just adjust the angles. So everything in your head is adjusted initially to over the wicket. The angles, your stance align with that. You change the angle by what, 5 degrees? So I would just move the front foot just a little bit further across, just so your head and everything else is adjusted to the slight change of angle.
Which he does perfectly there.
I mean, when it was something rare, sometimes, especially early in your career, you find that the adjustment takes a little longer because it's just not something that's ingrained in your head. When it's done a lot, and it has been done an awful lot recent years, a lot of bowlers have decided that round the wicket is the way to go at left-handers. Left-handers, I'm sure, are completely fine with it, completely adjusted. I mean, the advantage is if you can get the ball to go away from the left-hander from round the wicket, he's more likely to be committed to play.
Well, two things have added to it. The wobble seam delivery that the likes of Broad would bowl to David Warner going across him. And the other thing is DRS. In the olden days from round the wicket, umpires would think from the angle it'd have to be spot on to get the LBW. And with DRS from round the wicket, umpires are just a little bit more likely. DRS has made the stumps, if anything, slightly wider because of umpires' calls. So they're slightly more right. I think that's pretty close. That's why LBWs have come into play a bit more from round the wicket. Goes full there, good from Robinson. 89 for 2.
I mean, while we're at it, the other side of that, or the extra piece on that is with left-arm pace. Again, some years ago, how many left-arm pacemen were there? It depended on on the era, on so many other factors. If you came across a left-arm paceman as a left-hand batsman, it felt like a bit of a rarity. Australia used to have a few, they still do, of course, with Mitchell Starc. Pakistan had pretty much the best ever in Wasim Akram, with all his mercurial abilities. And that sometimes takes a little bit of adjusting to as well.
Interesting that it hasn't done much since that first over. Whether England will continue with this ploy and be patient, or they'll go to a short ball ploy, or if they'll just go to their spinners.
I think spin next, personally. just think it's a marginal call. You're better off waiting a little longer when you kind of need it more for the short ball attack. We saw from those first couple of overs there was just a sniff of a chance there. On a different day, luck slightly different, you might just pick one off the outside edge. Likewise with the spin, you want to see what's going on, whether it's gripping at all.
Now, is that off the glove, off the pad? He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first. Anderson gets one down the leg side. England will take it.
They will take it, absolutely. And no option, of course, when as the batsman you've gloved it down the leg side, no option to say let's have another look. Looked at the umpire, the finger went up ever so quickly. It's off the bat and nicely taken. Ollie Pope in that role made good ground, good footwork from Pope actually. So he wasn't stretching when he got the gloves to the ball. And for Anderson, he's got so many wickets he won't care one little bit how he gets them. Imam ul Haq, that is an important scalp. 48 to him, it's 89 for 3.
Big shots incoming.
Well, England have their first wicket of day 5. It's not Azhar Ali, it's Mohammad Rizwan. Azhar Ali can bat because it was an external blow, but he's been held back. It will be the impressive Mohammad Rizwan, averaging over 40 in Test match cricket. He likes a scrap. This is the sort of situation he thrives in. Another key wicket if England can get him, because he scores quickly, Mohammad Rizwan. Looks like Azhar Ali may be in next.
This is good from Pakistan, sending Mohammad Rizwan in. Guno can up the ante. And that's a dismissal. Got bat on that. An excellent take behind the stumps. England with the first breakthrough of this important day.
Yeah, you'll take it on this pitch. Inside edge, outside edge. No one cares if you're a bowling side, that is for certain. Take anything you're given. Anderson now, body language improves from the England side. Silly mid-off, silly mid-on. Remember in the first innings, Rizwan chipped Anderson to Stokes at a short mid-wicket, so they've got 3 men catching for the chip shot in front of square.
He'll definitely be targeting the LBW here, Anderson. Rizwan does move across his stumps. Always in with an LBW chance. That's the second innings so far. Imam ul Haq, first wicket to fall off the day, 48. And they picked up 2 big wickets, Abdullah Shafiq and Babar Azam yesterday. Pakistan 89 for 3, needing 254 to win this Test match.
That was in the air for a while, as it was in the first innings when he just chipped Anderson. Either got to be a block or a big shot. This was the shot to Ben Stokes at short mid-wicket. England had a really good last session on day 3 where they took 4 wickets. That looks a vital session now, and that always, the wicket of Rizwan, a vital one. Goes to Stokes, but along the ground. Successful over for Anderson, 89 for 3.
Yeah, it just helps settle that little bit of anxiety at the start of a day when you're looking for wickets and you've got a couple past an outside edge without taking one. The irony always that the one down the leg side, batsmen traditionally see that as a bit of a strangle. A little bit unlucky, batsmen thinking, well, I just need to nudge it down to long leg. Bowlers will take it. I've had that argument so many times with a fellow called Botham. And he says, well, what's the matter then? What's the matter? It's an edge. Still a wicket. I mean, that's the attitude you've got to have. Sorry about the impression. That's the attitude you've got to have. A wicket counts in the book each and every day.
I mean, any wicket's a big wicket, but Imam, who bats well on this ground and bats long, he's the sort of bloke that could have been there at the end of play today, so that was vital. That's one ticked off. As I say, Rizwan is another one you want ticked off, because if Pakistan want to win this game, I think that man on screen needs to make a sizable contribution, because he scores quickly and he'll put the pressure back onto England. Robinson wants an extra catcher. Man Crawley comes into a leg slip. Pulled straight to fine leg.
Yeah, Ben Stokes again in conversation. He's been extraordinary with his field placement, with the mind games. Another field change. Slip comes out.
Interesting that no slips. They're just going to put one in. I think Joe Root was just chatting with the skipper. Root does go in to slip. New batter on strike. Rizwan facing up to Robinson for the first time. There's a square catcher, Crawley.
England will see Rizwan as an absolute key wicket. They'll know exactly the sort of damage he can do. .90 for 3.
Well, good morning to all our viewers here in Pakistan and in the UK, very early in the morning in the UK. So if you're up and about and watching, thank you for your company. Maybe you've seen it through from football to cricket and into the day, who knows. One precious wicket for England this morning. And batsmen always say it's a little unlucky when you're snared down the leg side, but England had set quite a leg side field for Imam. Anderson was round the wicket. They were looking to bowl very, very straight with plenty of cover leg side. So I don't know whether the plan was to get him caught down the leg side, but that was the area that England were probing away. And delight for Jimmy Anderson. The second wicket here in Pakistan. Had to wait a long time for his first. Is it my impression, Vakar, or is there just a little more carry this morning on the fifth morning, strangely?
I don't think it's you. It's definitely carrying a lot better than what we've seen for the first 4 days. Maybe a little dampness in the pitch for 4 days and it's just drying up now. I'm not sure. But full marks to the effort from both these fast bowlers. Anderson being superb, just hitting the length rise. No real swing. He's bowling with the angle to South Shakil, which is going away from the left-hander. But it's just the length they're bowling, and the energy they're just producing. They meant business. They want to win this game. This one bounced a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a case in point, isn't it? That last ball hitting the splice of the bat, which we haven't seen much of at all in this game so far. Come on, Bazid, explain this mystery for us.
Mystery. Tell you one mystery. The mystery here is that Pakistan have almost allowed England to bowl wherever they wanted to. Shots like those have been spaced out so far that they've not been able to put any pressure back on England. England yesterday were predominantly short. They bowled that bouncer theory, and today they've come back to what normally England do is bowl length, but also the fact that they've not been met with any batter who's actually tried and scored any sort of run. So they've settled into a groove, and you don't want Anderson to settle in any kind of groove anywhere in the world.
Yes, Anderson and Robinson amongst the most accurate of seam and swing bowlers. And it's not easy to score fluently because clearly, given the absence of slip catches in this game, Stokes has set the majority of his fielders in front of the batters.
Well, he's got a third man, and he's also got a man at point patrolling the boundary. Not giving easy runs to Pakistan. Different tactics today, 90 for 3. We all thought that they'll come with a very similar tactics, come and bowl short and try to unsettle the batsman. A different story altogether. Stokes love giving surprises and has done really well so far this morning. 8 overs, 10 runs, picked up a wicket. It's good effort.
Yeah, it'll be a combination of strategies, perhaps bowling short when the ball is hard and new. Of course, it's 28 overs old now, so a little bit softer. There'll be a point where it reverse swings a little. The spinners will then come into it, and towards the end of the day, if we get that far, there will be another new ball available.
Yeah, that was the only theory I can think of. Maybe I was early today, but it felt slightly cooler when I walked through the ground. And I asked our director, who's also English, so he didn't feel it. I said, it is cooler today. He said, no. But just walking sort of outside the actual ground, I thought it was slightly wetter than usual. So maybe, just maybe, in the first few overs, there's a little bit, just a hint of moisture on the track.
It was a pretty chilly evening last night. A bunch of us were taken very kindly to a nice restaurant downtown. I know a group of English print journalists went up into the mountains to one of those restaurants, and they were sat outside, and they posted a photograph, and they all look well wrapped up for sure.
Yeah, you got sushi and those guys obviously barbecue. But I tell you what, came to the ground this morning, and somebody told me downstairs that Waqar Yunus is in the kitchen making his own breakfast, and apparently it was a perfectly cooked fried egg. I never knew that Waqar Yunus could do that, but he did. It was
Is that
brilliant.
the limit of your ambition in the kitchen, a fried egg?
Look, when you live overseas and you don't have much of a support, as you know that I live in Sydney, so you have to really get into the kitchen. The wife pushes you in there. But I was in a bit of rush this morning. I had to check out, which I didn't. I brought all my luggage. I had to leave for Lahore. My family has just come a couple of days ago, so I was a little hungry. So I thought, let's try make fried eggs, and I did all right.
Yeah, I was impressed. It was exactly the way you wanted. It was, what you'd call it, was medium. It wasn't too runny.
Medium well.
Medium well.
Yeah.
It's beautifully made. Sunny side up, I think.
That's what I like. That's how I like it.
Long conversation between Stokes and Robinson to make an adjustment to the field. Third man, Keaton Jennings, is coming into a catching position at gully. There are 3 catchers on that offside, along with the slip Joe Root. So it looks like Robinson is going to try and push it up outside off stump and encourage Rizwan to drive at the ball and hope that it either goes to Stokes, who's the straightest of the 3 catchers, or indeed it just skews off a thickish outside edge, and Jennings and Crawley, 2 tall men, are waiting there. We've seen him have a number of umbrella feels in this game, but the umbrella have been in front of the batsman rather than behind in the usual position at slip. Rizwan solidly in behind it, 90 for 3. It's a measure of how accurately England have bowled this morning. The first 9 overs have just produced 10 runs. Remember, the run rate in this game so far has been as high as any in Test match history. England rattling along at between 6 and 7 runs an over. Pakistan themselves scored freely, if not quite as freely as England. But this morning, 5th morning, England have a firm grip on the game.
Different tactics from England last evening and totally different this morning. They were well
short and trying to just bowl those bounces with the new ball, which did carry quite nicely. But this morning, nice and full and in the right area, 66%. That's a big percentage when you look at it in that 6 meter, 7 meter area. Asking the batsman to come forward. And when you bowl in this sort of region, it is very difficult to score runs. You might be able to survive, but to score runs, especially with the field set the way it is tough to go through unless you really take a bit of risk and go over the top, which I don't think that these two are ready now to take any risk.
Yeah, well, yesterday Ben Stokes didn't give the new ball to Anderson. He gave the new ball to his tallest bowler, Robinson, and his the quickest bowler himself in the absence of Mark Wood. And the tactics were very clear to bowl short. But today it's Anderson and Robinson back into that kind of metronomic accuracy that they have around a good length, making very difficult for Pakistan to score freely. Slower ball from Anderson, just push wide, tempting, but Shakil not interested.
Yeah, the way England have just gone for 10, and remember 2 boundaries in that 10 today. Will Ben Stokes think of himself bowling now? Will he bring himself on? We don't know when Ben Stokes thinks anyway. He's out of the box. Will he turn to spin? I think the way that the faster men have bowled, Ben Stokes will also get it slightly off the straight. Yeah, not many boundaries this morning. Osaka boundary contest. Whenever a boundary is hit, Osaka display on the little boards is on. But batter will get 10,000 PKR.
Mr. Osaka sleeping soundly this morning. Boundaries hard to come by. Only 2, and that was driven firmly, but can't get it past Keaton Jennings, who sweeps up well at mid-off and gets an accurate throw in. 91 for 3. If you're just joining us, there's a bit of injury news floating around for both teams. We expect Azhar Ali to bat, and also Liam Livingstone will be returning home tomorrow because his knee injury has ruled him out from the rest of the series. So it remains to be seen whether England will call up a replacement. They're not flush with options in the spin bowling department for sure. Good news for Pakistan though is that Azhar Ali, who left the field yesterday having been hit on that index finger, he's fine, if in some pain clearly, but he will bat. Pressure building then, just a couple of singles in the last 7 overs. And Robinson has probed away there to Shakil. That's where England had a bit of success against him in the first innings, pushing it across from over the wicket, and in the end it paid a rich dividend. Another catcher comes in on the offside. That umbrella ring of 3 catches there. 1, 2, 3. Stokes himself, Crawley, Duckett, and another now. Leach comes to make a fourth catcher in the ring on the offside. It's always good to see the strategy. That was how Shakeel got out in the first innings. A good captain in charge of a team in the field, you should be able to look out at any moment and think, how are they looking to get a batsman out? And you can certainly see that at the moment. That was how they got Shakeel first innings. That's how they're looking to tempt him again in the second. There's a slip in place, a ring of 4 catchers. Robinson will push it up outside the off stump, so the strategy is clear.
Well, he's showing a lot of patience. He's ready to sort of leave the ball, anything outside the off stump. And as Athas mentioned, there are a lot of fielders on the offside, the umbrella field. The Robinson is going over his ankle. He's fine there, no issues. Look at that. That's what exactly they're asking South Shakeel to do. Bring those wrists into play. Look to play third man, although there is a third man. Total defensive mode for South Shakeel.
Round the wicket now, Robinson. And he does drive to one of those 4 men, Jack Leach.
Impressive this from England. You talked about Leach and Stokes being very close, and they buy into, Leach buys into exactly what Stokes said. I think it's a feature with all the English bowlers that whatever Stokes plans or whatever they plan together, they buy into it and commit to it. And throughout this test match on a, well, we say it again, a very docile pitch, they're able to commit to a plan and then stick to it for a period of time. There's plenty of captains who'd come here and try a plan, and if it doesn't work for, say, a few overs, then they would change it, but not Stokes.
Yeah, there's 2 aspects to that, isn't there? There's one, having the plan or the strategy, and then secondly, having the bowlers who have the accuracy to enable that plan to be put into practice. And Robinson and Anderson are exceptionally accurate bowlers. One of those catches moves to gully now, or a fine gully. That's Zach Crawley. Ooh, and it wasn't far away. It wasn't far away at all as Shakeel pushed firmly, and a thick outside edge flew past Crawley down to third man. 92 for 3.
In the first inning, they picked him up from over the wicket, and now they just gone. He just put the fielder there, just moved the fielder from the cover region to that gully position. And South Shakeel hanging his bat, hard hands, almost carried to the man. South Shakeel still hanging out there. This was another beautiful delivery, a little bit extra bounce, pushing at it, and almost went to the man at gully.
England will be thrilled with the way that Ollie Pope has kept in this game. Not an easy thing to do, just at the last minute without much expectation or preparation to come in and keep wicket for 5 days. He's done a pretty good job, I think.
As Waqar shakes his head, it's slightly frustrating here that Pakistan have almost sort of blocked throughout these 11 overs. There were a couple of opportunities where you could drive, even with Imam. Okay, South Shakil first test match, but even with Imam, the initial intent was just to get through this phase or through this spell of Anderson and Robinson. Yes, they've been very accurate, but there's no punches or no punch back from Pakistan.
But how far do you think that is a deliberate attitude from Pakistan, and how far is it just that the bowling has been exceptionally accurate and they haven't given opportunities for Pakistan to score?
The bowling has been very, very accurate. It has been very good, but I think the intent lacked. They came out and sort of thinking that this is the spell we need to get through and things will get easier, but the mindset should have been that if it is there, like Imam was batting yesterday, with the short ball he took it on. This time around it was more length ball, so delivery that's in your zone, you need to try and make use of it. And also the fact, whatever the pitch, it is the 5th day and you are thinking about that. I reckon if this was the first innings and England had bowled this way, Pakistan would have scored a lot more runs.
Well, therein lies the context of the situation, I suppose. A 5th day with everything on the line and possibilities of defeat as well as the potential for victory, but that adds a little bit more tension, a little bit more pressure, and that's why in the whole history of the game not been a higher score than 314 on the 4th innings to win in Pakistan, which would have formed part of England's calculations yesterday with the declaration.
Well, if Pakistani batsmen are thinking that the pressure is going to be off soon, or the field is going to move from where they are, it's not going to happen. They're going to keep coming at you. They're going to keep bowling that area. So if you want to win this game, you have to take risk. And there has been few deliveries bowled nice and full, and I don't think Pakistan were aggressive enough to put those balls for 4s. And now they're digging their own hole. They're just sort of getting behind the game. It'll be very difficult to score runs later on also. They're not going to give it easy.
Good probing stuff from Anderson. Pakistan 92 for 3.
The opportunities to score runs, and they just hit it to the fielders. They're not being able to pierce that field. Yes, it's protected, but the opportunity was there to maybe go through with a few of those shots.
Well, Rizwan is a busy player at the crease in usual circumstances, but he's been becalmed this morning. A dozen balls for him. He's yet to score. England are making it very, very difficult for Pakistan to score freely. Is he the type of character, Waqar, who will get a bit twitchy before that first run is on the board. 13 balls now.
He opens the batting for Pakistan in T20 cricket, so he likes to put bat on ball. He likes to get on with things and score quickly. I think order of the day, or they have decided just play out the overs, just play out till lunch and don't lose any more wicket. I think that's the only reason I can think of. Normally he's very aggressive. He likes to play his shots, like scoring quickly. Robinson coming around the wicket once again.
Yeah, as you're putting us under pressure, Waqar and I, so I throw a question back to you. It's been a lot of questions from you, but this is a hypothetical question, but I read on social media as well, but it is something that I thought about. So, for instance, if there was something on the line for England, say the World Test Championship, losing a game would affect them, and as such, it was a brilliant declaration whatsoever. But if you look at the bigger picture, even if England do lose the test match, it doesn't really bother them in terms of the championship. If losing a test match would actually affect them, would that declaration have come then?
I think it'd be exactly the same philosophy for Stokes and McCullum. I think they are looking at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is the health of the game, the health of Test cricket. I also feel that they think that given the resources at their disposal, the way that they are trying to play the game, this very attacking and aggressive mindset with the bat, and an attacking mindset in terms of the declaration, that's just the way their players respond best. And of course other teams may not have the resources to play that way, but they feel that that's their best way at the moment to win games of cricket. And certainly since Stokes has come in as captain, they've won 6 from 7. They'd only won 1 from 17 prior to that, remember, so it's been a dramatic transformation. And I don't think, your point being whether there was a bit more on it in terms of the World Test Championship, I don't think that would have affected the declaration at all. Robinson likes it, umpire doesn't. It looked a little leg side to me.
I think the Pope suggests that it's going down the leg side. His left hand comes out straight away and saying that it's going down the leg side. It came in sharply. Maybe a little bit of reverse there. The shiny side is to the right. Yes, it just probably gonna miss the leg stump.
Yes, I agree. Rizwan was quite smart actually. Once it hit him, he kind of moved that leg quickly outside leg stump, so it perhaps gave the impression that it was going further down the leg side than it was. But I think Pope's initial instinct was right there, that it was just a little leg side. Watch Rizwan get that left leg out of the way. Well, we won't see it on that replay, but if we'd run it forward, you'd see him move his left leg out of the way, but it was clearly going down the leg side. Those reviews may be very useful later on, particularly for the spinners, so you got to use them wisely. Very good from Robinson. Another maiden over, 93 for 3. Well, Australia stretched their lead at the top of the World Test Championship, which we were referencing a moment ago. They beat West Indies in Perth overnight, despite the second innings 100. Very good 100 from Craig Brathwaite, and a good debut actually for Shiv's boy, who was making his debut in that game. I think I saw a bizarre statistic that Mitchell Starc now had become the only bowler in Test cricket to dismiss a father and son which is a great little statistic. South Africa second in that World Test Championship, getting quite tight at the top there. England out of it really, but that's a consequence of the dying days of Joe Root's captaincy, where victories were very hard to come by. So the first change this morning, Anderson is done, and Leach, who has actually bowled the majority of his overs from the far end, from the pavilion end or the VIP end, is now is going to have a bowl from the media centre end. In the subcontinent they call it the VVVIP end, don't they? They love a VIP.
Danny, can you just hold, please? It's very visible. Thank you.
13 overs bowled since morning, 13 runs scored. So going is very, very slow for Pakistan. Pakistan lost Imam ul Haq early in the day. Still requiring 250 to win this test match.
18 deliveries now. Rizwan not off the mark. He's just looking around to that deep square leg. That is his go-to shot. This protection from Ben Stokes on the fence.
Well, no matter how flat the pitch, how placid the conditions, every batter likes to see that first run on the board, and it's 19 balls now for Rizwan.
I don't think I've seen Rizwan playing in this fashion for a long time. That's unlike him, taking his time.
Being passive is not the Pathan way, Bakar.
Not at all. The Warriors, they like to fight, but at the moment I'm not seeing that.
Well, there is that can come in many different guises, can't they? He's in there battling away for his team. 22 balls, he's not going to give it away. Maiden over. The first bowl by Leach. I suspect it won't be the last today. It's been a fascinating start. The runs haven't flowed for Pakistan, and there's just been one precious wicket for England when Imam was taken down the leg side. But it's very tense, and there's everything still ahead of us in this game. So first hour done. Pakistan 93 for 3. Time for a drink. It's another gorgeous day in Pindi. Skies are blue and cloudless. Temperatures absolutely perfect for cricket. We've got a game in front of us. All results still possible, but after that opening hour, the chances of a Pakistan victory have just receded a little. England have taken 1 wicket. That fell to Jimmy Anderson. We've only had 13 runs from the 14 overs bowled this morning. It's been an hour of Anderson and Robinson, with the exception of 1 over from Leach, and it's going to be spin now from both ends. Will Jacks, inexperienced off spinner, but who picked up a career best 6 for in the first innings, his first 5-wicket haul in first class cricket, and he gets a go now. One wicket to go this morning. Imam taken down the leg side neatly by Ollie Pope off the bowling of Anderson from round the wicket.
Yeah, excellent catch taken there. He's travelling quickly, ball carried nicely. Pakistan need 249 to win this test match. 7 wickets required for England to win this test match, who made a very brave declaration last night.
So Rizwan has now had 23 balls, but is yet to open his account. He does now. It wasn't actually that far over mid-wicket, but it will be of some relief to Rizwan, who opens his account with a boundary. It was a slug sweep, floated up outside the off stump, and because he slightly closed the face, hooded the face of the bat, it wasn't that far away from the man at mid-wicket.
I'm sure there was a message at drink breaks that's let's move the game a little bit. Rizwan loves playing sweep shot, slog sweep, mid off, mid on in the circle. He'll take a bit of risk.
Oh, that's nice, boy. Very nice, that boy.
Yeah, and with Rizwan, he does fancy off spin. He's very good leg side. Even the first innings.
Clubbed away, terrific from Rizwan. The slog sweep followed by a little skip down the pitch and lofting that again in the same direction over short mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Yeah, better shot, better timing, better control. Came out of the crease very early and just got very close to the pitch of the ball. Might be another boundary there. No, well fielded by Leach. So runs have started coming.
Yeah, all change really. The seamers giving way to spin, and immediately a different response from Rizwan. A slog sweep, a skip down the pitch and loft over mid-wicket.
Oh, that's good, boy.
And now a scampered single. So 13 runs from the first hour and 10 there off Jacks's first over. 104 for 3.
We start, Jaxie. Love that, boy.
Normally, on a fifth day, you'd be hopeful of some turn out of rough or some wear and tear, but precious little here in Pindi. Overnight, the ends are swept, and there's just no sense that the pitch is dusting at all. Quite firm at the ends. Not much to work with for the spinners.
Just behind.
Anderson was just hanging a little deep at mid-off, so a chance for Shakil to scamper a single.
Sensodyne's sensitivity-free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth.
Come on, boy.
You wouldn't question anything that Ben Stokes does, but just feel with that little bit on offer, maybe, just maybe, Stokes could have had a few overs, couple overs. Spin from both ends. He went
from himself, you mean?
From himself, yeah. Spin from both ends now. He went from paces from both ends straight to spin from both ends.
Gets one past the outside edge. That is a rare event on this pitch. There was just a little bit of spin there for Leach.
Well, this delivery will definitely create some sort of doubts in Rizwan's mind, because he was comfortable, he was having no issues first few deliveries, and this one spun sharply.
This one, though, has been put away. Leach dropping ever so fractionally short. And Rizwan, who was becalmed for 23 balls on naught, now he's 13 from 31. Did somebody spike his drink about 5 minutes ago?
Yes, it seems like it, isn't it? But he's definitely got a message from a captain or the coach or someone from the management. This might go for 4. Job well done on the deep. 2 more runs. Nelson on the board for 3.
Well, not much encouragement for the spinners here, but there was one ball there that just went a little. You wouldn't say, by the standards of a fifth-day pitch, that is really sharp turn, but it's something to cling on to for Leach.
Yeah, just a little bit of a minor fumble down the leg side. 111 for 3. Lots of thoughts about the tempo this morning. Arooj and Nasser have been observing. Arooj, what's your thought about the tempo?
Just for starters, Athos a couple of minutes mentioned that something's happened to Rizwan. Switch is flipped somewhere and they've looked for runs, which was the intent missing up front. Yeah, they look out in the morning when they just come out, day 5. Robinson got the ball to talk a couple of times, more than a couple of times. The ball went outside outside edge of the bat. A sweep again. There is a sweeper, but I just thought it went on for a little bit longer. It almost seemed like a very dull period in the game. There was no intent to look for any runs whatsoever. But they've picked up now, which is good.
It's amazing when you know Rizwan as a sort of a lively, energetic cricketer that it took him basically 3/4 an hour to get off the mark. 23 balls. Normally so very busy, normally looking for gaps, normally looking for boundaries, and suddenly it was just like a switch being flicked. Nudged away nicely, nicely timed. Casually run 2. $115 for 3. 3.11 the run rate through this 4th innings of this game. Suppose you could argue, just about, if you're Pakistan, that avoiding the major issues of too many wickets falling on in the first session, that you can always try and speed up later on. But it does seem at this stage that England have everything their way. They've got close fields, close packed fields. The odd one has gone past the bat. It's just a question of squeezing pressure. Time for a cuppa. The Tapalti moment in the Tapalti lounge, all looking very elegant this morning.
Plenty of debate around the way Pakistan have come out this morning, and for me, the way I see it, surely the win has to be the first outlook. You have to come out, take the game on, be willing to take the game on. Just about 3.3 something was the asking rate, and again the surface comes into play that much more, and you come out looking for runs. Just the quality Pakistan have in their batting, even if a couple of wickets do fall, you can always rethink that strategy and then go looking to sort of then save the match but surely you got to be looking to win this.
I think the issue is the tail. The issue is having Nazim Shah at 8. If you compare that to England, who have Liam Livingstone, who's, let's be honest, is a frontline batter, although making a Test match debut. They lose another wicket here. That's 4 down. Nazim Shah's getting his pads on, so that's in the back of their mind. Still a lot of cricket to be played in this game, and it's a long tail. I know they played well in the first innings and they hung around. That's why they were a little bit defensive first up this morning, Pakistan. 115 for 3.
Just in that batting lineup, Azhar Ali as well, who obviously took a blow head on to his finger and went off, and spoke to him this morning just there in the picture. He felt a lot better, nothing broken, so he is obviously there, and again he'll feel comfortable with the nature of the surface and coming out. And like, do get your point, of course, with the tail. I just feel the way England are playing, they're looking for a result. Pakistan win, England would have set it up for them beautifully. It will take some batting. It's definitely on the cards.
We're just doing a bit of gentle maths. I mean, it says officially 79 overs remaining. Let's call that 70. Because of the sun, it does its disappearing trick. So even at 3 runs and over, that's 210. Add that to the existing score, 115. You're not far short of the 343 you need. So occupation has its place. Although Rizwan, took his time for the alarm bell to go off, get out of bed, do his teeth, get into action.
Yeah, I know that was a boundary of Leach, but really his aggression has started when Jacks has bowled. Now, whether they felt that they were a bit kind to Jacks and let him get 6 wickets in that first innings and they're going to go after him and make England turn to their skipper or back to the seamers, whether that puts Stokes under pressure. No, Livingston, he's off the field, so they haven't got that 3rd, 4th spin option. They could go Root, I guess.
Yep. And the other thing, I mean, we've seen some outstanding stroke play in this game on a very good batting pitch, but there's always that thing. For a batsman, any batsman, to keep hitting the ball right out of the middle of the bat, avoiding the fielders, if you go over the top, not just miscuing, all that sort of stuff is because these players are very, very good at what they do. As a captain in the field, you've got to work on the thesis that at some stage, someone might make a mistake. I mean, you want to force those mistakes if you can, but if not, sometimes they come. Just look back, say, to Imam ul Haq in the first innings. Got his 100, long on is out there, hits it down his throat. These things do happen now and again. Obviously, can't wait forever for that sort of thing to happen.
I think with going after Jacks, though, look, 4 overs for 28, I would say the other way. Jacks will bowl you deliveries to hit. He's not been consistent, and that's an odd thing to say for someone who got 6 for in the first innings. Don't gift him wickets by saying, right, we're going to go after you, and then give him another one. Just sit on him and put away the bad balls. That's what they didn't do in the first innings of Jack. They got out to his bad balls. There was a couple of short, wide ones. Barber cut, found backward point. Shahil, in correction. Shakil got out. So I think they'd really got to sit on Jacks.
Will Jacks outside the off stump slightly wider to Rizwan might not be a bad ploy. Rizwan fell in similar fashion, like Barber fell in similar fashion. And then because Rizwan gets across slightly, still lots of discussion around the ball and the seam.
Yeah, apparently the previous one, word has it very quickly, the previous one had a split seam, which you don't want. And it would seem that Ben Stokes not happy with this one either. I mean, the idea, as ever, is you find a ball that will look as though it's had the same sort of wear, i.e. exactly 38 overs and 1 ball of wear. But England's bowlers are not happy. I mean, they obviously would have worked on that previous ball to try and get into a condition, a little reverse swing, all that sort of stuff that you have to do each and every time. And if Jimmy Anderson says he's not happy with the ball, then Jimmy Anderson will have a word with Ben Stokes, and Ben Stokes will have a word with the umpires, and they'll agree to disagree. They won't be happy, but they'll have to carry on, because in the end it's the umpire's word that counts.
Absolutely, and it was very clear Jimmy Anderson wasn't happy. When the discussion was on between Stokes and the umpire, he just turned around and walked. He just wasn't happy. Obviously, they worked very hard on this ball, but the umpires in the end make the final call, and you have to get on with it. And just the line here, I feel the wide outside the off stump for Rizwan, slow through the air maybe, and then dart one in.
There's an example of what I'm talking about, really. He will bowl you deliveries to hit. So should you sit on someone like that and just make sure you put away the bad balls, or should you try and go after him and bring him into the game by trying to go after him?
Well, that really was tossed high, flighted.
Yeah, tossed up. And Rizwan just looks like he's going to take jacks whenever the opportunity does present himself.
Oh, nice boy.
Yeah, that previous one so highly flighted. It looked as though, well, it was too full, but it just cramped up. Rizwan couldn't free his arms at all.
Oh, that's beautiful bowling, Will.
It's a tricky sort of line and flight, that, you know, much flatter, but just dipping a little at the end. Got that short leg, of course, ever present. Well, this one allows Rizwan to free those arms up after all. Straight down the ground, all the way for 6. So yes, he does not want to let Will Jacks bowl. 122 for 3.
Didn't get a run in the first 23 and now has 22 of the next 22 deliveries he's faced. He gave himself room, came down leg side off the ball, opening up the offside. No fielders on the boundary.
Yes, the two very different sides of Mohammad Rizwan that we've seen in operation over, what is it now, 45 balls he's faced, half of them nothing. Suddenly the man we know so well from other forms of the game, but also a prolific run scorer in Test cricket, suddenly emerges from the cocoon and starts to enjoy himself. And what Rizwan can do, Shakil can do as well. Not quite as far in the air, so 4 not 6. A nice piece of footwork, nice piece of striking.
What they've realised is that on the last day in Pakistan, batting against spin, out of everywhere in the world, batting against spin on the last day in Pakistan is the easiest in the 4th innings. You feel like that, but the stats back that up. India, UAE, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka in the 4th innings is the hardest against spin. Even though we have Pakistan as a subcontinent and we put it as a spinner's paradise, it really isn't in the 4th innings. It's good batting, the boundary, then the single. Maybe 2. No, they settle for 1. Yeah, you always feel like that when you've either played in Pakistan or watched cricket in this part of the world. Look at it in the 4th innings. India at the top. UAE, Sri Lanka there, one other subcontinent, Bangladesh. But Pakistan right at the bottom against spin in the 4th innings. So it's going to be hard for England's spinners. The seamers are going to have to play a role.
And with both England spinners not big turners off the ball in that respect, it makes it that much more easy to come down the track. So it'll be length and line that will have to play around with, maybe pace of the ball.
Oh, that's a nice ball, boy.
Well, 40 overs in, 127 for 3. Yeah, the thing about Jack, actually, I mean, I've watched him a lot in the last few months, last couple of years. And he has become such an important figure. And his control of the ball is so much better than it was. And he's been smashed all over the park at Brisbane in the Ashes last winter. But at the same time, he's got this reluctance to flight the ball. I mean, you saw Shaquille comes down, belts him over his head for 4. Natural response is to go flatter, tighter, try and restrict the runs. I mean, there is sometimes a lot to be said for the spinner playing cat and mouse games as much as anyone else. So if you are hit before, rather than just going into the natural response of going flatter, tighter, maybe just up the ante a bit.
The slight problem for Leach is that he doesn't yet have that drop on it that maybe a Nathan Lyon would have because of the overspin. So when he does go up, you'd like him to deceive the batter before it lands. That's why they're using their feet so well to him. You're a product of your environment. You'll know, David, at Taunton in the last 5 years, it has spun nicely for Leach. So he will just drill it in there and ball after ball, and eventually one will spin. So he's used to firing it in on a pitch that spins. And we thought about whether Jacks will be taken out of the attack and Root included, and it's exactly where we've gone to, Joe Root.
Yeah, well, Joe Root's a very perfectly viable option.
Go, go, go. Feeling your routine. Me and you, pal.
Yeah, a little uppish off the bat, but for once we don't have the short mid wicket. We might do any moment. Oh, no, maybe not. We're just thinking, commentary boxers are not only fans of ball following, but that one that was chipped in the air a couple of balls ago, no harm in bringing that mid-wicket a little closer. You've got the man behind at long on. Sweep shot comes out, nicely struck. Well away from the deep square leg, races away for 4. Just that little bit of change of line, a little bit of an error down the leg side, opens up the opportunity, and it's accepted.
Extremely good player on the leg side, and in particular that shot. A ball outside the line of leg stump.
Oh.
132 for 3. Well, the pace has picked up the last 25 minutes or so. Partnership is building quite nicely, actually, now that Rizwan has got going. Shakil has 44, Rizwan 26. Partnership 43, give or take a run every other ball. Well, that's turned a bit in from the rough, what little rough there is.
A little bit more turn this time round, and don't forget Saud was dropped by the same combination. Something off the surface maybe.
Yeah, we're looking for things happening, aren't we? It is sporadic at best. The odd one seems to grip. There's a little bit of dust there, maybe. I have to make the point the pitch is held together, well, Very, very well indeed. Placed away as no one square. So gentle piece of running between the wickets for two. Gentle chase into the outfield. Just a mention of the Osaka Battery incentive scheme. 10,000 Pakistan rupees to any batsman hits a boundary, and the boundary boards light up with the Osaka banners at the appropriate moment.
One thing about Stokes' captaincy, David, and you'd have seen it over the years with England captains, the moment someone gets hit over the top, a fielder goes back. In fact, sometimes new batters would come to the crease and you'd get quite cross. There'd be a long on or long off. Even if a bowler gets hit over the top, mid-off and mid-on stay up, and they say go again. And that's exactly what he does. And that will be 50 for Saud Shakil.
Pakistan team on their feet. He's been a fantastic knock. He's stuck it out and gets a 50 and gets it in fine fashion. A good temperament, good composure, and he's holding this Pakistan chase steady. Came down to the pitch perfectly. What a strike to bring up your 50. Now 49 the partnership now, and they've just picked up the pace of scoring. Rizwan the aggressor first whenever the opportunity was there to put the ball away. So Shakil has been good against the spin.
Get down. Nice, Joe. Very good, bud.
A quick reminder for all of you with sensitive teeth, life is too short for sensitive teeth. Do something about it.
Nice, Joe.
It's that same area again, just outside the leg stump. The deep square leg is now 20 yards to his right compared to where he was before. So just the one this time. 50 partnership.
He's got to be a little bit careful with that shot. Root himself yesterday sweeping out of the rough, got the top edge. So there is a little bit of rough out there. So he's got to smother it if he's sweeping. He did that one.
Well, Root is offering the drive. We've got the two men short at a very straight mid-off and the extra cover on the drive, but not involved. 139 for 3. You always get discussions, don't you? Bowler and keeper. The keeper is so vital for a bit of feedback. You get ideas sometimes, especially with the more experienced keepers, about the sort of pace that they think the bowler should be operating at. Spinners, for instance, that slower, quicker, flighted, not flighted. What's the best option? To be fair, on this pitch, not many differences will be observed. And the odd one, well, the odd one has gripped for Jack Leach today. We've got one past the outside edge, which would have given him encouragement, but then the next 20 minutes, nothing.
Oh, nice ball. That's nice. Very nice,
Leach's speed. Look for variety. I mean, I would always look for variety in a spinner in paces. Appears to be, what, a 10k difference between slowest and fastest, but I'd guess that most deliveries will be on the average. It's a maiden. It's 139 for 3.
What did he go for today? Well, it's been a particularly impressive start, this, from Shakil today, who has becalmed this morning against the seamers, but has started to take the game now to England's spinners. He's a good player, averages over 50 in first-class cricket, and he's looking good here. 50 from 107 balls, long way to go. Pakistan still need 204 runs to win, but Shakil has given them a chance this morning. He's played really well. More runs here as he sweeps fine and sweeps for 4. Gentlemen, since last time we were on, Pakistan have started to take the game a little to England.
It's the drink breaks did the job. They're definitely a lot better intent, a lot more positive from both Rizwan and Saud Shakil. Saud Shakil getting his first 50 and striking it at a decent pace now. And even the run rate has improved. It was 4 when they started this morning and came down to under 3, and now it's just improving slowly.
Pakistan still in the game. They're not going to just let it go that easily. It's going to be a very, very fine game. So don't go anywhere.
And the run rate improving simultaneously with the induction of spin into the attack. South Shakil in particular, very, very comfortable playing spin. It's been a tradition in Pakistan. 99% of the batters coming from Karachi play spin well, Wakar. Everybody from Karachi plays spin well.
Yeah, agree. Totally agree. I mean, the great Javed Miandad comes from Karachi, although Zahir Abbas, born in Sialkot, but played most of his cricket in Karachi. Good footwork there by Taket. I can think of Basit Ali. Moin played really well. Rashid used to play really well against the spin.
Nice job.
You know, all the Muhammad brothers back in the 60s, 70s, they all were very, very good against spin, batting against spin. So it's a good sign that Pakistan found someone who can bat down the order and bat that comfortably.
We just spun a touch as Root floated it up outside off stump. It's a single though. England only 1 wicket so far this morning. 144 for 3.
Well, the discouraging bit is that once the ball gets a little old for the spinners, even it doesn't bounce. It's very easy to bat against. You can rock back and still manage off the surface. Joe Root bowled 5 overs, 14 runs. I think what Pakistan is hoping and will try to do is that not lose any more wicket, and if they can go to lunch without losing any more wicket, they can make another plan. See, that's no problem at all. Although this ball should have been played on the front foot, but went back and very comfortable. He knows that it's not going to really spin sharply. So.
Talking about South Shakil and his ability to play spin, he's got a tremendous record in first-class cricket, batting in the 4th innings, and you would suspect that he'd have faced plenty of spin. Averages 60 while batting in that 4th innings. He's got a couple of hundreds as well in that 4th innings, highest of 174. So he is a player who can tackle that lack of pace and a lot of spin on offer.
Well, the ground is filling up nicely. It was pretty sparse at the start of play, but just a sense that Pakistan are right in this game, and it's a really good turnout this on the 5th day, which is testament again to the nature of the declaration yesterday at tea time that opened this game up. And they're quite quiet this morning in the first hour as runs were hard to come by, but just a little more animated now.
Normally it's Babar Azam who pulls the crowd, but it's not the case. Babar, for him, the test match is over. He's batted twice. He couldn't really get much in this inning, but yeah, crowd is building up very, very nicely, working there. People can sense that there will be a result, so they've just come in numbers, and it is going to get better and better. It's never easy when there's a right-hander and a left-hander batting at the crease, especially on this sort of pitch. You want to bowl 6 deliveries or a couple of overs to a certain batsman, and then if they keep on rotating the strike, it becomes very tough for the bowlers.
147 for 3. Well, you were talking, Bazid, about his record in the 4th innings there, which is highly impressive, averaging 60. I mean, there'll be a number of factors into that, one of which, of course, is he's a good player, and he's obviously got a strong mind. But it also suggests that in first-class cricket here in Pakistan, whether domestic first-class cricket or indeed test match cricket, that the pitches don't deteriorate as they do in some other parts of the subcontinent, like India and Sri Lanka, where it becomes really difficult on 4th innings. Generally, all the statistics suggest here that Pakistan is not a bad place to bat in the 4th innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had a stat earlier, Mazhar for once got it right. You want a stat which sort of goes along with your theory, and this stat about Pakistan being the most difficult place to bowl spin in the 4th innings.
Yeah, it's fascinating that, isn't it? Because viewers at home in England would automatically think subcontinent, spin friendly, gets harder in the 4th innings. But there is a difference. Pakistan is not quite the same as Sri Lanka and India.
Yeah, bottom of the list, and largely because of maybe reverse swing that the faster bowlers get and the quality of fast bowlers that Pakistan have produced. But the fact of the matter remains that the pitches don't really break up. And no Pakistani spinner has taken 5 wickets in the 4th innings of a test since 1986. Yes, we haven't had a lot of test match cricket after sort of 2000s, but even that period, it is quite phenomenal, that stat. That you'd think that Mushtaq, Saqlain, Abdul Qadir, they weren't able to consistently get wickets in that 4th innings, continue to get big 5 wicket hauls.
Well, let's make it simple for you, Athers. We believe in 5-day cricket. We don't want to finish games so quickly.
Yeah, we've had a lot of quick finishes in England over the last few years with that Duke's ball darting here, there and everywhere. Who was that, by the way, who took that 5-wicket haul in 1986, the spinner? It is an amazing amazing statistic. Abdul Qadir, the last spinner to take 5 in the 4th innings here. Think of all the great spinners that have followed him. 149 for 3.
I'm sure there are other spinners who have picked up 5-wicket haul in the 4th inning, maybe in Dubai, Sharjah, and when Pakistan played, what, 11 years, more than 11 years in the UAE. Yasir Shah comes to my mind, Zulfikar, Babar, Ajmal, Abdur Rahman. We had some really quality spinners in those days. Hafiz was pretty handy.
Yeah, it reflects that long absence partly, but you know, you'd naturally assume that somebody like Saqlain or Mushtaq would have taken 5 here because they played a lot of test matches at home, but no.
They played in our era. We never believed in spinners getting wickets in 4th inning.
Yeah, that was the problem. Throw the ball to Wasim and Waqar instead. Now what Stokes has done is throw the ball to his great seamer Anderson, who bowled accurately this morning, picked up that 1 wicket to fall out of Imam down the leg side, and England's spinners have been played with ease, so it's back to the seamers again.
I'm surprised Stokes himself didn't come onto ball. Maybe just a couple of overs. He's given Anderson another go, who bowled beautifully this morning. Picked up a wicket of Imam. Ball is changed, so we might see a little bit of reverse. Yeah, it's coming back into the right-hander, so that means we might see some Yorkers coming, full-length deliveries. What really surprised me today is the bounce. It's not really keeping low. Normally fifth there, fourth there. Here in Rawalpindi, the ball started keeping a little low. Although we did see in the first couple of days that the ball was keeping low. It's coming on a lot better since this morning.
That bat looks very broad at the moment from Rizwan. Took a long time to get off the mark this morning, but then leapt into attacking mode as soon as the spinners came on, and now looks very settled. Those first couple of blocks to Anderson there met the middle of the bat.
It's about 15 minutes from lunch, time for some Tapal tea. As Anderson comes back, Tapal tea lounge become. Ollie Pope deciding he's had enough, so he's come up to the stumps to make sure Rizwan doesn't lunge forward or doesn't step out.
First innings dismissal followed by that shot there. Well, that's how Rizwan was dismissed first innings, in the leg trap. Anderson was round the wicket. It was Anderson's first test wicket in Pakistan. Stokes was the catcher at short mid wicket, and he's got two men there right now, and the key for Rizwan is to keep his balance. If he slightly overbalances to the offside, he could easily chip that in the air to one of those catchers. End of Anderson's over, 149 for 3.
I have a feeling that Anderson will try to come around the wicket again in the next over to Rizwan, because Rizwan have the habit of falling over and then chipping the ball in the air at times. He will try that, because that first over suggests that there is a little bit of reverse, so going around the wicket and bringing the ball back in, although it might not come a lot, it might not do a lot, but there is every chance that if it holds its line, that Rizwan might just look to play on the onside and could be in trouble.
Will Jacks back, and a challenge for Will Jacks, who came on the back of some very accurate seam bowling this morning, and his 3 overs were taken for 22. Rizwan played him really nicely through the leg side, didn't let him settle, took 10 from his first over, then launched him for a 6. Took 6 wickets in the first innings, Will Jacks, but he's very inexperienced as a spinner. At not just this level, he's on debut clearly, but at first class level as well. Only last year that he took his first wicket for Surrey. He's not wasn't really a spinner until a year ago. So it's an amazing story, really. 150 up for Pakistan.
Well, he does got what it takes to become a good off spinner. He gives a good air, good action. Bowls a top spinner quite nicely. Not on that occasion. He was there for South Shakil to sweep. Little bit dangerous because he's sweeping against the spin. But he has spent enough time. He's been out there long enough to control that shot.
Yeah, and there's not that much bounce, even though Jacks is a tall man and he's got a high action. There's just not that bounce off the surface, so that removes a little bit of that risk that Vakar was talking about. 155 for 3. Rizwan is not happy. There's people moving behind the bowler's arm. We're right behind the bowler's arm. I assume he's not waving at us. That's where we are in those boxes on the first floor, the written media just above us.
Oh, nice bud, nice bud.
Splendid media facility it is. Very well looked after. We are here at Pindi.
A little bit different to Lord's, I would say. The media center there, how good is that?
Yes, architecturally it's very different. It's now a listed building, I think, the media centre at Lord's, which is very spectacular in its architectural style. This is a bit more functional, but absolutely does the job. We've got a great view, and it's nice actually not to be too high up. You get some broadcast boxes in some of the new stadiums that you're so high up you just don't get a really good view. We're right behind Anderson here, and we've got a terrific view of whether the ball is swinging or reversing.
I've said this so many times on comms. It's like a boutique little ground, this, and you're on top of the action wherever you are. So even in the crowd, you're very close to the action. It's almost old school now. All the grounds now, bigger grounds, and all the facilities are far away, far removed from the action. But for my mind, this and Sharjah still hold that whichever part of the ground you're at, you're still very close to the action.
10 out of 10 for the facilities. not sure about the pitch. Inside edge, but no short leg. It's got a ring field on the offside, and that one fielder on the leg side is in a catching position, but for the clip. There was an inside edge here onto pad. It ballooned up, but no short leg.
Yeah, whenever you play with hard hands, there's every chance that it can happen. It can get the edge, and then off the pad, it can bounce a little bit more. He's got so many men around the bat, but no short leg. Now he's just asked the mid-wicket to come a little bit closer.
.156 for 3.
I know you're not very pleased with the pitch here in Rawalpindi. I'm sure the ground staff, the curator, has already gone to Multan. They'll probably, hopefully, produce a better pitch.
Is it the same ground staff that will do all the grounds? They'll travel around doing all the pitches, or will each ground have its own particular staff?
Normally, Agha Zahid is the director of the curators. He goes and help them out and see the facilities in the middle, the pitch, the ground, the square, and all that. I haven't seen him here, so I'm sure he's gone there, and the amount of criticism he's received, he's definitely working on it hard.
He'll be sat on his heavy roller now in Multan, rolling out another belter. So Stokes swapping things around. Jacks came back, just bowled that one over. Now it's Leach from the end at which he's bowled the vast majority of his overs in this test match. Oh, he's got away with it. It was ever so close to cover. Will Jacks is at cover. Rizwan was down the pitch looking to loft Leach over the top. And the ball just held in the surface, and agonisingly for Jacks, it just fell out of his reach.
I think Rizwan left the crease a touch early, and Leach saw him coming, and he pulled the length back and bowled a little wider. Lucky it didn't go straight into the hands. Not this time. In much better control. Mohammad Rizwan gone all the way for 6.
Well, there have been two distinct phases of play here this morning. Pakistan have found it difficult to score against England's seamers, but when the spinners have bowled, they have been on the attack. They have played the spin beautifully this morning, and there is very little there for Leach, for Jacks, for Root, and Pakistan sensing an opportunity.
Here lies the issue for Ben Stokes. The spinners, they'll bowl, but Pakistan bat well against them, and it's not really broken up, so they will leak runs with this attacking field. But how long can you get those fast bowlers bowling on this pitch? Yes, they'll keep it quiet. They'll have been the more threatening. He hasn't bowled himself yet. He's relied on those spinners, and he wants them to bowl long spells. But I don't think Rizwan and Saud Shakil will mind that at all.
Stokes has kept the field up, but Leach quicker, shorter this time, and Rizwan reading the length immaculately, cuts him away for 4 more. So the runs have come at pace against England's spinners. This the latest boundary, and Pakistan moved to 168 for 3.
Yeah, expensive over. 2 4s and a 6. And they ran 2 also, so gotta be a little careful. England just leaking away. Few too many before lunch. 175 still required to win Pakistan. Only 1 wicket taken by England. This partnership growing very nicely for Pakistan. 153 deliveries they faced for 79 runs.
Yeah, and with the attacking field set by Ben Stokes, the opportunity even more for Rizwan and Saud Shakil to get those runs flowing and those boundaries. And just looking at the figures there, 15 overs from the Pacers today, gone at 0.86. 16 overs of spin, gone at 4.5. 72 runs off the spinners, just 13 off the Pacers. So you talked about the accuracy of Anderson and Robinson, and in turn then you can set attacking fields with Leach, with Will Jacks. Leach might be slightly accurate, but the way that Pakistan will play, because of the fact that they're so comfortable against them, that once you put men around the bat attacking fields, the opportunity to score runs is far greater. So yes, you can attack, but at the moment Stokes not getting the balance absolutely right. Yeah, Sensodyne on, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Well, because Shakil just skipped down the track there to Anderson, Ollie Pope has put the lid on, come up to the stumps to try and keep the batsman in his crease. Great view of the field, that, isn't it? What an unusual, unorthodox field that is for a seamer like Jimmy Anderson. Just fielders dotted around in front of the batsman. Anderson looking to bowl his cutters. He might just stay round the wicket to Rizwan just before lunch. Hasn't yet bowled at him round the wicket. That's how he got him out in the first innings. Yeah, he's just indicated to umpire Raza that he's going to come round the wicket, and he's got those catches in the leg trap, so he'll be looking to try and repeat the wicket from the first innings like that.
Well, that's the most difficult ball to bowl, especially coming around the wicket, and then you're trying to bring the ball back into the right-hander Rizwan. But it's a good tactics, just purely because Rizwan got the habit of falling over and he can easily chip that ball. That's a little too short for me.
End of a good session for Pakistan. They're 169 for 3. They need a further 174. The game is beautifully poised. Problem for England was that just 1 wicket fell in that session. They got an early one, 6th over of the morning. Anderson picked up Imam down the leg side, neatly taken by Ollie Pope. But after that, It was Rizwan and Shakil, and they enjoyed themselves, especially against England's spinners. And they've had a very good morning. 89 runs have come all told, just that one wicket. And all results still there to be taken.
Session belongs to Pakistan. They did lose one wicket early on, and yeah, they did not score that many in the first hour, but they controlled the game nicely. No wickets since then. 89 runs scored, and both these batsmen putting up a wonderful partnership. 80 of 159 deliveries, and South Shakil looking extremely good. 63 of 132. Rizwan, who struggled to get off the mark for a long time, now sitting on 42 of 85.
Well, England's seamers have been very accurate and hard to get away. Look at the economy rates there for Anderson going at just a run and over, and Robinson less than 2.5 runs and over. The problem for Stokes is the economy rates and lack of wickets for his spinners. Leach going at 4s, Jacks at over 6s, and that may be a problem as we go through the afternoon. Well, the news as England came out was that Liam Livingstone will take no further part in the tour. Stokes gave the opening hour to Robinson and Anderson, and in a way Pakistan allowed that opening hour to be England's as well. Both batsmen were becalmed. Imam fell down the leg side. Good catch from Ollie Pope. Anderson's second wicket in Pakistan. But as soon as the spinners were introduced, that was the cue for Rizwan especially to go on to the attack. He hit Will Jacks for those 2 boundaries over the leg side. He enjoyed himself against Jack Leach as well. When Jacks tossed it up from round the wicket, Rizwan belted him down the ground for 6. Shakil has played beautifully on debut, but with a good record in first-class cricket and a good record in the 4th innings of games. He's played really nicely. Under some pressure, he went through to a half-century this morning and didn't give a chance. Looked very solid and secure, and particularly against the spinners, took his opportunities to attack as well. That was almost a catch to Jacks in the cover, but really the only chance that Rizwan has looked like giving against the spinners. Pakistan, after that early wicket of Imam, have had a very good morning. Rizwan and Shakil going to lunch. Pakistan 169 for 3, 174 more required to win. England still needs 7 wickets, so this first test match still all to play for. A break for around 30 minutes for us, and then we'll be back with the afternoon session.
Jimmy Anderson had an early smile and laugh when he got rid of Imam ul Haq, and since then it's been Saud Shakil and Mohammad Rizwan putting up 80 runs together. Saud Shakil getting a 50, and Pakistan putting on 32 overs, 89 and 1 in this session. This is the match summary for you. Pakistan still require 174 runs, and they are 169 for 3 after the first session on the final day of the first Test match. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. I've got my guests alongside me, David Gawa, Uruj Mumtaz. I'll start with you, David. So it's hard to separate the two sides after the first session on the final day. It's 174 runs versus the 7 wickets.
Yeah, we are in a way halfway through the chase. If you start to do the maths, the available overs left, I mean, it'll claim to be 60-something, but it's actually 50-something by the time you take the sun and its habit of going down into consideration. So it's basically it's sort of just over 3 runs and over still. Now, sorry, excuse me, England will hope, obviously, for a wicket or two, in which case, you know, the game changes back. But they'll start at some stage to get into a situation where they start to worry about this partnership. And these two have played really well. Rizwan, traditionally in the sense that he took himself, 45 minutes to get off the mark, have a look at it, then went into pure Rizwan again. And Shakil has played really well, so I mean, it's a good partnership. They're both looking very comfortable, very settled. The English camp will be debating now, well, how do we make a mistake? I mean, you don't want to just wait for a mistake. How do we make a mistake? They keep trying things for sure, and they will carry on trying different fields and different tactics. But there's going to come a point soon where they need this next wicket.
The comparison between spin versus pace this morning is a huge difference. Now, 16 overs for spin, 16 overs for paces, but paces have given 14 runs where spin has given away 72.
I think you have to keep into consideration that Will Jacks was part of those spinners, that the overs were bowled as well, and he provided opportunities for boundaries. It is also the over which sort of Rizwan flipped in his intent to the game, and he took him down for a couple of boundaries and a couple of runs, then changed the tempo of the game. It is a strategy that they were obviously going to look at after seeing the ball up front from Robinson. I think it was a couple of overs that it just looked like it did something. It went outside the outside edge of the bat probably more times collectively as is done in the entire Test match so far. But I think after that sort of died away, it had to be spin, and more so I think it's strategies from Ben Stokes, just sort of mind games, moving fielders around, tinkering with the field, more often than not. Where you just sort of put a doubt in the batsman's mind and hoping for a mistake. It's probably what it's come down to. Because I think Rizwan is raised to 42 after having none from the first 23 deliveries he's faced. So I just feel Pakistan should feel that they have their nose ahead in this game.
Yeah, the first hour just got Pakistan the 13 runs, and probably it's got to do with the early start and getting the eye in again. Were you surprised? No Ben Stokes in the first session with the ball?
Not entirely, because I'll tell you what happened. The short ball approach was entirely devoted to that brand new ball. When we started this morning, it was 20 overs old already. And actually, Robinson's first over was good because they'd obviously decided to try bowling a normal length or full length. Field was set accordingly, and he got the ball past the outside edge. So that gives you an inkling of a way through. In which case, Anderson is your best bowler if you're going to try and pitch it up, in which case Stokes rests. The one thing I know about Ben Stokes is that he cannot bowl a whole heap of overs in any day. That left knee of his has to be looked after. So when he puts in those effort overs, that's about it. That's all he can do. So that tactic is still there for later, albeit with a softer ball, but it can still play its part. And in the meantime, the spinners have to play their part. You have no other option. They have to play their part. You have 3. Leach is your leader of the spin attack. The steadiest of the 3. Root knows what he's doing. Jacks, yes, he picked up those 6 in the first innings, which is more than he'd ever picked up in his entire first-class career prior to this Test match. So that puts it in some sort of perspective. We just keep juggling these things around.
Yeah, you're right about that. The lengths differ so much. If you talk about the lengths yesterday with a brand new ball, and then today, Uruj, you can actually see the pitch map here. This is yesterday, and predominantly short balls that were put at Pakistan batters, 97% short.
Yeah, absolutely. And why you see them on either side of the main strip is because there was a right-hand, left-hand combination up front in Imam and Abdullah Shafiq, and the ploy paid dividend, right? They got Abdullah Shafiq with it, then they got Babar Azam with it, and then obviously realizing after that ploy with a brand new ball, they reverted to obviously the length delivery or the length bowling attack, which the odd one occasionally pitched up. And the ploy worked for England. I think again they were really smart.
This is today.
This is today when they sort of pitched it a little bit front apart from that short. So there was 63% length bowling, which was slightly different from yesterday. And the yesterday plan caught Pakistan by surprise. Now, Robinson again was with the length bowling. Anderson is there as well, but they got one wicket, but after that it didn't really do anything, and that's why they've reverted to the spin.
Yeah, we talk about Pakistan now, with last evening Imam and Saud Shakil holding their ground. This morning, one wicket falling that of Imam, but puts more pressure or more responsibility on Saud Shakil. Now he's got a brilliant average, batting fourth or batting last, and he's got an average of 60, and he's doing that. He's bringing that to play today. He's our top performer. Let's have a look.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, these left-handers, you know, they know what they're doing. He's got a good style. He's got a good head. Because what he's done really well, I think, today especially, is just play the ball according to its merits. I mean, it's an old-style thing to say. It's a very old-fashioned mantra. But if it's there to be hit, a couple of times he's hit it straight down the ground very, very nicely, very sweetly. So he has those options. But the key for him and for Pakistan was making sure that these wickets didn't go down this morning. Otherwise, that, as I say, the balance of the game tilts. Plays all around the wicket, which is good. He looks a very compact player. And as I say, it looks as though he knows what he's doing, which is good.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
He's got good numbers in terms of his performance in the fourth innings. You talk about domestic Uruj, and you know what he's capable of. He likes to bat long. He has that ability to absorb the pressure, and he spends a lot of time out there. These are the numbers for his first-class cricket, and batting fourth, of course, how the numbers change. 60.81, his average.
Yeah, and don't forget, he's coming off a big knock again when he plays for his first-class team as well. So he's got the runs behind. He likes to bat long, and he plays spin well. With the seamers, there obviously isn't much movement. Those are really good numbers, especially look at the fourth innings. And it's tailor-made situation for him.
Now, officially, you have 65 overs, and in realistic approach, maybe 10 less or something like that. Yeah. But when three runs in over, which Pakistan is doing well as of now. Yesterday and today, they managed to put in around 80 runs. Now, Rizwan's role, I mean, he took around 25 balls or something like that to get off the mark, but then he really expressed himself against spin. How did you see his approach and his role in this partnership of 80?
Well, it's crucial, and it's crucial to Pakistan as a whole. When you look at the balance now, Azhar Ali might or might not be able to bat as well as he'd want to. He's going to bat whatever happens. Salman, of course, still to come as well. Then it's the tail. But for Rizwan, you know him. We all know he's a busy cricketer. He wants to be testing the bowlers. He wants to be putting the pressure back on the bowlers. I mean, that 23-ball reconnaissance actually is like old-style Test match cricket, where you get yourself in, and then you say, right, I'm now ready to start playing some shots. I've got used to the pitch again. I think one of the things he was trying to avoid, of course, was that tip to mid-wicket that got him out in the first innings. Because he looked pretty fluent in the first innings till he hit that ball straight to Ben Stokes. And when you got this sort of situation where you've already lost key men, Shafiq, Imam, Babar, three very important men, then you know that as Rizwan, as Mohammad Rizwan, you are now probably the most important batsman there for the rest of the day.
Yep, indeed. Talking about England's moment of joy in the first session of day 5, there was that one wicket of Imam ul Haq. Let's have a look at that.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It was a short ball again, not that short, but he got bat on it, trying to sort of tickle it down the leg side. I thought Ollie Pope behind the stump was brilliant. He moved his feet well and got into position early. And there you see him moving with the ball. And Imam will feel very unlucky not to get a big score in this fourth innings.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, talking from the viewer's point of view, and we've been talking about it, that this is a very good batting track, but as a batter, now tell me, how difficult would it be on a good batting track for Rizwan and Saud Shakil to carry on the way they they're doing. I mean, do you expect them to just bat and bat fluently, or it's going to be tough?
It's not that tough. We could all think of fifth day pitches, which would be a lot tougher than this. You know, that sort of traditional thing where it turns and bounces and gives so much more encouragement to spinners. We've only seen, 3 or 4 turn at all, really, in any sort of noticeable way. One went past the outside edge from Jack Leach. The key thing is just keeping your head. Because as I say, if you do the maths, there's no great scoreboard pressure. It's just a bit of time and keeping it ticking. And you know full well if you're chasing on this pitch that if you keep in touch, I mean, if you take it as a long one-day game. Yeah, we're not talking about 6, 7 and 0. We're talking about 3.5 and over. So, the odd boundary here and there, which, for instance, Rizwan is very capable of picking up and manufacturing. Shaquille as well. I mean, they can both keep that thing ticking at exactly the right pace. If they lose a couple of wickets, then of course the whole thing changes. So if they stay there through this afternoon session, slightly extended, then England will then be mighty worried.
So, as you say, it's not that tough. It's not turning a mile. It's all about this then.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, come on, if you were given an opportunity to make a big score batting fourth, I'm sure I think it was Michael Atherton said it today, this is the pitch you would, that room service menu, let's have a look. Should we go for Lords? Maybe not. No. Gaul? No. We won't have that one. MCG? No. Oh, hang on a second. Rawalpindi? Yes, we'll have that one.
Okay. Let's take our attention a little away from cricket, and we'll join Zainab in our City Trail, and she's up to something special, so let's have a look.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
While Bazid Khan and Rooj Mumtaz and Sikandar Bakht have been feasting on some delicious culinary delights, I decided to explore the scenic side of Pindi and Islamabad. I'm at the Shah Aladatta village, which is located on the side of the Margala Hills. It's 700 years old and has a historic feel to it. Remember, it was used as a route by the Mughal emperors from Kabul to Taxila. Let's have a look and explore it more. Roaming around the location, we tried and explored these caves which are located next to the shrine and tomb of Shah Aladatta. Now, back in the day, these caves were used as a transit spot by the Buddhists to travel between various places. Also, there is a sense of calmness and serenity in the area, which makes a great meditation spot. After a hectic exploration session at the Buddha caves in this Shah Aladatta village, I decided to unwind with a perfect cup of Kashmiri tea along with these amazing pakoras.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It's a nice and quiet place to spend some time with yourself and rethink about the decisions you've taken in life. Maybe the declaration, perhaps.
Oh, I've got lots of things to think about apart from the declaration. I tell you what, no, and one thing we know about Ben Stokes, win or lose or draw in this game, he will have absolutely no qualms about that declaration. He's set his stall out. He's made it well known to the world that he's prepared to take those risks. I I mean, other more sensitive souls might be worried about it, but not Ben Stokes.
All of us are sensitive, very, very sensitive. We want this to get it done with. 2 more sessions of a lot of pressure on us. All right, time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about session 2 on the final day. What's going to happen? David Gower, Uruj Mumtaz will tell us more. All right, welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and talking about some news, some injuries. Both camps have had injuries. Haris Rauf is not taking part with the ball. Liam Livingstone has been ruled out from the whole tour, and he'll be traveling back. And just before he left, Zainab Abbas caught up with him and tested his knowledge and his skills on Urdu. Let's have a listen.
Liam, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to do a fun thing here, basically. You need to translate famous Urdu dialogues. I'll be testing your Urdu and translation, basically. And I'll provide you with a couple of hints, and then let's see if you can get them right. Okay?
Let's go.
मेहनत कामयाबी की कुंजी है. So the hints to that are key, hard work.
The secret.
Yeah, but like...
Key to success is hard work.
Well done. Hard work is the key to success. That was it. Well done. मोहब्बत और जंग में हर चीज जायज होती है. The hint is love and war.
I do know the saying, I just can't think of it. Something in love and war.
Yeah. You're getting there.
Everything is fair in love and war.
You just got help from
No, I didn't.
From the producer. So, दूर के ढोल सुहाने. Hint is grass, green.
The grass is always greener, or the grass isn't always greener.
On the other side.
On the other side.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
I knew what you meant.
अब पछताए क्या जब चिड़िया चुग गई खेत, which basically means, I won't tell you.
Why are you going to say it?
Yeah, the hint is spilt milk.
No idea.
No use crying over spilt milk.
Never heard it. Listen, English literature is not my strong point.
Clearly, it's not.
Thankfully, I can play
You should
cricket.
ask him some mathematic questions, or like physics, chemistry, bio, or something of that
I'm
sort.
not sure I'd know much about them either.
Yeah. जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी. So the hint is sow, reap.
You reap what you sow.
As you sow, so shall you reap. Well, pretty close. I mean, I think you've got it. It's just the other way around.
Not bad. I don't know what the points were at the end of it, but not bad at all. Shall we test you?
Well, no. Well, hang on a second. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure that English is his first language, to be honest. That was actually quite testing. Come on. I mean, there are all sorts of words that we try and learn. Aruj is trying to teach me to count, which is going pretty well.
You might want to try that. Come on, David.
Ek, do, tin, char, panch, che, sat, art, no, das. So I get 10.
Well done.
But, okay, you're an expression which wasn't used there. I used it the other night. You're trying to get the commentary team in the right place at the right time, bus at 8 o'clock in the mornings, into the evenings, onto the ground, is like, in English there's an expression, it's like herding cats. And I heard the equivalent apparently here is like getting chickens into a box or something like that, is it? Do you know that one?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, do you? Well, obviously, leave the culture to me then.
Okay, talking about the England team, well, good luck to Liam, and we hope that he gets well soon and gets back into the England squad. Talking about Joe Root, integral part of the England camp, and he's been performing well. He's been performing well when it comes to fun as well. Once again, Zainab catches up with these guys, and they're having a ball.
So Joe, this segment is about how well you know yourself. I'm going to ask you questions about yourself, and let's see if you can get that right. At which ground did you make your test debut?
Nagpur.
Well done. At which ground you made your T20 debut?
I think that was at the Wankhede.
Well done. Who was the bowler against who you hit the first 6 of your test career?
Ashwin.
You remember that really well. You didn't even take some time for
No, I don't hit many, so I remember most of them. Yeah.
Right. Who was your first test wicket?
Ed Cowan, I think.
With which England player do you share 10th century partnerships in tests?
Alistair Cook. Johnny? Johnny.
On second go, I'll give you that.
Okay.
I'll give you that. At which ground did you complete your 10,000 test runs? Easy.
At Lords.
Yep, the home of cricket. You have 163 catches in tests. Which batsman was your 100th catch in test cricket?
I have no idea.
No idea?
No idea.
James Pattinson.
James Pattinson.
You bowled 1 over in T20 World Cup final in 2016 and took 2 wickets. Do you remember the victims?
I think it was Johnson, Charles and Chris Gale.
Well done.
Yeah.
You've got a really good memory.
Well, these are all like highlights of my career. I should know these.
What's your highest test score and against which team?
It's against Pakistan. I think it's 254.
Well done. They'd be hoping that there's no repeat of that in this series. But yeah, well done.
Thank you.
All right, coming back to the second session, which is about to start on day 5. Now, we know it's clear and cut out there. Pakistan 174 to win. England needs 7 wickets. I'm quickly put in those questions, starting with you, Uruj. So it's around 3.5 runs and over, and Pakistan's doing well at the moment. As we see, they've scored 80 in the first session. Things can change at any point in time. You win one session as a bowling unit, and it can all go haywire. So what would you tell your batters out there, Salman and Azhar, to come after this, and then you have the tail?
I said this on comms as well. I'm surely what has to be said is be positive and first you have to look for the win. You have to go for the win. Everything is played in Pakistan's favor. The wicket, again, the most placid you'll ever get if you ever want to chase that score. They've scored at about 3.2, 3.3. What they need is, even if you cut sort of 10 over, 65 remaining, say let's take 55, that's still just about 3 runs and over. So if they continue doing what they're doing, every opportunity that presents itself, look for the runs. You don't have to be extravagant, and if a couple of wickets fall down, then you can shut shop. But surely Pakistan has to go for the win.
So you're saying Pakistan can do it?
Absolutely.
Okay. On win percentage, David, what do you say? How would you differ the two?
Well, start of the day, I was on a 60-40 in favour of England, reflecting the fact that it's still a very good pitch. Reflecting the fact they had those wickets from yesterday evening. I think that's closed up again now. I'm still saying England because just a couple of wickets will change the balance. So 55-45.
55-45. Let's see what happens in the second session on day 5 of this first test match. 174 to win Pakistan. England needs 7 wickets. Action begins on the other side of the break. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi, where still all results are possible. It was a good first session for Pakistan in this DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Just the one wicket for England, and that was a bit of a strangle down the leg side of Imam ul Haq. We didn't see Azhar Ali come out after being retired hurt last night. He is padded and he's due to come in next. We did see Rizwan, who blocked the seamers and tried to smash the spinners. Shakil has played nicely on debut, 63 and 132 deliveries. He also was pretty quiet against the seamers. Last night he played a few cuts, but against the spinner, and Leach in particular, he's used his feet beautifully and either chipped it leg side or hit Leach back over his head. Looks a good organised player, Saud Shakil. One surprise today so far is that we didn't see Ben Stokes. Bazid Khan mentioned it earlier. It was a good point that England went straight from seamers, Robinson and Anderson, to their spinners, Leach, Jacks and then Root. I'm wondering if we'll see a bit of Ben Stokes, the enforcer, straight after lunch. Bat continues to dominate ball here, 657 and 264 for 7 declared. Plays 579 and 169 for 3. Pakistan need 174 runs. To win, England needs 7 wickets. Well, Bazid, you mentioned it earlier. You're a bit surprised you didn't see Ben Stokes. He's got his cap off. He's going to have a bowl, I reckon.
Yeah, the way things have gone, Ben Stokes, you would have expected him to bowl after Anderson and Robinson, after the initial hour where they bowled so well and Pakistan was sort of stuttering and just blocking it. You would have thought that Stokes would have come into the attack. I think this is the important passage of play, the important part of the day's play. If England don't get a wicket early, if they don't get a wicket for another half an hour, 45 minutes, then Pakistan definitely in that driving seat. This spell from Stokes normally does bowl those hard overs. This spell from Stokes would probably define how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, he does have that magic arm, likes of previous England all-rounders, likes of Botham and Flintoff had when the skipper needs a wicket to put in the hard yards, and he's often been an England all-rounder. And he is the skipper himself now. Didn't bowl before lunch, on straight after lunch. And the field tends to suggest it's just going to be normal pitch-up reverse swing. Anderson reversed it a bit just before lunch. Let's see if Stokes can reverse it. Key for Pakistan, take it deep, take this partnership deep. Stokes will continue to attack. Boundaries will come. Slip, 2 gullies on a drive man offside. Stokes with the first over after lunch. And straight away a bit of reverse swing.
Doesn't matter how easy the pitch is, 5th day is never easy. And I think Pakistani batsmen, they handle the pressure well, they handled the spells really well, especially in the morning when the pacers were coming in hard. Robinson, Anderson, they bowled good lengths. I think the pressure handling was outstanding from Saud and of course from Rizwan.
Yeah, the first one came in slightly easier from around the wicket to get the ball coming into the left-hander, harder on the angle. Stokes is a very good reverse swing bowler. We've seen that over the years, especially to Rizwan, the right-hander. He creates an angle, so communication immediately between Rizwan and Saud. It is reversing. Let's switch on. That's the one that goes away. Good take from Pope.
Start of a session is always very important and crucial, especially when you are a batsman. So far, South faced 135 deliveries and they look very comfortable. It is all have to start again. No more short deliveries this morning. This morning they bowled full, they bowled good lengths. Last night or last evening when they declared, they came in with a different mindset. I was expecting a little bit more of that short deliveries from England. South Shakil has shown good temperament. Likes to bat in the fourth inning. Good average, in good form. Scoring 100 in the previous match, the last match he played in Quaid-e-Azam Trophy.
Good start from Stokes, a maiden, 169 for 3. Wonder who they'll go at the other end with a hint of reverse, and the fact that seam has been harder to get away or swing slightly faster men. Wonder if they'll go with two seamers. I think they should. Real disparity between the run rate against the quicker men today and the spinners. The moment spin came on, Rizwan in particular jumped out of his bunker, smashed it everywhere. It is going to be seam at both ends. Anderson.
And this is why he's such a fantastic athlete. Who would expect Anderson to come back after lunch? And the discussion here would probably be about reverse swing and the lines that they're going to attack at. But throughout the day, Anderson, as he does, has just come in, hit a length, bit of reverse, but the figures 1 for 11 off 11. Even in the subcontinent, he's so good at making sure that his length is perfect, that batsmen don't get any freebies.
Those two men catching where Rizwan chipped it in the first innings. A slip and a gully. The outswinger, the problem with the outswinger on this pitch, if it's a faint nick through to the keeper, you're fine, but is there enough carry to get through to the slip? I was going to say cordon, but there's just a slip there. So root at slip has to come in very close. A feather will get through to the keeper, but an edge, root has to almost put a helmet on and come close. Pitch is dying so much.
Full marks to Anderson, the way he has played this match so far. On a very slow pitch, he kept on running in and bowling the right length. He bowled 6 overs. The first spell this morning, only given 5 runs, and then he, just before lunch, he's bowled 3 overs, I beg your pardon, and he's bowling again.
Another tick for Stokes is that he's kept Anderson relatively happy, actually. I know an old Anderson a few years ago on this sort of surface, especially just before lunch, when Saud charged him down the pitch. Anderson wouldn't have been amused. But he's kept going, he's been good in the field, he's sprinted after everything. He's bought into the methodology of Stokes, kept his catches up even here. There's 4 catches in on a flat one.
Again, we talk about moments in Test match cricket. This is a sort of early session after lunch where you think if Pakistan can get through this, then looking at spin being introduced again, and that's comfort level again. The problem that Stokes has, that spin hasn't been as effective, but that all can change if they get a wicket early on with the seamers.
There's the in-swinger, nicely punched down the ground. That's a beautiful off drive from Rizwan. He moves to 46.
Rizwan was waiting for that in-swinger from Anderson. That's why he didn't plant his leg early. He just waited and waited and then punched it through that mid-off. Good timing. He's a very fine player when it comes to hitting down the pitch.
Oh, in the air. In the air. Nearly had him. Nearly like the first innings. 173 for 3.
It's bounced a little bit more than usual. I'm not sure if that one hit the crack or just the cross seam has worked for Anderson, but he was in the air. There are a few cracks on the pitch which have opened a little bit, not much. So the odd ball lands in it and keeps low at times, and few times we've seen the ball sort of jumping up, not much, but little bit more than usual. Let's have a look at that delivery which I was just talking about, that it might have just landed in the crack. That's no ball from end Stokes. A few cracks there. Maybe. The shiny side was more toward the right. It just popped up a bit. Could have easily gone straight to the bowler. Back to Anderson.
Now Stokes with his captaincy challenges his players a lot. Big no ball that time around. Is it come to that stage when he'll take it upon himself to actually bowl a long spell and make a difference?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, body and knee permitting, but he's got a big ticker, we know that. And he is the man for the big occasion. We've seen that in the last few years. When it comes down to the crunch, which is where this game is going. There's still a bit of drama in this game. Light closing in later tonight, couple of wickets. Nazim at 8, injured batter in next. Test cricket tests you right till the end. Captaincy today has been remarkable, really. You know, previous captains with 1 wicket in the day will have the field spread. 1 wicket in the day and he's still got 4 catches on a flat one. He won't take a backward step, that is for certain, rightly or wrongly. That will be a couple. I said yesterday we will flicker and alternate between Stokes' genius captaincy and Stokes' foolhardy captaincy. 2 quick wickets last night, it looked like genius. Quick wicket this morning, looked like genius. Now this partnership, people say, well, should you have declared on here? I know one thing, if he hadn't, today would have been dull. .176 for 3.
Are you surprised, Nas, that no short stuff this morning? Yes, they picked up a wicket and there was a little bit of swing, but the ball was carrying quite nicely in the morning session.
Yeah, it did do a little bit. I mean, it's all relative this morning, but Robinson went past the edge 3 times, Anderson once, they got the wicket. So maybe they thought, you know what, it's reversing a bit, we'll stick with that. They could have gone to Stokes then. I think that was the one thing maybe Stokes. Sometimes he underbowls himself. He went to his spinners. He has backed spin since he's been captain. He's backed Leach more than any other captain, really. Corley's, oh, gone! Gone, Anderson! Just moving it away, and England get another one after lunch.
And it's that man, Jimmy Anderson, who provides the breakthrough. Just that ball seaming away, the outswinger. And thankfully the nick was fine, carried to the keeper. What a big moment. After lunch, Jimmy Anderson strikes. Rizwan 46, Pakistan lose their 4th.
Another twist in this game, a wicket after lunch, and the person who retired last night retired injured. Azhar Ali comes in with a sore digit, and he's at the crease because Jimmy Anderson has got one just to swing away and find the edge of Mohammad Rizwan's bat. Just that movement, maybe on 46, he was trying to run it down to 3rd man for 4. All he did was run it into the gloves of Ollie Pope.
A little bit more zip in that delivery, and the open face of the blade got the edge. Big wicket. They were searching for this wicket before lunch. They got it straight after lunch. And once again, Anderson bringing his experience into play, picking up a massive wicket of Mohammad Rizwan. Game is open again.
Just 2 wickets away from the bowlers now, England. A slip, a gully, a short point and a short mid-wicket. Azhar Ali has had his problems against Anderson with leg before wicket. He's opened his stance up because of Anderson and getting that front leg in the way. This was the injury yesterday evening. Index finger, he had to go off.
You talked about that problem that Azhar sometimes has when he falls over to the offside. I think he has that problem gets exaggerated somehow when they're taller bowlers operating. I don't know what the theory is there, but when that taller bowler gets the ball to dip back in, that gets exaggerated.
Anderson will try and set him up. A couple of outswingers, and then there's big surprise in-swinger targeting that front pad. There's the outswinger again. He's very patient in situations like this, Jimmy Anderson.
And as you talked about that outswing, you talked about the nick to slip, it won't carry, but thankfully it was so well bowled that little nick went to the keeper.
There is the in-swinger. He just pushed at that, Azhar Ali. Not the pitch you wanted to be just pushing, not with England having players catching in front. A bit of a cutter maybe from Anderson. Yeah, just rolled his fingers down the side, as Azhar Ali indicates.
Smart from Stokes again. That point goes to the fence, basically just allowing Azhar Ali the single if he can pop it offside.
Excellent from Jimmy Anderson. 176 for 4.
Yeah, that last delivery, he tries to bring it back to Azhar. Maybe the length was touch short. To get a bit of swing, I think you need to bowl a little bit fuller than that. Especially when you're looking to trap, looking to get that LBW going for you. Once again, good crowd in.
And as reverse swing, yesterday one of the fast bowlers haven't come to Pakistan, or Stuart Broad. He tweeted saying that bouncer theory scuffed up the ball quickly, will scuff up the ball quickly, and reverse swing will play a huge part. Thankfully he can give us tactics. I don't know about you lot, I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, just follow Broad on Twitter and he'll tell you what England's plans are. They've obviously changed that ball, and Anderson wasn't happy with the one they've been given, but it has actually, they've worked on it and got it reversing. This is the way round they'd like it. The right-hander to Stokes. Stokes to right-handers when it's reversing. He leans away and it looks like it's coming in and it just drifts away and you follow it. This is the way they want to bowl here to Azhar Ali. See Stokes here, a lot of the game of cricket is about creating angles. He'll lean away to the offside. Looks like he's pushing it in, but when it's reversing, he'll push in and then just at the last second tail away, and you follow it as a batter. Like that.
His action is in much better shape than what I've seen back in England, because he's coming down nicely. This one went away. Good sort of seam position. But normally I've seen him in England or in the previous games, he falls away a little bit. But this time around he came nice and straight and presented that seam beautifully.
Good carry as well there. He'll be disappointed there, Stokes. He wanted 6 deliveries at the right-hander. Yeah, cross with himself. Easy shot for Azhar Ali to play. Cut hard, there's no one out there. Stokes continues to attack. 182 for 4.
Enough of this leaving business. South Shakil decided to play that cut shot, which he plays really, really well. He played in front of the square. This normally he plays very late and he tries to use the pace. This time he made sure that he got full face of the bat.
Just bear in mind time as well. Around about 4:45 local time we've been going off. So time is of the essence. England now bowling seamers because their spin have looked innocuous on this flat pitch. 4:45, round about that time. We've been walking off every day. So with seamers bowling, that obviously slows down the over 8. One 6-1 to go 1-0 up. 6 wickets to go 1-0 up.
When you get hit on the finger once in the game, you're always hesitant and it really jars your hand and then it hurts. It looked okay there.
Just looks a bit jumpy. Azhar Ali, very experienced, 96 test match, played a lot of cricket in England. Likes of Somerset and Worcestershire, and you'll know this attack. Looks jumpy.
Well, he's not comfortable with the length Anderson's bowling. That's why he's just sort of trying to run down the pitch and get to the pitch of the ball so and smother the swing or the seam, whatever is available. He'll make sure that he plays with a straighter bat, unlike Mohammad Rizwan, who tried to run the ball to the third man and got nicked.
Pulled. There is a fine leg out there, should cut it off. Just a single.
Karbhai, last night we went for dinner. You didn't join us, but talking yesterday on comms, and I mentioned that there was no chance of a draw, and Nas was very kind. He humored me. Yesterday, somebody at dinner said there is no chance of a draw, and Nas was straight away. That is schoolboy thinking. And I heard that. I heard that.
Literally made a story up from nowhere, Baz. Seriously.
I heard that. Somebody
you're better
right
than
outside
that. You're so much better
somebody
than that.
in the commentary
Don't become like
box.
Atherton. You're so much better than that.
So once Nas says that, the story is absolutely 100% true.
So what is Baz Viz saying now? The server was down late yesterday, according to you. How are you pricing this? What's happening? Pakistan win, what percentage?
The server is still sort of stuttering. It comes up and then goes
bit
back.
like you at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Fumbling, stuttering. I still think Pakistan have a chance, but Azhar Ali, well, if he can attack the spinners, normally he takes lots of time, so that draw percentage has slightly increased. Osaka boundary contest. Whenever boundary is hit, when the Osaka displays have the LED boards, batsmen get 10,000 PKR. 74 South Shakil's hit 11 boundaries. At the moment, he's looking the most secure.
Down the wicket again. We saw that just before lunch. End of the over, 183 for 4.
Ben Stokes to continue. Yeah, precariously poised this match, especially after that wicket fell. Mohammad Rizwan, who had turned after playing the first 20 odd deliveries and got runs and had a good partnership with Saud Shakil.
Come on, lads. One now hurts here, boys.
Well, Anderson is a remarkable performer, isn't he? 40 years of age now, and just managed to get this ball reverse swinging a touch after lunch. Few out, couple in, and then just holding the line again to Rizwan, who perhaps wasn't sure which way the ball was going, and feathered it through to Pope. It's the seamers who've looked most likely for England today. Anderson and Robinson to start with, Stokes a little bit after lunch. They might have to do a fair amount of work throughout the afternoon because the spinners have looked ineffectual.
Well, and that is the problem, isn't it? There's only so much they can do. And also, you know, obviously the more they work, the more energy gets dissipated, pace will be down, the effectiveness is down. So just clever interweaving, I think, is the way to go for Stokes. And by interweaving, I mean sort of manipulation of the attack, spin in, spin out, of alternation.
Just on that, it probably provides Pakistan bits and pieces of windows where the spinners do come on and where they can look for runs. Still plenty to go. 159 for Pakistan. game's not shut by any means for either side.
Well, that's the beauty of the situation. Nobody knows what's ahead of us, and all the people in the ground as well. A terrific turnout here on the final day. They'll be thinking exactly the same thing. What is going to happen?
Nicely driven. Pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, again, just praise for the captaincy, or the bravery of the captaincy, because a lot of captains in this sort of holding situation where you know you need a wicket, but you don't want the runs to pile in at all or add up at all, would have more men, yeah, maybe the sweeper out. But it's all attack, isn't it? It's the short men mid-wicket. As it were, a slip, a full slip, a gully, the short cover. It's all about keeping the chance of taking a wicket in play.
The game's just been held up a little bit because somebody behind the side screen. Not quite sure where it is. I think it's
Rude. If it's those two on the roof, that's ridiculous.
They've settled down. Yeah, and I don't think the strategy from Ben Stokes will change much. I'm sure pretty much throughout the rest of the day, as the over done 59 overs done, 186 for 4. I think pretty much throughout the day, Ben Stokes will probably continue to attack and have those fielders in those positions where, in those catching positions, and obviously still have certain men out where he feels if the shot is played and it carries and the catch is on at the boundary. But I think just there is again the window for Pakistan, where every now and then when the ball's not there and they inch themselves ever so close to what will be a fascinating end to this test match.
Get the sense that Anderson is trying to set Azhar Ali up by dragging him across his crease. He's a bit of a shuffler early on, Azhar Ali. He's a very good player, of course. I think Anderson is trying to get him across his crease, and then he'll go for the surprise in-swinger. Because England in the past have had a bit of success targeting Azhar Ali's front pad.
Let's pick that up. Just a single, and when I'm sure the teams are planning, they look at LBW candidates, and when teams are playing against Pakistan, is because of that shuffle that he does go across. He does get himself wrapped on the pad so many times. Saw that against Leach as well with the new ball. He did go back, but you know, the new ball just straightening.
Yeah, this is always I know that you know that I know that you know stuff, isn't it? Because Azhar Ali will know exactly what people will try against him. He's done something about his stance, hasn't he? So it's not as though you're, as it were, blissfully unaware of the possible tactic against you as a batsman. And the beauty, of course, is that if an Anderson is capable of just weaving that little bit of magic, getting on to move a little bit more, you have a chance. And the first innings was... this is the new ball with Leach and a bit of skid. Okay, yes, it's an LBW, but it's not quite the one we're talking about, if I can just make that point.
So Shakil just trying something different, shuffling, coming down the wicket slightly. He's got the field set for himself for the ball that angles across the left-hander. It's a similar fashion which he lost his wicket to in the first innings. It was Robinson who angled the ball across him. Saud Shakil has been thoroughly impressive on debut, 72. He's looked in control. Does have the first class experience behind him, but it's a whole different ball game when it's it's on the international stage against a quality side. Clipped off his legs. He picks up another boundary. Has the over done? Pakistan 191 for 4.
In a sense, that's what Saud Shakil has done very well as well, all the way through this innings. Any little opportunities, he's taken them. Might just have damaged the bottom of the bat there, because this is pretty much Yorker length. It's the toe of the bat that flicks it away, just slightly offline from Anderson. But he's been very good. Anything just slightly away from the prescribed lines, prescribed lengths. He's just played them away with proper cricket shots, kept it all ticking.
He's looked good, Saud Shakil, so far, and just have a look at what we know about him. Got a 56 against England in his ODI, and against England under 19 World Cup played for the final, and the average there also very impressive. So he is one in the making, and he's got a very good opportunity here to take Pakistan deep into this game and keep it alive for them. The victory for Pakistan surely on the cards. Yes, situations change, the sessions change, but they'll have to be smart about this. The one man who's been exceptionally smart throughout this test match has been Ben Stokes. And once again, he's got two men catching in front, a slip and a gully.
Yeah, and that's the line. Very, very straight. And it's all a question of where he puts that front foot. What he's done, of course, is just take the left foot out a little bit in the stance. But he does come back into line. Still got to stay in line. But he's just making that big effort not to go too far across with that left leg and have to play around it. So he can bring the bat down straight when it is delivered straight.
Just trying to create angles there, Ben Stokes. As he approached the crease, he just ducked out a little bit to go wide, which is generally what he looks to do when the ball is reverse swinging ever so fractionally. Look how wide he is there. Tends to go wide, angle it in and then take it away. And what that does, it means that the right-hander has to play at deliveries he shouldn't.
Exactly why Azhar Ali is shuffled across and come down to negate any movement whatsoever. I think, Athas, you make that point where the movement becomes a little bit more exaggerated, coming wider from the crease, and if he gets anything to just straighten up a little bit, the offside, the slip cord and all come into play.
Yeah, he's a very skillful bowler with the old ball, and that angle, what it means is, from a right-hander's perspective, is you think the ball is coming in, so you tend to play then at balls you shouldn't, and then with the late movement it brings the slips into play. The other way round, to take an example, would be the way Andrew Flintoff used to bowl at left-handers from round the wicket, taking the ball away to the slips. It's a good skill to have and very tricky to get used to as a batsman.
Almost. Our plan almost works, but he'll pick up a boundary as the ball flies through the slip cordon.
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about, really. The angle here from Stokes, who moves, again, very wide on the crease. And on the line, you'd think, well, this is just leave it. It's an easy leave. But, of course, Azhar Ali is thinking, well, look where the ball is coming from. And if it keeps coming in, then it'll threaten my off stump, therefore I have to play.
But on behalf of all batsmen who've ever used the outside edge as a run-scoring device, well played.
197 for 4.
I enjoy that because you got Stokes who put his hands on his head straight after delivery when it went through slips, but under control for 4. If you're the batsman and you've just played it late, which is what Azhar Ali likes to do. Oh, by the way, we've got a no ball, so everyone assuming that was the end of the over, but I'm afraid we'll have to regroup and start again. Third umpire's eagle eyes spotted that. Yeah, as a batsman, if you get bat on ball, goes all the way down, finds that gap, you're absolutely happy.
That will be the end of the over. 60 overs gone. Pakistan 198 for 4.
Well, the remaining target reduced to 145. I mean, yes, we've tried to make up a little bit of time today yet again. We're always going to be restricted by the fact that sun will go down at much the same time again. Official sunset in Rawalpindi, give or take 5 o'clock. So, scheduling a third session to go beyond that, and we've come off the field at pretty much 4:45 or just before every day so far, means that you have to take, say, give or take 10 overs off the remaining minimum overs, which currently stand at 56, so let's call it 46.
Robinson into the attack now.
Well, Michael's point was that the seamers have been the ones most likely to take the wicket, so they have got to do the work. At least with the ball now, what is it, 61.1 overs old. If there's a little reverse, it's better than none.
In the air, what a beauty! Absolutely brilliant from Stokes. Saud Shakeel with his head down. England have their 5th.
Yeah, terrific captaincy from Ben Stokes. Having those close fielders in. It's Jennings who was flinging himself away to his right. The change of bowling has worked. Robinson floating it up, offering the drive. Shakeel failing to get on top of the drive. And England have had those catches in all day long. And it's paid dividend now with Shakeel gone for 76. And Pakistan 5 down now, 198 for 5.
England have broken this game open. As Salman Agha makes his way in the centre. It's a tall ask in front of him at the moment. Brilliant from Stokes. And England Robinson putting it up there. Saud Shakeel got the man perfectly. Jennings was put there perfectly. Oh, what a brilliant catch that is. Absolutely brilliant.
The little difference for Saud Shakil was he had to stretch. It was just that little bit wider. Normally speaking, where he's driven so well all the way through this innings, it's been 9-10 inches closer to him, so it's been under his head. But that little bit of a stretch meant he couldn't get quite on top of it. But Stokes has done so well here, just keeping the men in place like this. He's been patient. And England do realise that if they keep chipping away, even it might seem slowly, with the tail that's still to come, right, we're down to pretty much the last recognised batsman, the last two. So another one soonish, and you've got the tail, and you know, you've still got to work hard to get people out, but they've chipped away beautifully here.
And they will get a second new ball before the end of this game. For how long remains to be seen, given the shortened nature of the day here. But if that tail does come in, the tail hung around in the first innings, but perhaps less likely to if the ball is new and hard, and the seamers, if they can find enough energy to bowl as they did yesterday with a new ball and bowl some short stuff, that might well discomfort the tail.
That's been timed. Will be a boundary for Salman to get off the mark. Also brings up Pakistan's 200, 202 for 5 now.
Ben Stokes, as you saw, is completely unconcerned about the boundary. He's left that gap there because he wants men in potentially catching positions, and that includes the short men in front of the bat, and there's 4 of them plus a short leg, so that's where they concentrate. It's imperative on Robinson here. I mean, the plan is very straightforward. Keep it straight, keep it full, tempt the drive either side.
That's tailed back. David, talking about the field here, and I think it was just a slight tinker in the field before that wicket fell. Stokes moved it a lot more straighter, forcing the batsman to sort of play square or force the shot, false shot really. I think there's much better field now, straighter. He's been brilliant all day, all test match really. Just the fine adjustments, isn't it? It is a game of fine margins. It's one of your favorite terms.
Certainly is, well remembered. Normally applied to PSL and T20s, but yeah.
Oh, he's done well to get out of that, Azhar Ali. 62 gone, Pakistan 203 for 5.
No ball.
Maybe not. No ball again. Robinson overstepping. Confirmation there. He's had a problem throughout this test match, every now and then overstepping.
One of the over.
It's one of my little bugbears. Only because if you bowl what looks like a wicket-taking ball with a no ball, of course, the whole thing is a waste of effort.
Straight to the man on the boundary. And that will be the over. Pakistan now 205 for 5.
I mean, talking of which, Ben Stokes was one of the worst defenders when he first played Test cricket. For some reason found it really hard to stay behind that front line. And his first potential wicket in Test matches, was that Adelaide? I think it was. Michael's memory is slightly better than mine. Adelaide it was. I hadn't remembered it was Haddin, but yeah, the no ball comes up. And instead of having your first Test wicket, the scorecard just doesn't show it. And it's a bugbear for me. I always think that I understand bowlers putting in effort. I understand the hard work that goes into bowling, but I always think that keeping your front foot behind that line is possibly one of the simpler things about it. And the bowlers will probably come back at me with a cudgel, but
it's quite an interesting field now because he's set 2 men back on the leg side for Azhar Ali, but he's still got those catches in on the offside, a slip, a gully and 2 catches on the drive. So to use an English phrase, he's trying to have a bob each way. He's going to bowl the odd bouncer here to Azhar Ali, and there's got a chance of a catch in the deep, but he wants also Azhar Ali shuffling across his crease, looking for the bouncer, and then he'll pitch it up as well.
Yeah, the lone man on the boundary, about 15-20 yards in on square leg, but no one else close catching on the left side. So he's going to keep looking for that outside edge. He's getting the ball to move slightly both ways. And of course for the LBW as well, for the one that comes back in. It's been timed. It's been timed nicely. Azhar Ali will pick up another boundary.
Well, one of the things for Pakistan on this final day has been that they know they don't have to score ridiculously quickly, and that if there are boundaries on offer, if you're talking in one-day terms, that keeps you up the run rate. Of course, the wickets now, that chipping at the way at the wickets is the key thing for England. It's well bowled. Little fuller, just a tiny bit of shape.
Yeah, the way Azhar Ali has played the last 2 balls, both the one that went for 4 and that single, kind of slightly squared up, just suggests that there's enough movement, just a hint of movement to keep Stokes interested. Again, moving very wide on the crease to try and create an angle. You can see how far away from his body Azhar Ali is playing.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's the shape that we've been talking about, just leaving the right-hander this time to Salman Agha. Oh, wonderful shape there. I think it also puts a doubt into Azhar Ali's mind, where he gets him squared up looking for the ball that moves away, but he's also conscious of the fact that Ben Stokes might sneak that one that comes back in, and he doesn't want to be in front of the wickets at that point. .210 for 5.
Aruj, can you just help me one little thing, one minor point about Salman? He's written in the official literature as Agha Salman. Elsewhere he's written as Salman Agha. Which are we to believe and which is right?
For questions like this, I turn to my right and stare Mazhar in the eyes.
Right, well, Mazhar's busy sorting out the Comcam.
He's a guy who knows everything, but from what we know and what the team sheet says, it's Salman Agha.
That means that Mazhar is up against the might of Cricinfo, for instance, who put him down as Agha Salman. Well, it's unresolved then.
Either way, we can refer to him as Salman.
Or Agha, depends how familiar you are with him.
Each of you can take your own pick. Ollie Robinson now again in conversation with Ben Stokes, getting this field spot on deep square on the boundary.
Now, maybe they know the answer. They know the answer to which tea to drink in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Do they have opinions on Agha Salman versus Salman Agha?
Athers, you and I spoke earlier in the day before the start of play regarding Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and how they've sort of been brave about it, to say the least. And we spoke about how it's brave and strategic. And why I say that, because Ben Stokes, in his calculation of how many overs he might need to pick up these 10 wickets, has also probably calculated a few overs, a good chunk of about 10 or 20 overs with the new ball. And you mentioned the tail, which is obviously long, is a point that Pakistan will be concerned about. That's why it is such a brilliant decision, brilliant declaration.
Yeah, there's just different phases of play, isn't there? Cricket in the subcontinent runs to a different rhythm to that in England and certain other parts of the world. It can go slow, and then suddenly the ball start to reverse, and maybe things happen more quickly. And then if you get the chance with the second new ball, and given the nature of Pakistan's tail, which hung around pretty well in the first innings, but you could easily see the new ball having some impact there. So the rhythms of play go from, you can go for long, slow periods, and then things quickly happen. And that's very different to the nature and rhythm of play in England.
A game of moments within the sessions which change the flow of the game. The previous delivery just coming back in. The first two to Azhar Ali away from the bat. Points just been called up a few yards as well. Full and straight. He's done well to dig that one out, Azhar Ali. Pick up another couple of runs.
Well, if you're listening to Waqar Younis on commentary yesterday, maybe the day before, talking about the art of reverse swing, he very much talked about lowering his arm to get that in swinger going. Robinson there, ever so fractionally, just lowered his bowling arm, tends to release the ball from a very high point. In fact, he's got the highest release point of any bowler in England. But there, with the ball just starting to reverse, he just slightly lowered his arm.
212 for 5. Most runs scored in a test match in Pakistan, and this test match has topped that list now. 1,712 runs, 32 wickets have come. England looking for 5 more. It's been a long time coming for such a high scoring test match. 2009 was the previous one. Oh, brilliant. What a beauty.
That is a fantastic delivery from Stokes. Everything we've been talking about, that angle on the crease, the late movement, squaring the batsman up, and even almost doing for Ollie Pope wrong-footed. And it's the hardest when you first come to the crease, to try and get used to the angle and the movement. And Salman is only 6 balls into his innings. Might need a bit of luck to survive early on, just to get a handle on what Stokes is trying to do.
A look for 2. Comfortable in the end. It just adds to the level of difficulty when the ball's angling in, and it just sort of straightens. A different story when it sort of moves away from that angle. And if you're not picking it up as a batter, almost caught in no man's land. With the angle in and then the movement away. I got Pope wrong-footed.
Well, in defence of Salman, the original line was at him. There's just more movement than we've seen for 99% of this game. So he was already lining up to play it. It just went so far that actually it was good news for him because he was never going to get a bat on it.
Oh, beauty. That's gone past the outside edge. Smile on Stokes' face.
Yeah, there's no edge, I don't think. Stokes is just checking with Pope and Root at slip, but these are really good signs for England, with the ball probably reverse swinging now more than at any stage that we've seen in the game. The problem for Stokes is how long he can bowl for, how long can his seamers bowl for. He won't want to go back to spin at this stage, but of course he's only got 3 seamers as well.
It's his 7th over in this spell now. It's been a long spell, and he's probably continued because the ball's moving around. One of the best exponents of reverse swing.
We have seen, Arush, from time to time in England, when the match is absolutely on the line, Stokes will bowl an unbelievably long spell. We've seen him put in 9, 10, 11 over spells when the game is on the line. This may be one of those occasions.
Pakistan 214 for 5.
Well, we're in the vital part of this game now. We have waited for a long time for some kind of lateral movement for the seamers, and finally we have some proper reverse swing. And that man has just got to work out how to keep his 3 seamers going somehow. Anderson, Stokes, Robinson hold the key now with this old ball reversing.
The question is how long? It's only a first test match, a 3 test match series, and there's not a big gap between the test matches.
I think they just got to keep going. They put in so much effort. They made the declaration. As long as you don't feel like your body's going to snap. There's a couple of deliveries he hobbled, but he's hobbled for a year or 2 now. He says it's not getting worse. Michael Atherton mentioned the long spells he's bowled, that Headingley knock. Everyone forgets the long spell he bowled in that amazing Headingley victory. I think he's just got to keep going. The match is on the line right now in this little spell before tea.
Yeah, 100%. And England, with them declaring and making a statement that they're here to win or they don't believe in draws. This is the crux of all that. You've come to this situation where you know absolutely that the best chance that England has is reverse swing and Stokes and Robinson and Anderson. So you can't just let it go right now.
Anderson's only bowled 4 in this session. You cannot go to 2 spinners, so he's got to keep 1 reverse swing bowler going at one end, and then maybe a spinner eventually, but can't bowl both his seamers into the ground at the same time unless he then goes Anderson and a spinner. So he's going to have to be smart, Stokes, here. Been nothing for spin so far in this surface for 4.5 days.
And this is the first time really throughout those 4 days, and this the 5th day, where pace has threatened. There's been movement, there's been a bit of bounce as well, and just seems as if pace is threatening on this pitch. Well, we haven't said that at all through the course of those 4.5 days.
Obviously, Pakistan batters will be used to reverse swing. They're brought up playing in these conditions, so it's nothing new to them. Gets it through, and there may well be 3 runs there. There is. One delivery I'd like to see bowled to Salman is the full in-swinging Yorker. It's a delivery that's gone out the game. It's a delivery that the man next to me used to bowl. Take the pitch out of the equation, go for the magic toe crusher. He's got quite a high back lift. Azhar Ali has got a bit of a lower back lift. Just go for the magic Waqar Yunis toe crusher. Not as quick, but give it a go. Oh, it's done well to get that bouncing over the stumps. 217 for 5. And it's time for drinks. Wickets in this session. There's the equation After an hour of the second session with an hour to go, and then the final session, Pakistan need 126 more runs. England need 5 wickets. They got 2 wickets in this session. Anderson, the moment the ball started reversing, looked a completely different threat. Got one to move away of Rizwan, and then Robinson just got one into the footholes, and it was chipped by Saud to the short extra cover. Good catch. Ball's reversing. England have had a drink, and they'll go again with their seamers. Four bowlers to come. Haris Rauf, Naseem Shah, Ali and Mahmood. That will keep going England all the way. 4 bowlers to come.
Next 5 overs, I feel, are going to be really crucial for England. They have to pick up one of these batsmen to get Rauf, Naseem or Muhammad Ali, one of them to come in so they can put more pressure.
And that needs to happen quickly. 8th over for Stokes in this spell, so even with then Superman Stokes, I don't know how long he can continue.
Well, you'd be a brave man to go up to Stokes now and say, I think you've had enough, Skip. He just doesn't think like that. He saved himself after lunch. He didn't bowl before lunch. He saved himself for this spell. Keep an eye on his follow through with that knee. He often tells you if he's in pain or not. Bit of a grimace there. Rotate the 3, Anderson getting loose.
Wouldn't be a bad idea to bowl maybe Leach from one end and keep rotating the faster bowler from the other end to keep a little bit more energy in the faster bowler.
Could be a couple. They settle on one. Yeah, the only problem with that, Wacko, I don't know how you felt, but the spinner gets through his over fairly quickly and then you're back bowling. But I see your point.
Yeah, but then you can bowl your bowlers short spell, maybe 3 over, max 4.
I think that's what it will come down to, definitely. Half an hour of these seamers, and then he'll choose a spinner at one end and rotate the 3 of them in short spells.
And trust a fast bowler to whinge about bowling too many overs straight away.
Oh, edged, but no pace at all to carry.
Yeah, that's what Stokes looking for. He wanted the batsman to go for a drive and look to just go hard at the ball. That one died and it didn't carry at all. Very edgy. That look from Stokes saying, I'm gonna get you, mate.
Full toss, and he doesn't miss out. That was a tired ball from Ben Stokes. Azhar Ali has pounced on it. 223 for 5.
This crowd is not going anywhere. They're looking for a result, and result in favor of Pakistan. And the only man who can bring that glory to Pakistan is Azhar. He's the man. He's done it in the past. If he's still at the end out there, you never know.
$120 to win. England need 5 wickets. Time is going to be of the essence, really. 4:45 roughly they walk off. If you take 20 minutes off for tea, couple of hours, maybe 2 hours 20 left of play, 2 hours 25. Not really the overs, because we won't get in the full quota of overs. Haven't on any day. I reckon 2 hours 25 of play plus 20 minutes takes us to 4:45.
Easy pickings, a tight delivery from Stokes. No man out on the boundary. He's not happy with himself.
Yes, Sensodyne moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. Yeah, Anderson in this session bowled 4 overs, then had a bit of a break. He's come back for more, so this session has all been about reverse swing and fast bowling. Anderson into his 5th over this session.
Down the pitch. Anderson saw him coming and chucked it wider.
Robinson's bowled 3. So maybe a case where Robinson comes from the other end, because Stokes just looked as if he was done. Anderson just throwing it wider as Azhar Ali chips down the wicket.
Wakar, do you think the Yorker has gone out the game, or do you think they're just not quick enough, these two, or have the right action? By now, you and Wasim would have done the old toe crusher when you'd taken the pitch out of the equation.
It's the pace, Ness. It is swinging. We have seen throughout the day that swing is available, but it's not enough wheels, not enough pace behind the ball which can beat the bat or hit the toe. They have tried a few Yorkers here and there.
A long way across his crease there. Azhar Ali suddenly started to look fidgety. Started fidgety, then settled in. Now he's sort of down the pitch, across his crease. Early movement with his trigger there. He moved his right leg early, just about there.
It's more one-day technique, isn't it? Not bringing his left leg in front. He knows that Anderson will look to target and bring the ball in.
Finds square cover. End of another over. 2:24 for 5.
Here's a dream. Dream to meet Nasser Hussain. He's got really small dreams, hasn't he?
You have to go out there. Come on, Nas. Maybe a tee. He's not asking for much.
I'll go and meet him. I'm just on commentary at the moment, lads, to be honest, but tea time. We were debating if Stokes had had enough or that Robinson could come in after just 3. Maybe one more from Stokes. Maybe because Salman was on strike that Stokes said, give me one more at him. Come on. No! There were words, weren't there, after that big drive from Salman when he nicked it. He's still looking to be positive, which is the way to go. He's not gone into his shell. Really wide on the crease there. Ben Stokes jumped very wide and followed through very wide. Nearly ran into Brook at short mid-off.
Well, you're asking for a lot if you're looking to swing the ball away from that wide of the crease. You might be able to hold your line, but it won't gonna go away from the right-hander. You have to come a little bit closer to the stumps. Super effort. Bowling is 9th over.
Good crowding. Good to see. Really built nicely throughout the day. Work day, obviously, so it's good to see him in. We're having a fight now. I'm in next. Leave it to me. Should just be one. Is. Say that again. Psychologically, Pakistan get it under 100, get it down to 2 digits. 118 they need now. Get it down to 99. Do it in small bits. Fascinating if they do lose a few wickets and they only need 50 or 60. Will their bowlers still go for it? Down the pitch again. Works to leg. This time it will be a couple at least. And they push hard. Good running. They come back for 3. 228 for 5. Yeah, but we don't know it's -10.
115 required. Pakistan to win this game with 5 wickets in hand. 48 overs remaining. I'm not sure if we're going to get all of them. We might get say 35, 37 maybe. It all depends when the spinners come on and the ball quickly.
The other thing just to bear in mind, Waqar, get some advice from you on this. Would you take the new ball straight away? And if you would, then it means you have to rest a couple of your seamers. So there's 11 overs to go to the new ball. If you are taking the new ball as a skipper, you're going to have to think, right, who's going to take that? And we're going to go to spin. Or are you okay with the old ball?
Nice. That's why I was saying earlier that you have to bowl a spinner from one end to keep at least one of your fast bowler a little bit more fresher. You can't have a fresh bowler 5th day after tea or just before tea. So you have to bring in your spinner, ask him to keep sort of bowling tight line lengths, don't give any easy runs away.
And the other thing is the spinner could take the new ball, couldn't he? Leach got Azhar Ali out in the first innings with the new ball that just skidded on. So you could have save one of your seamers for the new ball if you take it. And this happened with the new ball in the first innings. So there's no necessity that the seamers have to take it at both ends. Fascinating how Stokes sees this, whether he's more comfortable with the old ball. It is doing more now than it has done. For those at home are thinking, why wouldn't you take the new ball? Well, just remember the first innings. All 4 openers, or 2 openers in each innings, got hundreds. Maybe the new ball with a bouncer theory like they did second time round England. We shall see.
Yeah, with that new ball, as you mentioned, you could go with the spinner, and England sort of preferred the ball to get older, to revert to their normal way of bowling. They wanted reverse swing before they went length, so it was bouncer, 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 and then when the ball got slightly older, then reverse swing.
That's the one they've been looking for. He nearly gets it spot on, but Azhar Ali just gets a bat on it.
The only issue now with that theory of getting that new ball and then going bouncer and back of a length and really putting those hard yards in, well, the fast bowlers have bowled for so long. Who will now think that they'd come up and bowl 4 bounces and over?
Down the pitch again, just taking that bottom hand off the bat.
Mark Wood would have been the ideal bowler right now, because there is a little bit of swing, reverse swing, and you will not see Azhar just coming down the pitch. He'll probably going backward because of his pace.
And you would see those Yorkers that we were discussing. He does have that pace. Oh, has he nicked it? No, just past the outside edge. Just past the outside edge. 228 for 5.
No luck. Anderson did get Mohammad Rizwan's wicket on a very similar ball. The odd ball does, when he hits the seam, just goes away. Especially when he goes away from the right-hander, it has caused issues.
Both of those may well come in for the Multan test. Wood on the right, not fit. Folkes ill for this one. So Folkes will take the gloves. You'd think in Multan, Wood would come in for Livingston. Have to leave another batter out maybe. Difficult decisions ahead. At the moment, the only decision is Stokes. How do we get another wicket and get into the bowlers?
The next test match is in Multan, and then off to Karachi for the last one. Beauty, that was a excellent delivery. And last time Pakistan played in Multan was back in 2006, and that game was drawn. Brian Lara was the man scoring double 100 in that game. So bowlers, get ready again.
Bouncer. Well taken again. Ollie Pope. His keeping has improved throughout the game.
Still going in this test match, still all results possible, maybe even a tie, but just remember that the world record is 1981 runs in a whole test match, and that was a timeless test match in Durban, and it stopped after 10 days because England had to go back on board, otherwise they would have missed the boat. 1,729 runs already in this test match.
Commentating with you, Baz, this has felt like a timeless test, to be honest.
1-0, Nasser Hussain.
3-0 actually overnight.
Yeah, just to get rid of the boredom. Tapal Tea Lounge.
Good solid block. Salman's looked very nice in this test match. Played spin well, obviously, in the first innings. Now challenged by a reverse swing. Lined it up pretty well so far. Still like to see a big booming Yorker to him from Stokes. And again, lined it up nicely. Is Stokes done? We will find out. 2:30 for 5.
Well, it's been one of those bone-shattering spells that Ben Stokes has become renowned for when the game is on the line. He's bowled 10 overs now in this spell after lunch. Didn't bowl this morning at all, but has given himself a very long spell in the afternoon. He's trying to keep his seamers going as long as possible. The ball is reverse swinging probably more than at any stage in the game. But how long those seamers can go for and what will happen as we get towards the second new ball, which is now, what, 8.5 overs away, will be fascinating. It's been an utterly absorbing final day's play here. We've been lucky to get it as a consequence of the rate that England have scored and the declaration yesterday. It's given us an absolutely fascinating final day. Pakistan need 112 to win. England need 5 wickets. I reckon we've got about 2 hours cricket left. We've been going off around about 22, quarter to 5 local time. We've got 20 minutes to take away from tea. So around about 2 hours play remaining. As Anderson beats the outside edge again. Remarkable performer this man is.
Once again, that movement nips back in and just holds away.
Lovely shot. This is a terrific on-drive partnership just starting to develop between these two. The last of the recognised top-order players, really. Salman settling himself and looking ever more assured.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit it. And kept his balance really well with the head. And key to getting it away.
Stokes keeps those catches in, 4 either side on the drive. That's been another feature of the play today, the way Stokes has just kept those catches in, even though the game is finely balanced. And 1 wicket has come in that area. Keaton Jennings took a very good catch to get rid of Shakil earlier. Pakistan chipping away at the victory target, 108 more. Close to the outside edge. That's 3 times now in the last 2 overs that Anderson has gone past the outside edge.
It's the inexperience, it's the pressure, it's all of that mounts on the ball that's leaving the right-hander, is just flashing outside the off stump. I'm sure Azhar Ali is going to have a word with him. Doesn't need to play at that. Such as the class of the man, Jimmy Anderson, asking questions all the time. Batsman on the other end, unsure.
He's just dropped a few of those close-in fielders now. Offering the single, which is taken. So Salman will keep the strike. 236 for 5. Keep your eye on Stokes. So this will be his 11th over.
As we spoke about this the last time we were on comms, I was talking to you when he was bowling his 7th off the spell. He's into his 11th now, and you obviously talk about in the past where the moments are up, he's there, he puts his hands up and sort of grabs the opportunity by the scruff of the neck, going for longer spells. 11th over.
Seen him do it time again. He almost like punishes himself. He just keeps going and going and going, but he'll do it only really when the match is absolutely on the line. He won't waste these overs and these types of spells if a game is just drifting to a draw. He waits for the moment. And he waits for the ball to be old because he's a very skillful operator with the old ball, and it starts to reverse. He is tremendously skillful.
The degree of movement with the one that goes away, the one that comes back in, quite distinct. Yeah, England happy to give Salman the single in the previous over. I feel they have a better chance against him. Ben Stokes would like to get more doubt across. It's got the ball talking, especially again, like we keep talking about, the one that goes away to the right-hander.
Edged fine for 4. Consequence of the movement that we talked about with the old ball and the lack of pace off the pitch. The ball just goes down, straight down, and beats Root at slip and Brook at backward point or short third man. Precious boundary.
Yeah, the shake of the head from Stokes tells a story, and the plan executed perfectly. Frustration.
Yeah, but on these pitches, this is the difference between a pitch which will just go through a bit. You get a little bit of movement and you find an edge, and there's a pitch that's got pace and bounce in it, then it'll go finer. End of story. On these, you've still got that sort of get out of jail as the batsman, whereby if you're just still close enough, it then becomes a semi-controlled shot. It's not flying in the air, it's basically hitting the deck quite close behind you, and if the gap is there, well then it is 4.
Once again, he just drops some fielders to the deep. So Duckett goes to deep point. Brook goes back to third man. There's a deep square leg as well, Will Jacks. And that's not really to save the boundary, although that is part consequence of it as well. But it's to try and give Salman that single again and get him on strike at the other end. England trying to keep Azhar Ali away from the strike, trying to put Salman on strike. They feel that's their best chance of getting a wicket right now. $240 for 5. Well, when you're expending a lot of energy, you want to keep the overs to 6 balls if you can, unless you get a wicket off the 7th.
Seen that a couple of times, haven't we? When the extra ball yields the wicket and suddenly it's not that bad after all.
Seen it the other way too, with this man, where the wicket comes, then they call a no ball. In this circumstance now, that would be almost a hanging offence.
There's that single that England don't mind giving away to give Salman the strike. 242 for 5. Well, it's been a good-natured test match. There's always a few words here and there in any long 5-day game. But relationships between the two teams very good. A lot of these players have played with each other in the PSL. They know each other very well, and I don't mind a little bit of chirp now and again once it's in the contest of a red-blooded competitive affair. That's fine, and once it's kept to a minimum, that's fine. It's been a good-natured test match.
Two men catching on the offside, closer together. Two men on the onside as well. Straighter. Slip still hanging in there, slightly wide though, Root.
That's why those 4 men are there in that ring. And Root at slip. Full length, offering the drive. Fine edge, could go to slip. We haven't seen many slip catches in this game. More likely to go to those men in front of square. That's how Shakil was dismissed, and that's what Anderson's looking for there.
Well, the cruciality of the situation has meant that Stokes has stuck with seam throughout the afternoon. No spin whatsoever in the afternoon on a pitch where you'd think you'd have to interweave spin with seam and keep chipping away. It's been so crucial because the spin was expensive this morning. So what was it, 16 overs, 72 runs, and not many threats. But at some stage, these three seamers will get tired.
Driven neatly again. Not for 4 this time, just for a couple, and it's Robinson giving chase. And in fact, a moment ago, it was Robinson doing some loosening exercises at mid-off, so he may replace Stokes, and that little jog may have helped him get loose. And Pakistan have got that target down to 99 now.
Well, it's been said many a time that the Pakistan tail is not quite as strong in this 11 as it has been over the last few years. And if you can get to the tail, you can hope for different things. But the key is getting to the tail.
Well, Azhar Ali has been starved of strike for some time, but finds himself now at the striker's end for at least one ball. Just looking at Leach as well, at short third man, he's also getting loose. So we haven't seen any spin, as David Gower rightly mentioned this afternoon. Which way will Stokes go now? The ball, remember, 74 overs old, so 6 away for a second new ball. Oh, that's nicely done, as if he read the in-swinger from Anderson, and he just shuffled across crab-like and whipped it for 4. 50 partnership, huge cheers, and Pakistan 94 away now.
He's the one who scripted it, and scripted it well. Came across, came down, covered the line of the ball, and then timed it away. He's got the crowd involved as well. .94 now for Pakistan. England still searching. Firstly looking to break this partnership open, which is a good one now. 51.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether that's a sort of one-off, just to break the rhythm a bit, or something which sparks a more positive approach as we get close to tea and straight after, because after tea, time will ebb away quite quickly. And we're down to, what, 94 runs to win, probably something in the area of 30, I don't know, 3 overs or so, being realistic.
Well, Robinson it will be to replace Stokes, who bowled an 11-over spell after lunch. We've got, what, 15 minutes until tea. So Robinson will take things through till tea, one assumes. Fancy Leach may come down and replace Anderson at some point.
Yeah, that Stokes spell, 11 overs, 1 made, none for 44. And just worth mentioning that, you know, going at 4 and over, it was a brilliant spell, but going at 4 and over is all it needs to happen.
It was a better spell than those figures suggest, wasn't it? Driven firmly and straight through mid-on. 250 is up for Pakistan. They're starting to look comfortable, Salman and Azhar Ali. Partnership is worth 55. Terrific atmosphere out in the ground as the crowd that's full now, they've come in, and it's certainly the low stands to either side square of the wicket are completely full. I sense we could be in for an epic final session. Driven again, Azhar Ali at the non-striker's end, a despairing dive to make sure he makes his ground, but I don't think Robinson got a touch on it.
You always know as a bowler when you've got something on the ball in your follow-through. It's gone for his foot on the way back. It's got Azhar Ali on the floor.
Azhar Ali did the right thing though. He had the bat in his left hand, and it's always easy just to stretch once it's in your left hand, the non-striker's end, and he was very aware of the danger. You've got to put a high price on your wicket, particularly in this situation. The men on the drive come straight up.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire's review for run out at the bowler's end. I need to check if the ball touched the bowler at all, maybe his clothing or his person.
We're just going to check that run out at the non-striker's end.
Okay, there. If you can replay that particular one. Yeah, nice and slow, and then you can give me purple. Okay, happy that decision for the big screen.
Clear distance between Robinson's size 10 and the ball. I suspect Azhar Ali might have made his ground anyway, but all is well and good as far as Pakistan are concerned. See those men, they've come very straight because of the last few drives from Salman have been so straight. Stokes has adjusted the field. Pope does well down the leg side. He's kept excellently, really. Given the context, given the circumstances. Close, very close. No. I think England will review this. It was very full, it dipped in. Yep, Stokes sends it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a plays review for LBW, original decision, a not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we have spin vision, please? I'll need Ultra Edge to determine any bat. Joel just waiting for the Ultra Edge. Okay, rock and roll when it goes past the bat, please. Yeah. We've got a flat line into the pad. Ball tracking when ready, please. Joel, impact is in line and it is missing the stumps. So you can stay with your original not out. I'll tell you when you're on screen, on signal now.
Just listen to the reaction in the crowd and that tells you all you need to know. There was silence as everybody's eyes in this crowd were glued to the big screen. They saw the replay and saw that Joel Wilson had made a very good decision. The ball dipped in, but because Salman was so far down the pitch, the ball had a long way to travel.
A really good on-field decision. And for all those few thousands who've come in on a Monday, probably missing work, as money's worth, this game is heating up.
It's good bowling, threatening that front pad. Very good from Robinson. England won't mind the single. 254 for 5.
Fine margins again. I mean, that decision, good one from Joel Wilson straight up. who analysed it perfectly from his standpoint at the other end. Not desperation, but just that little thing from England's point of view where so you must have a go at that review just in case. I think they would have known, for instance, Ollie Pope's directive from behind the stumps would have been, well, it's probably shading down, but you've got to give it a go under these circumstances. You've got the reviews in hand. The situation is getting tighter by the second.
Spin then for the first time this afternoon. England's seamers have been outstanding today. They've been accurate and menacing. It's been a different story when the spinners have bowled, and that's why Stokes has used himself, Robinson and Anderson mainly this afternoon. But now, with about, what, 9 minutes to go till tea, we're going to see a bit of spin for the first time in the session.
Keep it on, just come out.
Ben Stokes, Robinson, Anderson, they back themselves, they back the seamers with the movement that was there, with the reverse swing on offer. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. Jack Leach has 49 overs in the first innings, 13 in this one so far, and for the first time in this session. One slip, one man catching right in front. Extra cover up in the eye line as well. Mid wicket is close in on the leg side, and just mid on, mid off, hovering a few yards in from the boundary.
Lots of chat about the declaration yesterday. One of the other advantages is this availability of the second new ball. This is 75 overs old now, so it's going to become available pretty much straight away after tea, maybe after 1 or 2 overs after tea. Leach then.
Nice, boy.
A good partnership here, 57. Just a few minutes now left before tea. And 9 minutes to be precise. Azhar Ali and Salman will look to play these few minutes before they go back in. Yeah, the crowd enjoying themselves, and after that they'll probably need some Sensodyne because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Oh, that's beautiful bowling. Run down this ball over. Run down.
That's where he got Azhar Ali in the first innings, but it was with a new ball and it just skidded on more quickly, whereas there Azhar had time to just nudge it around the corner. Appeal, given him. Jack Leach for the first time in this session and has produced in his first over. It has been sent upstairs. We have a review.
TV umpire to director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Spin vision, please. Can I have Ultra Edge to check if any bat involved? Swearing for Ultra Edge, Hassan. Just rock and roll that again, past the bat. Thank you, no bat involved, ball tracking when ready. Okay, you want it into the body. Just rock and roll past the gloves there. It seems a couple of gremlins. Yeah, that's far away from the gloves. Ball tracking when ready, please. Hassan pitching in line, impact in line, and it's missing the stumps. You'll have to reverse your decision. I'll tell you when you are on screen. On screen now.
Wow.
You can reverse your decision.
The roar then in the crowd was unbelievable, and England's reaction, they can't believe it in the middle. I'm not sure I can believe it either. I didn't think that was going over the top. It looked straight. I fully expected 3 reds there, but 2 reds came and the final one was green. The ball was going over the top of the stumps on this lowest pitch of all time, and Salman has survived. Unbelievable.
For a pitch for which bounce hasn't come to, this is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable scenes. For one thing's for sure, Pakistan camp will be extremely happy. I'm not sure they would have thought this would have gone over the top. He's missed a straight one. And also what is remarkable is to see how much it's going over by.
On this pitch as well.
Cannot believe that.
And it is a great warning sign actually for Salman. The point that you made, a very good point about how well he's played straight down the ground. And he'll just be telling himself now, beware of that shot to Leach. Here's Robinson. Can England just get one more wicket before tea? 5 wickets is a lot to ask in the final session. 4 with Pakistan's tail would make it gettable. That's the side-on view. And you can see why Hawkeye showed it would have gone over the top.
Yeah, once again, a debate which will go on for a while. A final call is the technologies.
Was there an inside edge? Pope, moving smartly to his left, has just fingertipped it around the post. A run is given, catch put down. Tough one, but a chance gone begging.
Yeah, the umpire was off the bat. It was into his left stretched glove. Right. Azhar Ali, I'm very pleased they didn't stick inside his left glove. Ollie Pope would be disappointed. Another chance gone down.
I said moments ago how well Pope had done as a stand-in wicketkeeper. He put one down, didn't he, in the first innings, Imam. A very fine chance. And this one was a tough one again. You imagine that Ben Foakes might have taken it, one of the best in the world. Pope just doing it in his 8th first-class match, and for the 2nd time in Test cricket, just found it too sharp a chance to take. Robinson's playing for that wicket though, because he's got Root in there at leg slip now.
Just before Robinson was about to bowl the first ball, Root sort of stopped him from running in, asking whether he should move himself from slip to leg slip. And this is a definite plan they're working to, with the ball tailing back in a little bit more significantly, as is done pretty much throughout the Test match.
Real drama here just before tea. England straining to try and pick up a wicket. They've had a very close LBW shout, overturned on review, and a catch put down the leg side, a difficult one by Pope. Can they create something in this final over before tea?
They did create the 2 chances. For one, technology wasn't with them. For the second one, Ollie Pope just felt his left hand came too hard across the ball and didn't stick.
Okay, just think back to the dismissal of Imam ul Haq early in the day. Anderson round the wicket, down the leg side, little tickle. Pope gets across beautifully with both hands. There might be a slight difference in the angles, not much, but he moves really well. There's a glide there off the thin edge, thin-ish edge. This is much later in the day. You're going to be slightly sluggish, maybe in comparison, maybe just infinitesimally so. But but that can be the difference. That left hand, not his natural hand either.
Robinson tries a bouncer. The last ball before tea, it was a good bouncer. And that ends another absorbing session here in Pindi. At lunch, Pakistan were 169 for 3. They've taken that on to 257 for 5. England will regret that last 3 or 4 minutes just before tea. And they thought they had an LBW. And when they put down a chance, albeit a tough one, and Stokes is just gathering his team now before they go into the dressing room. He's gathering them around to just give them maybe a final pep talk before they get back into the dressing room, just to give them some instruction for when they come out after tea for what should be a fascinating final session. Pakistan need 86 runs to win. England need those 5 wickets, and we've got everything ahead of us.
It's been a fascinating watch this session. Plenty happening, plenty of drama. Wickets for England, runs for Pakistan. And the last over, an eventful one in the end. 59, the partnership between Salman and Azhar Ali. As the England team walks off. Second innings for Pakistan. Imam ul Haq 48. Azhar Ali in there after being hit and walking off yesterday. He's back in after Rizwan got out for 46. Shakil was brilliant for his 76, and Salman Agha with Azhar Ali in the middle. 257 for 5. Pakistan. Session highlights. Rizwan, after a bit of a subdued start, took the attack on, played some shots, but it was that beauty from Jimmy Anderson that just left Rizwan's bat. A faint tickle to Ollie Pope. So Shakil continues his good run of form, played well in particular. Square of the wicket as well. There were a few outside edges when the ball was reversing, and that was brilliant. What a take from Jennings. Robinson with the wicket of Shakil. The runs kept flowing whenever they were on offer. The outfield has been brilliant, and it's the timing that has caused the ball to race down. Salman Ali Agha played well, timed the ball down the wicket, and that was the talking point given by SN Raza. England was certain they'd had him. He wasn't sure either, but an excellent review in the end, showing that the ball was bouncing above the wickets by a few inches. The crowd absolutely loved it. England could not believe it. Match summary so far: 6-5-7 plays 5-7-9. England came out quick with a 264 for 7. They declared a brave declaration. Pakistan in pursuit, still requiring 86 runs to win. England need the 5 wickets. We'll be back after a short break.
Moments of joy in the second session, helping break the partnership between Rizwan and Saud Shakil. The fast bowlers came to the party and they got rid of both those set batters. And it was at that time when Pakistan had to rebuild, and they did that with Azhar Ali and Agha Salman. Let's have a look at the match summary. The important one is right at the bottom of your screen. Pakistan need 86 runs to win in this final session on day 5. They've got 5 wickets in hand, and that's what England needs. Hello and welcome to the Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and we'll discuss the final session, which is about to start in a moment. David Gower, Waqar Yunus alongside me. When you look at this game, it's still, I don't know, evenly poised, or it's just got that grip that you would want from a test match. Are England feeling tired because it just spent 35 overs between 2 Pakistan batting innings, and it's been a long time out there?
Well, because of the tactics that Ben Stokes has decided to use today, because of that insistence on bowling the pace through most of that afternoon session, yes, they will start to feel it in their legs, in their arms and their shoulders. But the situation means it is that one final effort to try and do something about it in the final session, which will be a short session. We know that from the times, the sun will go down the usual time. So it's basically an hour and a half, give or take, in this final session. And when you've got these sort of circumstances, you just drive your body through.
Yeah, you're right about that. We have the final session usually go up to 50 minutes past 4, and that will allow us 20-25 overs. Officially 40 remain, but that's not the number that you're looking at. Waqar, 86 to get in the final session. With these two there, Azhar and Salman, you'd fancy the chances, but one goes and gates can open.
Look, one don't want to see a draw here because, 5 days, hard, grinding test match cricket, and, we've seen everything. A lot of runs being scored, hard work for the bowlers, spinners really toiled hard, faster bowler really not giving up. That's the beauty of test match cricket. So, new balls still due for England in the next, 3 overs. So anything can happen. It can go in England's favour, but Pakistan stand a very good chance. I mean, 140 overs, we might not have all of them. We might have only maybe 25, maybe less than that. So Pakistan got to really be positive, stay positive. I think they can really pull this off.
Yeah, and the 2 batters out there had their chances. I think Salman would consider himself very, very lucky. That leg before of the bowling of Leach. Have a look at that, David. This is his lucky day, probably.
Well, the irony being that Leach has been kept out the attack for so long, and straight away, a bad shot, a mistake, a batting error, but it just so looked out, didn't it? And on a pitch where it doesn't bounce that high, you thought surely it can't be going over the top. But that predictive course was indeed over the top. I'm not sure that Ben Stokes and the England team could believe it. They thought they'd got their man. When you see the first 2 reds, it's pitched on, was going straight. Side on, there's still a long way to go. That's the point there. So if you've got this predictive course, it might just be dropping. But you have to go with the technology. So yes, the decision made there. And that was crucial because that just looked like, just at the right moment before tea, very important wicket it could have been, would have been. That wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, look, front on with the naked eye, the first go, everyone thought that it's a good decision by the umpire. Given out, it looked out. But yeah, when you look at the sideways from the, from side angle, it looked that it's just sort of climbing as a ball hit him in his stomach. You can see that it was sort of going upward. So look, it's a tight one. It was a very close one, but yeah, we've got to believe Hawkeye.
There was a little bit of turbulence just behind the batsman, which would have lifted the ball.
Yes, I guess so. Okay, now important thing for Pakistan, the partnership between, of course, Salman Agha and Azhar Ali. A bit tentative start from Azhar Baka. He's been a touch careful, especially against Anderson.
You have to be. I mean, Anderson, with all his experience, I know he's not played in Pakistan, but he will keep on asking questions. They keep on targeting the stump, bowled beautifully. But Azhar up to the task. I mean, so much experience behind him, 96 test matches, and I think both of them played really well. The other one, Agha Salman, very young at this level, scored 50 in the first inning, and putting up a partnership with a senior partner. I think well guided by Azhar in this partnership, and I think they need to carry on.
And Salman has looked good as well in this 59 partnership that is still going on. Now, before we get into the final session, it's about time that we now ask these gentlemen. It's the 5th day, the final session. What is their prediction as far as the result goes?
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Okay, so 55-45 is what David said at lunch. Let's find out if it's different.
Well, I went from 60-40 at the start of the day, bearing in mind all the conditions and the rest of it. The way things had gone, 55-45 in favour of England at lunch. Now here we are, where the situation has changed yet again. I think the best I can manage is 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah,
It's
just
safe
yeah,
as
just
possible.
sort of, yeah, wear the flag. Well, the other flag on my chest.
Okay, how about you, Waka?
Look, new ball is due in 3 overs, so that's crucial for me. You know, if that would have been out or catch would have been taken, would have been a different story altogether. But I would say Pakistan have a fair chance of winning, so I'll give Pakistan 60%.
Okay, so 60-40 Pakistan, 50-50 from David.
I don't want to see draw though.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Okay, so quick one. As we saw, the first session had more spin. The second session, quicks. What's the final session going to be like? What is Ben Stokes thinking in terms of getting the wicket? Waqar said the new ball is due, so Pakistan will have a little task to face. These two are important. We all know that. This is an amazing test match, a start of the series. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's watch this final session. Let the best team win.
Welcome back to the final session of this enthralling last day of the Duffer News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. And an excellent declaration yesterday has led to a fascinating day's play and a fascinating last session where all results are still possible. Pakistan need 86 runs, England need 5 wickets. We probably have an hour and a half, an hour and 35 minutes cricket before the light fades and the umpires will take the players off. And England have 3 overs before a new ball is available. That is why it is the best format of the lot. Test match cricket, 5 days into it, 1 session to go, and you do not know which way it's going to go. These two have been excellent. Azhar Ali, after his injury, came back in and played well. Salman has played well in both innings. He looks a good organised player. They've both had their chances. But they've played the reverse swing well and they've played spin well. Salman has survived a close DRS call. Final words from Baba and the coaching staff. Take it deep. Keep one eye on the light. Don't give England a sniff. 3 test series on 3 flat pitches. Whoever takes the lead, it will be difficult to come back in the series. This is the session we came for. So much discussion in the England dressing room would revolve around the new ball. They've waited for the old ball to do a bit. And they're now thinking, what shall we do? We've got something that's doing a bit. Shall we give it away? Shall we go bouncers with the new ball? We will find out. Shadows, as ever, at this time of day, just starting to lengthen. It's going to be the spin of Jack Leach from the media end. .86 runs to win. 450 is around the time, local time, they've been going off. 5 wickets for England to win. Final session of the first test match. Leach to start it. Azid Khan, are you taking the new ball? Straight away.
Not yet, no. You don't want to leak runs straight away in the session. You just want to maybe just stretch it out a little.
Yeah, I think I agree, actually. The new ball will come onto the bat. There'll be boundaries. New ball has done the least in the game. They don't go for the single.
Tell you what, I've broken Nasir Hussain. He's agreed with me. I've come back.
I've been sitting there for 20 minutes thinking about it. It's not an obvious thing to do. Usually you go one way or the other. It's not obvious. In England, every time you take the new ball with James Anderson in your side. The back of his mind, Stokes will know that Leach got Ali out with the new ball in the first innings, so it could just be a spinner and a seamer. First things first, get through these 2 overs and 2 deliveries. Get one for the new ball. Nearly got one for the new ball.
I didn't get his feet moving anywhere, just a flash outside the off stump.
Another over ticks by, it's a maiden, 257 for 5. Absolutely brilliant that on this featherbed of a pitch we still find ourselves in this situation. And you can tell from the crowd and the way the crowd have come in this afternoon and the atmosphere, the big cheer that went up when they showed the DRS on the big screen and Salman being given not out. Atmosphere is electric out there. They have waited for this. Robinson has to go again. Salman has to start again.
Yeah, he's looked good, Salman. Probably played that one false shot and was lucky enough for the ball to be going over middle stump on that review.
Salman with no slip in. I reckon they're going to go fairly straight, full and straight. He does plant that front foot across. Starts with the short ball. Let's have a look at that review again. Was given out on the field, sideways on. You can see the bounce that came. It was on the way up, and that's what saved him. Quite important he gets those gloves out of the way on the leg side. A couple of batters in this game have gloved a couple down the leg side.
Still, the carry from Robinson, short ball, is carried through nicely to the keeper. So that reverse swing, the control and the carry. So yeah, they'll still look and just measure up if this old ball is still worth having.
Non-striker's end, there's a chance. Misses the stumps. Azhar Ali had come a long way down.
Yeah, not quite sure there was a run on there. Salman was quick to say no and put his hands up. I would have been safe.
Surprised if they are going short. They haven't got a short leg in. But it just stops him fending it off. There are two short square legs, but no short leg. Aruj, talking about Pakistan tactics. If Nazim Shah's walking out next, are you still going for it? Yes or no?
I'm sure Naseem thinks he can go for it.
And they get another wicket. If Haris Rauf is going out there, are they still going for it, Pakistan?
No, I don't think so anymore then.
So you think 2 more wickets and they may shut up shop? I mean, obviously it depends how many they need. That's when it becomes really dicey. You're 7-8 down and the bowlers are going in. Do you still go for it? That's why this partnership vital.
That's also why Ben Stokes will have to think about the new ball. If this partnership breaks, it probably will be a little bit more obvious that he might get the new ball to sort of get into that tail and pick up those wickets. Yes, they hung on, but probably might not be as comfortable against the new ball. But on the same side of it, this partnership, they'll want to get a few more off that total required.
Got control with this old ball. No runs since tea. Inside edge. 2 maidens. Not easy against the older ball, not coming onto the bat. I think if you ask these 2 batters, which would you prefer? I think they'd say, we want a new ball coming onto the bat and gun barrel straight.
Yeah, even if they do get a wicket, I think the reverse swinging older ball will cause more trouble to the, not tail-enders, yeah, but low-order batters, because of the control and because of the amount of reverse swing that England have been able to extract.
Wonder if they'll try and take down Leach. They've got to get runs. They've been very positive against spin today. Mid-off and mid-on hovering.
And Stokes, as ever, he's got a feel for the game. He knows that Pakistan want to now get on with it, so a bit more protection. Mid-off just hovering a little deeper.
Well, remember why Stokes declared yesterday at tea, because he wanted to have Pakistan in a situation where they felt they could win it, and that's where he's got them now. He's got them in a situation they think they can win, but they've got the up the ante. First run after tea.
And just why such a bold yet strategic declaration still leaves himself with the new ball if it does come to that.
Salman has played spin beautifully. See if he can take Leach down.
Oh, very nice.
So fascinating, isn't it? I think out of the bowlers right now, Leach would be itching to get the new ball, a bit more pace off the track.
Mid-off, Robinson goes 5 yards deeper.
Oh, that's beautiful, Nat. Very nice. Come on, boys. One pole here, lads. One pole here.
No is the loud call. Excellent from England. Just one from the over, 258 for 5. New ball is available. He's got most, if not all, things right in this test match, and I reckon he's got this right as well. Stick with the old ball, keep control. Pulls it straight down to fine leg.
Yeah, leg slip still in place for the ball that angles across. Joe Root has been there since the ball starting to reverse. Dafa News Cricket Fact: no team in Test history has lost a match after scoring 600 plus runs. The highest being 595 for 8 declared by Bangladesh, 2017 versus New Zealand.
Oh, close to going back onto his stumps. England have used up a review. Was it sneaking down? Stokes wants to have a look. They're asking if it was pad first or bat first. He's going to have a look.
TV umpire to director, players review for LBW, original decision not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery, may have spin vision front on. I need ultra edge to confirm. Can you, if you're waiting for ultra edge, we can give me that first one again. Okay, I'll need ultra edge, please, to confirm. Yep, it's on the pad first. Ball tracking when ready, please. Impact is in line, Joel, and it's hitting the wickets. You need to reverse your decision to out. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
The decision to keep the old ball has been an excellent one. England have their 6th wicket and they will be into the bowlers. Game on.
Yeah, wrapped right in front of the stumps. He will be disappointed. The DRS shows he has to walk back for 30. Pakistan now 259 for 6.
England have got to the bowlers with a ball that's just moving around. Nazim Shah, the 19-year-old, can he hang in there with Azhar Ali? This will not be easy with a reverse swinging ball. He can bat, but it's a relatively long tail. And Stokes now attacking again. LBWs and bowls, that's what they're looking for. There's not a slip in. Oh my word, how's that missed? I think Robinson thinks it's clipped the stumps. How has that missed?
What a game this is turning into. It's come back a long way and it's probably clipped off stump on the way out. That's exactly what Robinson is saying. And the Zing Bills did not want anything to do with that.
Surely that's just clipped the stumps. How have the bails not come off here? There's the noise.
Umpire's call.
He's got to just lower his back lift and play a little bit of French cricket here, Nazim Shah. The big back lift, he knows what's coming. Ultra edge, useful for edges on bats. They're also useful for edges on stumps. There you go. Big, big spike there.
Yeah, quite bizarre really. It's a different thing when it skims the wicket on the outside, but it hit the stump and there was a deflection. And change in field. Yeah, he's dropping point back for Naseem. And just a few yards in now.
A lot of movement for the dismissal. This was way outside off and then it jagged back. And a good review from Stokes. They were wondering whether he'd inside edged it and trapped it. Once they noticed he hadn't, they were celebrating. Brilliant from Ollie Robinson. High class reverse swing bowling. 259 for 6.
Plenty of reverse swing on offer. And plenty of drama too. Now, also with the light dropping pretty quickly here in Pindi, we've seen it drop very, very quickly. So the temptation would be that you get reverse swing like that and maybe a bit of super glue removed from the bails. But the temptation for Stokes would be that maybe he can get another pacer in right now.
Now what does Azhar Ali do? 84 runs, looks a long way away now with a tail ender blocking at the other end. 84 runs is a lot. Does Azhar Ali shut up shop?
That's a big question. You spoke about this earlier and asked me the question whether what the plan would be when Naseem comes in. With the ball jagging back that much, not quite sure. Not quite sure. There will be a lot of stroke play in the middle. Also, hanging back won't be easy with that ball reversing as well, for Naseem in particular.
Field will change completely here. Naseem Shah will be surrounded. He may have one man back because Naseem Shah, as we saw in the first innings, if it goes up, he likes to belt the spinner. But Stokes is going to give him one hit. Leach wants one out. Stokes says no. Probably prefer it this way round. Azhar Ali facing the reverse swing and Naseem Shah the spinner, but Leach could target that front pad. Must play with the bat out in front. If he plays bat and pad and it flicks that pad, England will be up for LBW. Must play the modern way with the bat out in front. Just. Another over ticks by, 260 for 6. Hour and a quarter maybe left in play. There's a drinks break in there as well. Maybe an hour and 10, hour and 12 of cricket left. England need 4 wickets. I reckon Pakistan are just starting to drift away for the win, because one end they'll be going nowhere.
The new ball is due as well, but Stokes rightly so persisting with this older ball. It was a reversing from Robinson that got Salman out. And changes the dynamics of the game with Naseem in the middle.
One thing I would say if I was Stokes, I'd have a quiet word with Anderson or even himself and say, if we get Naseem Shah on strike bowling at the media end, I might bring myself or Jimmy Anderson. With the way this ball's reversing, keep Naseem Shah on strike at the other end. He doesn't have to bowl Leach. Get a seamer on at both ends. I think Azhar Ali's got to take the strike here. Stokes is offering him the single. I think the way Robinson's bowling, Azhar Ali's got to take the strike. Oh, is it carried? I think it has carried. What a catch! Robinson's off on a spell here. 2 in 2 overs. Brilliant catch, brilliant work from England.
What a time for that leg slip to work, to come in to play the in swing, the reverse swing. It's off the face of the bat. Azhar Ali just worked his leg side and thought, this is going too fine leg, but goes straight at that leg slip. Exaggerated swing, turn leg side, simple. But the plan has worked, and what a time for that plan to work. England are off, Robinson are off. And Azhar Ali, the wicket they wanted, gone for 40. Pakistan now 7 down.
Game turning on its head here after tea. On the last day, Zahid Mahmood comes in on debut. He is a real blocker, and he'll need to be a real blocker for Pakistan. 3 wickets away, England.
There's a couple of reasons why that previous dismissal was brilliant. Angling across, it's a man in the middle with the runs, Azhar Ali, and it was a positioning of Joe Root, understanding the wicket's not too fast, not too fine, and still within catching length of the ball, with the ball dying on him. This is absolutely brilliant from Stokes.
I reckon if Stokes win this, if he manages to win this test match, I think he should be named the mayor of Rawalpindi. Somebody to pull out a test match on such a track, a docile track, to be able to then make a game of it and then win it, well.
Short ball, short legs are in, 2 of them. Stokes now knows they're not playing any shots, so he can surround. As we progress through the next hour or so, slowly the bowlers will be surrounded, and that's not the England bowlers. It will be the men with the green helmets on. Slowly there'll be silly points. Pakistan going out of the game as far as victory. Now they may just be hanging on and waiting for those shadows to lengthen.
Nas, are you being greedy here? Are you bringing on a pacer next over?
I think so. The way it's reversing, you always do what the opposition least want you to do. If you're Nazim, Zahid, you'd want to face Leach. Anderson or Stokes, 2 right-handers with it reversing. Obviously, it takes a bit more time as well. 2 seamers. It's a time factor now, 4:50 local time. Will be closer play roughly because of light.
Yeah, the other factor is you say 450, but around 430-ish, the spinners have to bowl anyway.
Yeah, so that's why now I would go seamers now until the umpires. I saw Stokes in that last wicket just have a word with the umpires, and the word he would have had is, just tell me if I need to take my seamers off if it's getting too dark and I need to bowl my spinners. Tell me, because that's exactly what I will do. Another excellent over, another wicket in the over for Robinson, 260 for 7. Nazim, Mahmood, Rauf, Ali. They stand between England and 1-0. As ever with this wonderful England captain, he's getting pretty much every decision spot on. Leach, have a blow. Anderson, you're on. Where was it? Chat? Oh. Take the single. Just making sure they're on the same page. Anderson knows these conditions. Anderson knows he's not going to get many caught slip. Maybe a leg slip on the reverse swing in. Outside edge might just die a bit. Still LBW and bowled. Key forms of dismissal. The odd short ball to a tail ender with short leg in. Might glove it up in the air or down the leg side. Pre-tee, before they were walking off, Stokes gave him a big chat. We are still in this. We're going to go and get some wickets, and that's exactly what we did. Straight after tea, Robinson on review got a wicket. Salman LBW, and then leg slip caught root from Azhar Ali. As I said, slowly they'll be surrounded. Another fielder comes in. Silly mid-off.
This has been pretty special. Special from Ben Stokes. Special from England. And a result very likely in this game now favouring England. They've made a match out of absolutely nothing. And they've done it in a fashion which has kept a lot of people involved and captivated in this final day.
Three wickets away England, and Ben Stokes become the third captain to win on Pakistan soil. Texted 1961. Nasir Hussain in the dark ages.
.261 for 7. May well be England in the dark again here. Well, after a 17-year absence from the country,
This has been a test match worth waiting for. England have made the running, Pakistan have played their part. We still don't know which way it will go, but 7 down now, England requiring just 3 more, and Robinson getting this old ball to talk. Odds very much in England's favour.
Yeah, they'll still take some prizing. It is the tail, and it's not the most awesome tail in history in terms of Pakistan's batting. They've had better, that is for sure, but pure defence is still possible. Just those 2 moments post-tee have changed the attitudes again.
And an amazing final day, watched by a near full house here. Lovely sunny conditions. They've sat absolutely wrapped. That's a good solid defence, and Pakistan need a lot more of that for the next, what, 55 minutes?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, we go on what we've seen for the last 4 days in terms of the close of play. The earliest was 37, latest was about 10-2. So 5-0, and it won't go beyond that.
Stokes just positioning his leg side field. The short leg is so close. That's Brook. Jennings is a bit deeper. Duckett very straight and catching. Root is in that leg trap where he snapped up Azhar Ali. A brilliant bit of cricket that from England. Brook is squatting down on his knees. He's right under the batsman's backside, so close to the cut strip. Oh, it's an outswinger. It's a brilliant outswinger from Robinson. This is fantastic bowling with the old ball. 262 for 7.
One of the things about Robinson in the space of the last 9 months or so, 9-10 months, is that he has worked very hard on fitness. He hasn't necessarily worked on the no balls, that's been called late, but he's worked hard on his stamina, fitness, the whole strengthening. And whereas just at the end of that tour of Australia, back at the end of January, he was accused of being less than fit, nowadays he has that stamina to play a full part through a really grueling day like today. I mean, full credit to all of them. They have put in the work.
.263 for 7. Yeah, it's a very good point. Not that long ago that Robinson was being slammed for his lack of fitness by those within the England camp. Slam's a bit excessive, actually criticised. But just 3 seamers today. They've had to do their share of the work because the spinners hardly bowled at all between lunch and tea. Stokes has called it right. If you remember, in the first innings, the ball was reversing between 70 and 80 overs, but he just took the second new ball immediately, and this time he's delayed it, and that has proved to be another winning call. It's always got it there as an option if these tail enders stubbornly resist, and then you could go to that second new ball. Naseem has got plenty of company as well. What have we got here? A slip, silly point, 2 leg slips, short leg, short mid-wicket.
Us tail enders, we hate facing new ball. So
I wouldn't delay it. I think I should take the new ball because they're getting comfortable. Yes, a lot of fielders around the bat, and Anderson hoping that one will sort of come a little bit more than the other, the in-swinger, and might hit the pad. But new ball psychologically, I feel that will play in Naseem's and Zahid's mind. You don't want to delay it because the sun's going down very, very quickly.
Anderson past the outside edge, not for the first time today. He, like Robinson, has been superb. Stokes is getting Jack Leach to loosen up at backward point, so we may get a bit of spin. Whether that's with the new ball remains to be seen.
Which, as you so rightly pointed out a couple of times over the last couple of days, is what happened in the first innings for Pakistan. It's that straightforward dilemma, isn't it? The old ball might reverse for you, has been, and they've beaten the bat, haven't they? Anderson and Robinson have beaten the bat and found ways of getting people out with that old ball. The new ball probably won't swing on the evidence of the last, well, last part of 5 days. But if Vakar Yunis says it gets into tail-enders' minds.
Oh, it's an attempted short ball from Anderson. It just didn't get up. And Naseem kind of turned his back on it as if he expected the ball to rise. And in the end was slightly fortunate that it just didn't balloon up somewhere off his glove.
Well played. Yeah, it didn't get high enough to balloon up in the end. I mean, maybe the new ball, again, Vakar's point here actually, sotto voce, is new ball will bounce more. Should bounce more somewhere.
Oof. He played at it. He didn't really know whether it was coming in or out. 263 for 7.
Yeah, definitely played at it. That very open face. Well, there's the substitution, not in the football sense. Robinson has put in so much very good hard work here today, just leaving the field maybe just for a few moments. Jamie Overton on his way on. Yeah, it's well worth it. Deserved round of applause from the rooms.
And Stokes it will be. Stokes bowled a long spell in the afternoon, 11 overs between lunch and tea. Didn't use himself this morning, made up for it in the afternoon, and now is back to try and put the final full stop to this game. That time of day, we sit here in the commentary box at the media centre end, and at about 4 o'clock local time, the sun just drops below the overhang, and it's now directly in our eyes, and that's just a sign that it's starting to fall. Oh, it's a good one from Stokes. It's past the outside edge again.
It's the angle which he creates. He pushes the ball in, and then once the ball lands, it just moves away. Very tough for someone who's batting at number 8 or number 9. Very difficult.
Yep, single taken in the end. There was a little bit of hesitation at first from Naseem at the non-striker's end. Every run cheered to the rafters. Brilliant bowling. It was a Courtney Walsh style leave, wasn't it?
Yeah, but from a bit lower. Yeah, C's leaves were a thing of absolute beauty.
And again. And again.
Well, this debate's old, new ball, old versus new. If you've just beaten the bat 3 times with the old, you're going to be very reluctant to give it up, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess so. A fresh bowler is been rested a little bit. Yes, he's bowled long spell earlier, but just coming bowling a first over, landing on the money. The fuller you bowl, it's easier to bat against. 264 for 7. "45 minutes, more or less, remaining. Say what, 13 overs? 12, 13 overs, depending on the light, and of course, everything is moving very slow. 2 faster bowlers are bowling, so might not get 13 even.
Do you know, the over rate during the afternoon was quite slow. Someone told me just a little while back there was something like 25 overs in the entire afternoon, and Mazza maybe can confirm or deny that, but it's been one of those days where, first of all, England, you know, they've bowled the seamers, yes. They're not worried about the technicalities of over rates. No one ever is really nowadays. It's all about the effort, just you know, trying to find 3 balls now that can take wickets.
Brilliant from Pope, quite brilliant down the leg side. What a moment this is. A short ball from Anderson, tickled down the leg side off the glove, and spring-heeled. Pope moves to his left and pulls off a stunner.
It is an absolute stunner, isn't it? And we can forgive him now. There was one earlier in the afternoon that went down, very similar, just flicked away off the hips, off the glove here. Full stretch, in it goes, and of course the key there is to make sure it doesn't bobble out again when you hit the deck. But brilliant from Ollie Pope. Anderson shows his full approval, as does Ben Stokes. That door is being pushed more and more widely open by the seconds. Ayed Mahmood, who can hang around, has gone for 1. 264 for 8.
That's a nice moment with Ben Stokes showing his appreciation. Stokes, of course, would have kept wicket in this game but for the virus that he suffered on the eve of the game. Pope has stood in manfully, he's missed one, but now taken a stunner that's made up for the earlier miss. He loves that. It's a fantastic catch down the leg side, and full appreciation from folks on the boundary edge. Harris Rauf it is. He's had a difficult game, suffered an injury when Pakistan were in the field, so spent much of the time off the field and not able to do his main job. Well, he can make up for that now with a heroic 9th wicket stand if he can. Let's have a look at Pope again. Brilliant.
He's standing pretty close, and that was a beauty from him. A full stretch drive onto his left. He's not regular with his gloves, and what a catch. Once again, Anderson picking up a wicket. That was a 3rd wicket, Anderson.
Yeah, remarkable performance from the 40-year-old in these circumstances. Flat pitch, dying embers of another long day. He's produced another moment with the help of Ollie Pope, fully appreciated by his captain. Oh, out surely. Yeah, given. Anderson again. 4 for Anderson, 9 for England. They are 1 wicket away.
TV Output Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision front on, please? I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm, please. Roll through, roll through, roll through. Gap between bat and ball, and no bat involved. Impact is in line, and it's umpire's call on the stumps, so you can stay with your decision, Hassan. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You can signal now.
Umpire's call it is, and that is good enough for England. So Harris Ralph, his stay is a brief one. The 9th wicket falls with the sun just high enough in the sky yet to give us about 45 minutes play, we reckon, for England to take this final wicket and win an epic test match.
Another magical delivery from Anderson, just the right length. A little bit of reverse, bringing the ball back into Harris's stumps. Struck right in front, hitting leg stump. Game has really moved very, very fast, very quickly after tea. Wickets are tumbling left, right, centre.
That is the important number. Pakistan 9 down. We can discount the chances of a Pakistan win now. 79 runs away. Pakistan have been in the game for long periods today, but to this post-tea session, when England have taken 4 quick wickets, they've manipulated this old ball and bowled with great skill, taken a couple of stunners in the field as well, and they have got Pakistan where they want them. 9 down. Anderson to the last man. It's that in-swinger again. The old ball has reversed significantly for England today, and that was just enough. It looked out in real time, and a fair enough call. Delight for England.
Once you've decided to go on the back foot, you've got a very little chance of surviving. And Anderson gets it right. And the England camp very, very happy.
.264 for 9.
Well, you will know, of course, that the last time England beat Pakistan away was the infamous match in the dark, or the one that finished in the dark, in Karachi 2000. Since then, they've had to play Pakistan away in the UAE, and England lost 7 and drawn 2 of those. This will be a remarkable start to this current tour of 3 test matches, if England can finish this off now and start the series with a win.
Well, if Anderson has looked dangerous with the in-swing, you'd say that Stokes is proving to be really challenging for Naseem with this ball swinging out from wide of the crease. Very difficult to contend with for a top order batter, even more so for Naseem.
Not seen this much swing throughout the last 5.5 days. It's just started doing a bit.
early morning, there was a little bit of swing for the Pacers, but what we're seeing right now is a good outswingers, which he normally bowls Stokes.
Oh, it's close to the outside edge. Stokes then moved even wider on the crease. Just as he approached the crease, he ducked outwards. And that angle is causing Naseem all kinds of problems. It would be fitting if Stokes can take the final wicket. It's really his approach, that declaration yesterday, the way that he's encouraged England's batsmen to score so freely, that have given England the opportunity in this game on a lifeless surface.
Well, it's not swinging, it's seaming actually, because it moves after it pitches. He's presenting the seam beautifully. See that seam lands and then it just goes away from Naseem Shah.
Oh, close again to the off stump. Stokes can't believe it. 4 times in that over he has passed the outside edge. Naseem survives. Pakistan survive.
Well, you have to really praise all the efforts of these quicker bowlers for England. Kept going throughout this testing day. Almost incredible that not one of those has either found the edge or just tickled a stump.
Is too good for Naseem. You know that movement off the surface is struggling to handle. The length he's bowling is just, he's been outstanding throughout. Anderson once again.
No, it's been a legitimate tactic that today though from England, with close fielders in on the leg side. We've already seen Root take one at leg slip. Virtually every fielder now, bar Robinson, is close in. Recall that famous photo at the Oval in the Ashes, which captured 9 close fielders around the last man, John Inverarity, I think it was. Yep, 17 years ago. He's 40 years of age now. He's the only survivor from that 2005 tour, and he's still going strong. What a remarkable performer.
Crowd still hanging in. They're still hoping that Pakistan will survive for the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's going to be 30, 35, maybe 40 minutes if England need it, or if they're lucky. There will be a time where the sun goes down behind the stand, the lights will come on, where quicker bowlers might be questioned as to whether they're allowed. I mean, all the previous days we've had the spinners bowling at the end of the day.
Oh, it's good bowling. Final outswinger to follow 3 or 4 in-swingers. Great skill from Anderson, but Muhammad Ali survives. 264 for 9. We reckon we've got about 35 minutes play left.
No, they went off at 50. They'd brought the light meters out way before that.
Time ticking away. Precious minutes. We've got a drinks break as well. The end of this over, which will eat into a little more time. Pakistan have to take it ball by ball, over by over. Oh, it's through. Pope, Root, each of them just backed off to let the other take the chance. It was a definite chance. Around about kneecap high, shin high, straight between Pope and Root.
Yeah, it'll look very strange when you see it again now. Pope could have gone, and that's close enough to the keeper to go. Joe Root instinctively, it seems, thought, yeah, you have it. In a perfect world, either could have gone for it.
It can sometimes be the consequence of either the slip cordon standing too narrowly to each other, and maybe because the pitch is so slow, they're standing so close. And instinctively, Root thought that was Pope's catch to the wicketkeeper's right.
It was Pope's catch, to be honest, because it was on his right and at good height, and he did go just momentarily. He just went and then he pulled out. He thought Root is going to catch that, and that little movement really put Root off.
Somehow Naseem is surviving here. You wouldn't say it's an orthodox technique. He's fiddling at the ball, and he fiddled at that one. You can see how close England's slip fielders and wicketkeeper are standing, A, to the stumps and B, to each other. In swinger, well defended.
I don't think Naseem minds if Stokes keep bowling those in-swingers. It's the out-swinger which is really bothering him, causing all sorts of trouble.
Naseem survives. It's around about 30 minutes, we reckon, before the light will become such that the umpires will take the players from the field. We've got a drinks break now, which will eat into that time. So stay with us. It's going to be an absolutely fascinating end to this test match. Pakistan 268 for 9 at drinks.
Well, England at the drinks break and after the drinks break weren't overly amused with Muhammad Ali, who ran off the pitch, and Ben Stokes had a double teapot on to say, "Where have you been?" Credit to Ali, he's run back on. He may have needed a toilet break. But time of the essence here, the light is fading. England not amused that they've had to wait. They are ready after drink. Stokes is not amused, he is ready. The 40-year-old that is Jimmy Anderson is ready. England 1 wicket away from a famous victory. I reckon we have 25 minutes, half an hour of play left. We probably have 15 minutes of faster bowling allowed, and then the umpires will turn to Stokes and say, "You'll have to bowl your spinners." That has happened around about 4:35 every day. England will be hurrying, Pakistan in no hurry. Keaton Jennings will be getting closer and closer on the offside, as close as he can without standing on the strip, to try and catch it off the face of the bat.
Tell you what, Muhammad Ali's looked quite comfortable out there. And before you said, Nas, this is not commentator's curse. If he gets out this ball, I'm just talking about the 11 balls that he's played. He's played really well. His defense been organized.
He is, but can Anderson go a bit fuller? He's pushed him back with the short stuff. Can he hit those pads? Can he go full? He does go full, but it floats in. Good solid block.
On debut, Muhammad Ali, and he has about 22 minutes to fend off.
Misses that one, he leaves that one. Keep an eye on Pope back there. He's rolling at the stumps occasionally. Keep an eye on the catching as well. They've already let one through between Pope and Root. Stokes with the outswinger, outside edge, and they looked at each other. Two leg slips. Anderson now going round the wicket. Change of angle. Full, not toe first. It's bat. Another couple of minutes tick by. 2:68 for 9. England hurry around. Pakistan tailenders have a chat.
Maybe another 10 minutes the umpires allow fast bowling.
Glove. Nazim Shah just fends it off. If he's sensible, he'd call for a physio to come on. Try and use up some time. He's okay.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali just run all the way and had a word. Did he suggest anything? No, Nasim Shah's taken guard again.
Is there anything on that? No.
This is fabulous bowling, fabulous reverse swing bowling, and you would think that it's wasted on Naseem Shah. That was just too good for him.
Played down, doesn't carry.
The crowd's right into this as well. Every delivery is being cheered on. And Naseem Shah and Ali so far have fended off 29 deliveries.
Yeah, Stokes hurrying back. He's almost shortened his run up as well. He's just making sure that he can get as many deliveries as possible.
Another couple of minutes tick by. 268 for 9. England still need this final wicket.
Another decision to take. Left arm spin. Does he go with the new ball now? Does he want the spinner with the new ball?
Guys, bowling ready.
Anderson here, wasn't it? Was Anderson here this time? It wasn't.
Wrong.
We have a change. Anderson out of the attack. Stokes now with Leach. Ali is surrounded. Short leg on his knees.
Play with the bat. Try and keep it down is what Ali would be thinking. Get the bat in front and get it down back onto the surface.
Can he just maybe toss it up, get it a little bit wider? Tailenders don't know where their off stump is, just chuck it outside off and get him poking at one that brings Gully into play. Inside edge. Brook is on his knees.
Just a bit of an inside edge, but Naseem saying that the ball just coming straight on, no spin at all.
And again to Brook. Another couple of minutes tick by. Still 1 wicket needed. It is not about overs, it is about time. One thing about Leach bowling this end, it means that Stokes at the far end gets his overs in quicker. And I reckon England might have taken the new ball. Umpires run on. The light meter, the dreaded light meter's out for the first time.
Stokes was very quick to run to the umpire to take that new ball, not wasting any time.
He's just got to make sure he asks the umpire every over now, every single over, is it okay to bowl the quicker stuff? I'll ball a new ball. Mazza, concentrate. Is it old ball or new ball? I think it's still the old ball. It is still the old ball. Bouncer opens the face.
The time ticking away. Is it the time now to get that new ball, or will he wait for Jack Leach's over? It seems as if, especially with the spin, Muhammad Ali very relaxed. He is rushing through strokes, but at the moment he's just going through with his bowling, and Naseem Shah's been able to defend.
New ball now taken from England and their captain. This should zip a little bit quicker. Doesn't get it right. Just maybe rushing a bit here, Stokes, for obvious reasons. Just needs to gather himself.
It's been good so far from Pakistan's last pair. 43 deliveries between the two of them now.
Good solid block. Stokes is on his knees, not just Brook, it's the captain Stokes. He is exhausted, 268 for 9. Day 1 we went off 438. Day 2 we went off 452. Day 3 we went off 455. Yesterday we went off 450. So they still have time, but around about 440, 435, the umpires say you can't bowl your quicker men.
Yeah, he's gone with Robinson. He hasn't trusted Leach with the new ball. That's an interesting decision. I would have thought that he would kept Leach on with the men around the bat. The newer ball attacked that front bat. And suddenly, with every block, the decimal levels in the crowd are going up. Quite a few sitting down, but lots can't take it and standing up.
A bouncer to the tail ender with the new ball. Length looks comfortable. Yorker bouncer, take the pitch out the equation. Here's a bouncer.
Everybody willing it on. Miami want the edge. They want it to end. Rawalpindi crowd on a whole, they want it to go the distance and then end.
Oh, it kept a bit low. That was banged in. That was pretty well played. It's thumbs up from Ali. Naseem Shah clapping every ball at the other end.
He's done well so far. 24 deliveries.
Short ball, excellent bouncer. Great energy, great heart from Ollie Robinson. They have been in the field for the best part of 2.5 days because of how quickly they scored in the second innings. And he still has the energy to bowl a bouncer and run back. Another bouncer, another couple of minutes tick by. Stokes just having a word here. Not overly happy that the tail enders change gloves. Usually they don't even have a second pair of gloves, some of them. But Nazim has found a second pair. And it brings a smirk to Stokes' face. We've all been there. England did it famously at Cardiff. And Jimmy Anderson and Monty Panesar were calling for a pair of gloves. And Ricky Ponting wasn't having any of it. This time it's Nazim Shah.
"30 minutes, Naseem and Muhammad Ali have survived. Need to survive a few more." Wants that ball just darting back in. Attack that inside edge.
Very close, Given! Given, I'm sure he'll review, but Given. At the moment, England have won this test match.
TV Amplitude Director, we have a players review for LBW, original decision out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start the spin vision front on, please? I need ultra edge to confirm no bat. You can give me spin vision again if you want. Yeah, just rock and roll. The right one is a bit fuzzy, but looks like a gap between bat and ball. Yep. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Okay. Just waiting for the ball tracking, Joel. Ball tracking following. Pitch in line, impact in line. And it's hitting the stumps. So you can stay with your decision, Joel. And signal now.
Well, that is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see. And one of the greatest ever captaincies in test match cricket you will ever see from Ben Stokes. What leadership, what a performance on a featherbed of a pitch. Their talismanic captain Stokes has produced some magic. And England win for the third time, only the third time ever in Pakistan. Lahore in 1961, Karachi in 2000. And now Rawalpindi in 2022. That is outstanding Test match cricket from England.
The first time since Karachi 2000, England have won an away test against Pakistan. And what a way to do it. On a pitch where everybody thought that they're never going to get 20 wickets, and what a way they batted. How they got through those runs and made them at a fair clip, and then that declaration, everything that Ben Stokes did was remarkable. Ben Stokes, for Mayor of Rawalpindi, I'm signing that petition.
Yeah, frustrated home fans, but the Barmy Army and England loving every moment of it. What a performance from that man, Stokes. What a performance from his batters to score at a rate to buy them time to get 20 wickets. What a performance from Robinson, who's had his fitness questioned over the years. And what a performance from their 40-year-old veteran in Jimmy Anderson. I do not think I've seen a better week of captaincy than what we've just seen from that man. "22 players did their part on a pitch that didn't really deserve to have them on it. England go 1-0 up in a 3-match series. They had to get everything right to go 1-0 up, and they did.
Yeah, Ben Stokes in England, they've stamped their authority in Pakistan, and they've stamped it in some fine fashion. It's been magical to watch. It's been quite captivating. And it's courtesy one man who has led his troops in unbelievable fashion. The record victory by 74 runs in the end. And the crowd has deserved every bit of this.
Pitting that was Leach with the last wicket, because Stokes has backed Leach all the way through since he took over as captain. Brendan McCullum as well off the field. He has changed the culture and the mindset of this England side since they took over. 8 matches, 7 wins, 1 loss. Stokes and McCullum era is changing the face of Test match cricket.
A remarkable Test match that we've seen, and the records keep coming, keep tumbling. 657 England made. Pakistan got 579, which is the highest ever Pakistan total in a Test match that they've lost, and it's all because of the captaincy, the intent, the way that England went about redefining Test cricket on a truly benign wicket.
Well, England, it's been 17 years since you've been out here for Test match cricket. It's well been worth the wait, I tell you. And that was the winning moment. The ball, the new ball that just skidded on. And they're not shining the ball on his head anymore, they're slapping his head in delight.
For a very long time, this Test match will be remembered for Ben Stokes and his captaincy and the way England set it up and won it in fine fashion in the end.
Pain in the dark again for Pakistan against England. England 657 and 264 for 7. Pakistan 579 and 268 all out. 9 wickets by England's fast bowlers in that last innings. And England go 1-0 up in this series on the flattest of flat pitches. Pakistan played their part, but in the end, England's run rate and their heart just blew them away. That's how close we were. We had around about 10 minutes before this game was done and dusted. There is the collapse towards the end. Imam made 48, Azhar 40. Shakil played beautifully for 76. Rizwan 46. Salman 30. But once they got to the bowlers, England knew they were in with a spliff. And it was their seamers that did the damage.
Brilliant from England, especially the seamers. Robinson started the onslaught, picked up 4. Anderson 4 as well, and Stokes with the 1 wicket. The winning wicket, of course, the winning moment, Leach, 1 wicket to his name.
Well, it was the last day full of highlights, and it was the last session that was full of highlights as well. Given not out on the field, but the big reverse swinging in-swinger was adjudged to be hitting leg stump, and that started the collapse. England then had bowlers in. That ball clipped the outside of the off stump. Robinson couldn't believe it.
Yeah, at the start of the session, Pakistan were in with a chance. This worked beautifully. The leg slip. Ball just turned around the corner. Robinson on a roll. It's just magnificent catching this time again. Ollie Pope diving leg side. And England just squeezed Pakistan through. Reverse swing yet again. This time Jimmy Anderson, 40 years young, doing in the final session. Stokes almost did it, but it was Jack Leach with that new ball, wrapping Naseem Shah on the pad. That session, England got 5 for 11, and that meant it was a remarkable, historic victory here at Rawalpindi.
It was the speed they got those runs in both innings. They scored at over 6.7 runs per over, 657, 264 for 7 declared England. Pakistan 579 and 268 all out. England win by 74 runs and go 1-0 up in this 3-match series. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back soon with the post-match presentations.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Hello and welcome to Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series, and what a match we've had here at Rawalpindi. Over 1,700 runs scored, 700 scores in all from both ends, and bowlers did so well from England to get those 20 wickets to win this match by 74 runs, and not only the game, also go one up in the series. Now, before we give away the individual awards and performances, let me introduce you to our presentation party, starting off with Mr. Faisal Hasnain, CEO, Pakistan Cricket Board. Next to him, Mr. Mia Amjad, Regional Head, KFC Pakistan. Next to him, we have Mr. Sarmad Ijaz Awan, Business Head, North, Bank Al Falah. And then last but not the least, Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman, Kingdom Valley. Let's start off with our awards, and we'll first request Mr. Sarmad Ijaz Awan to please step forward. He will be presenting Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance Cash Award of 100,000 rupees to James Anderson for his wonderful bowling performance. 5 wickets in all in the test match. First innings 22 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 52. And second innings 24 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 36. Brilliant performance from James Anderson. Next up, I'll request Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid to please give away the Kingdom Valley Best Bowler of the Match Cash Award of 100,000 rupees, and that goes to Ollie Robinson for his 5-wicket overall in the Test match. First innings 1 for 72, and the second one 22 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 50. And Ollie, don't go far away, because we've got another award for you, and that will be presented by Mr. Mia Amjad. He'll be presenting the KFC Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of 100,000, and that goes to Ollie Robinson for his overall brilliant performance with the ball in the Test match. 5 wickets overall and 4 for 36 in the second innings. We'll also have a quick word with you. When you have over 1,700 runs being scored in a Test match, it's a tough outing, you know it, as a bowler.
Yeah, I think the pitch wasn't that favourable for our seamers, but we managed to get the ball going, and we just toured away all day today. I think every single man out there today left nothing behind, and it was a great effort.
So is it really more about sticking to basics in conditions like these and just wait for your opportunities as a bowler?
Yeah, I think so. We had to be patient at times. We knew there'd be partnerships, but we knew if we could get a fresh batter in against the reversing ball that we'd have a good chance of sort of getting a bang-bang.
And then Ben Stokes declaring in that fashion just puts a little more responsibility to the bowlers to get those wickets in those sessions available.
Yeah, definitely. We knew it would be hard, obviously, but we just toured away, like I said, all day. But the batters gave us that opportunity. Scoring the runs as quickly as they did, we wouldn't have had the time that we had to get those wickets. So a lot goes to them as well. Would you put this right up there in one of your performances in Tests? I think so, yeah. Coming to Pakistan and playing on these flat wickets, probably the best Test one I've had so far, definitely.
Well bowled, and congratulations on winning this.
Thanks.
All right. So that's Ollie Robinson, of course, the player of the match, and of course the outstanding bowling performance as well. Now I'll request the captain of Pakistan, Babar Azam, to please come and have a few words with us. Babar, testing test match overall, when you have 650 plus runs scored in just a day and a half, you're always catching up on the game.
Yes, we are catching. We are start with the bowling, but we are not up to the mark. And after that, after the 600, so we have a plan to exit our plans and try to first inning and try to have up the score. But we do, but I think second inning we have a golden chance to win this test match. But I think session by session we have lost wickets, so that's why I lose the match.
As a fielding captain, was it really tough out there? You had a young bowling attack and a lot of responsibility on a pitch which was more favorable to batters.
Yes, I think our bowling lineup is young, but unfortunately Haris Rauf injured in first innings, so that caused us. But all credit to my bowlers. After the injury, they have bowled very well, and our spinners are bowled good.
As a captain in the field, you always would be having a thinking cap on the opposition scoring almost 7 runs in over, just managing the field and trying to stop the runs rather than wickets then at one stage.
To be honest, they're a little bit difficult because of you think differently, and then opponent you score like 7 an hour and 6 an hour. So we plan to restrict our plans, but I think credit to all the team, England teams.
Did the declaration surprise you during tea, or you were expecting this had to happen somewhere around?
We are expected, so we have a planned according to, because of we know he declared after the tea, or maybe last session we have played, and we have planned according to situation, and but I think we have a head in second innings. We have an opportunity, but as we know, we have a lose wickets, and we are not building partnership in the end. That's why we are losing.
In the end, opposition goes 1 up in the series. What are the positives that you'd like to take from here to Multan?
We have a lot of positive things. We have our batting lineup is performed very well, and bowling also very well. So we try to continue that momentum in next match.
All right, thank you very much for talking to us. Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan. Now I'd like to invite Ben Stokes, the winning captain of England, to please come and have a few words with us. It's been pretty much a roller coaster when you started off batting. First inning 6.5 runs and over, second inning 7.5. This was already planned, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that you can plan for, which is obviously the way that we want to go and approach Test cricket. But some of the things that you can't plan for is obviously what happened to the squad, a few days before the Test match. I think that seems a long time ago when we were running around wondering if we were going to start the Test match on time. So I've got to give the group of players a lot of credit for coming here, turning up a little bit under the weather, and some key individual performers, like Will Jacks getting the nod to make his debut about 3 minutes before team time, and then Popey having to don the gloves, obviously, with the crucial role batting at number 3. You could go through this whole Test match and point out key individuals, but I think what we've had to deal with coming into this Test match makes this win even a little bit better.
England is playing a certain style of cricket across 3 formats, but was it something in your mind that looking at the youngish bowling attack from the opposition that you wanted to capitalize from day one?
No, not particularly. I think it's we've played 8 or 9 Test matches now with myself and Brendan in charge, and one thing that we do try and do is focus on ourselves more than the opposition. We're always going to look to go out and take the positive route with whether that be with bat or ball in hand, and try and not sort of second guess ourselves with what the opposition is going to offer. We know we're a very exciting team, and obviously it's a great batting surface to bat on, so it was a real opportunity for the talent that we've got in the dressing room to go out and express themselves. And we've got some broken bodies up in that changing room after this last 5 days. Got Jimmy at 48 now, I think. He probably won't like me saying that, but having the lads run in and truck in all day like that today is honestly, as a captain, it's amazing to see the the amount of enthusiasm and the heart that everyone shows, the lads in the field. Keaton Jennings coming out, and fielding for Liam Livingston, who unfortunately has got an injury, and being under the lid for all that time. I don't think I've seen a group of players who want to put the body on the line as much for the other 10 guys out on the field. So really special group of players.
You seem to be reading the game very well, even session-wise. All the decisions that you made just kept paying off, and especially that declaration that you did during tea. Just run us through that.
Yeah, well, we wanted to come here to Pakistan and carry on with our mantra of exciting cricket and giving ourselves the best opportunity to win a Test match. I've got no interest in playing for the draws. The dressing room's got no interest in playing for the draws, and always trying to look at the positive option. On wickets like this, you've got to make things happen. With the way that you go out and play, score your runs quickly, hopefully, and then make some pretty rash and bold decisions with your field placings and bowling changes and stuff like that, because I felt on this kind of wicket it was almost enticing the batsman into playing some attacking shots, which is where you're going to get the opportunity to take a wicket. Whereas today we were very fortunate that we managed to get the ball reverse swinging, and that obviously brought our seam bowlers back into it. And that's the option we went with, was to predominantly go with our seam bowlers, and that paid dividends with the spell of James Anderson and Ollie Robinson. I thought were absolutely fantastic today.
The calculation of the declaration just seems so perfect. Though Pakistan started off pretty well last night in the final session, and this morning they were getting the required runs or the run rate that was needed. At any point you felt that you want to revisit that, or you were pretty sure that this is coming your way?
No, I mean, at the lunch break it was exactly where we wanted it to be. I said to the lads in the dressing room, this is why we declared, this is why we want to be here. And then we found ourselves in the perfect position for setting this game up to be an exciting finish, and it definitely was. Probably had about 8 minutes, I reckon, before we were going to come off. So, it's a great place to be. And, personally, I think this is maybe up there with one of England's greatest away Test match wins. It's incredible. There's pretty lost for words from that dressing room, and, I just think the hard work, toil that everyone's put in over this 5 days is really sort of hitting everyone. And Jimmy Anderson was stood there saying he felt a bit emotional. He's going to try and keep himself together. So having a bloke who's played, near enough 180 Test matches to feel like that at the end of this is, I think we've achieved something very special this week.
Well, Ben, great captaincy and a deserving win, and loved and enjoyed all 5 days.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Ben Stokes, the captain of England. England go 1 up in the series, winning the first Test match by 74, and that sums up the presentation.
It's been wonderful, it's been exciting, and England have gone 1 up. The match summary, as we look back at it, England 657, 4 centurions to them. Pakistan returned the favour with 579. England then came out scoring at 7.5 runs per over. Bold declaration at 264 for 7. And Pakistan in pursuit were bold for 268. England winning the first Test match by 74 runs. It's been captivating, and it looks like it will be all throughout the series. The Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan v England Test Series 2022. The second test starts 9th of December, and we will be live from the Multan Cricket Stadium at 9:50 a.m. Hope you've enjoyed the action. We'll catch you soon.
Welcome to Rawalpindi for the last day of this first Test match, and it is set up perfectly. 2 sides going at each other hard in this first Test match. He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first. This is really good batting, and that's exactly what he does, and that will be 50. It's all gone, gone Anderson.
In the air, what a beauty.
And that will be 4 more. England have their 6th wicket, and they will be into the bowlers. Game on. Oh, has it carried? I think it has carried. What a catch. Robinson's off. What a spell here. Oh, close. Very close, Given. Well, that is one of the greatest Test match victories you'll ever see.
Well, what a historic victory for England at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. They needed 8 wickets today to win, and it was all about Bazball right from the start to that declaration. A lot of conjecture around it. 343 was the target for Pakistan, and jubilation all around. Ben Stokes, his captaincy has been near perfect in this test match. The Barmy Army was there to cheer them on in a full house in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It was an amazing, electrifying atmosphere and thoroughly deserved. Well, this is how things panned out in the end. England, of course, made 657 in their first innings. Pakistan, in response, were bowled out for 579. And then came that brave declaration, 264 for 7. In response, Pakistan were bowled out for 268, with England winning by 74 runs. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show. What a historic victory for England. You know, the way they've approached this game throughout from the word go. I've got a very, very special guest here with me to talk us through how he's feeling in this particular moment. Ollie Pope and, of course, our usual David Gower. Ollie, many congratulations. I mean, just right from the word go, the kind of approach that England played with, a lot has been spoken about baseball. Talk us through what you're feeling and what this victory means for the England side.
Tired, firstly. That was an amazing 5 days cricket. But honestly, probably the most special win I've ever been involved in. I think the way we played the first innings was amazing. I think sort of obviously Baz and Stokesy inspired us to sort of go out and express ourselves and play freely, and that we did. And then managed to fight for those 10 wickets and with a lot of hard work in that first innings. And then, yeah, the second innings, there was no question we were always going to go for the win. So we wanted to try and get as quick a lead as we could, obviously, and then give ourselves a chance for that early declaration. And today was just amazing. I think it's the way Stokesy led us. His field placings, the tactics last night with the bounces early on, I think there was a lot of things that he did right. So although he didn't score his amazing runs as usual, he led us from the front. And yeah, it was an amazing win.
You're sort of redefining ways in which Test cricket should be played, really. You know, we speak about baseball, but that declaration, you know, it was being referred to as rather brave and bold. Whose call was it? I really want to know.
I think both Baz and Stokesy. I think there was always talk about making sure we had a bowl on them at day 4 to try and get 1 or 2 wickets. But I think we were a bit surprised as how early it came, the players. But I heard Stokesy talking with Baz, and they were keen to just do it. And I think it sums up how we want to play. We're prepared to entertain the people, entertain the viewers, at the risk of losing. But obviously, our chances of winning go up. So it's an exciting way of playing, and the boys are loving it.
You seem to have this fearless way of playing. I mean, at any point as a player, did you feel that Pakistan might get over the line? Because there were moments in the game today where there was a bit of a partnership, or, you know, what was the team talk around at that particular point?
Yeah, I think probably inside everyone at times felt Pakistan were probably favourites at points. But then we managed to break the partnerships at just the right time. I think we managed to get the ball reverse swinging nicely. Jimmy Anderson, obviously an amazing bowler, and Ollie Robinson did his bit as well, which he was, with his reverse swing and his control, was just outstanding. And I think that applied the pressure on, and then we felt like we were controlling whether they wanted to go for the win or play for the draw. And I think that puts us in a good place. And we knew they had a few bowlers down the order that we could put the pressure on if we did get those breakthroughs as well. So that was the plan, but the bowlers were amazing.
We saw from Ben Stokes right before tea, there was a team huddle, and he was having some kind of a discussion. What was that all about?
I think it was just talking about, I think, that DRS decision. I think we didn't want to talk about it. We didn't want to dwell on it. I think we believed it was out. But at the same time, we didn't want to use that as an excuse and go, we should have had this decision, that decision. So I think that was the main thing, was to get into tea, clear our minds, refresh, and then we're going to go hard after tea. So I think, and that was a really good thing to do.
David, I mean, a lot has been spoken about that declaration, England's approach. It is rather refreshing to see, because you look at the way Test cricket is played around the world, and then you look at England, they're obviously playing a completely different brand of cricket, but it's working.
100%. I mean, ever since the start of last summer, it's been a completely different look to the England team. You can sort of see a very different look on their faces. The body language is different. And I'd like to talk to Ollie in a moment about all that. I mean, that declaration was extraordinary. My quote yesterday to Zainab, when people were talking about dangling the carrot, was, no, he's dangled the entire vegetable garden. Which was just to reflect that, you know, there's plenty of time, yes, to bowl people out, that's what you need, but also time enough, if someone had played really well, to maybe cost you guys a loss as well. But in the end, all is brilliant. I mean, that's that culture. And I just want to talk to Ollie, because I remember talking to you in the West Indies at the end of that tour a few months ago, and you riddled down, teams riddled down, just lost in Grenada. Can you actually explain the sort of change in the dressing room since?
I think Test cricket, obviously there's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of talk about technique, there's a lot of talk about, from a batting point of view, how a player's going to get you out the whole time. And I think Baz has come in, and Stokesy as well, actually, and he's realised what a talented group we've got. And I think he's just tried to shift our mindsets a little bit from always worrying about getting out, worried about our technique, worried about what our head position's doing, our hands. And don't get me wrong, if you hit a bad run, that's going to still be talked about. But we started seeing things from a real positive point of view. I think for me, I'd use the example of, I remember getting out at Lords, got 2 low scores, first time batting at 3. And I said, I wasn't sure about cutting the ball because I thought I was going to nick it because it was bouncing a bit more. And he said, mate, if you cut it and you nick it, it's probably going to go over the slips. And I think that perfectly sums up my mindset in that if you do make a mistake, you could get a bit of luck go your way rather than just fear getting out the whole time. It's about seeing the opportunities.
But that sort of moment, that sort of management has been key for you because going in at 3, which you hadn't done before, being given the responsibility, a lot of people love it when they get the hang of it. Others find that it just doesn't quite suit. But you've gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, and I think I owe a lot to the guys up there. I think they'll obviously say it's down to me, but they've really helped me come out of my shell and play like I do for Surrey. And I'm really enjoying that role at number 3. And I think I've realised you don't have to be sort of a slower batsman and bat like not the openers now because they give it a whack. But in the past, I guess they've been seen to take the shine off the ball and really dig in. So I think it's good to change it and almost find a way of putting the pressure back on the bowlers, and that's how I see it at the moment. And I feel like I've got a game that can do that.
It's going well.
We've seen your batting, of course, and you batted really well. But just on keeping, of course, when did you find out that you will be keeping in this Test match? And then, just like, is that something that you particularly enjoy?
I do enjoy it. I think batting number 3 and keeping in Pakistan when you're feeling, I don't know how long we fielded for. That's a lot. The body's tired, but I do enjoy keeping. But I play for Surrey with Folksy, and he's the best keeper in the world in my opinion. So I realised that I have limited opportunities. I found out the day before when I was ill, so I was like, oh, brilliant. So I didn't have a practice session or anything. So I think that was. For me, I probably do it about once a year at the minute, and I genuinely, honestly, I don't get much chance to practice either because I never really think I'm going to be in a position to do it until suddenly something like this happens. So it took a bit of getting used to. I wasn't perfect, but I took some chances, and yeah, obviously a couple slipped, but.
Yeah, you're talking about chances. There's one catch that you took in particular, literally diving to your right. It's never easy taking these ones, isn't it? How do you sort of get into position and judge such catches so well?
Yeah, I think the hard thing here was, I think because the nature of the pitch is quite slow, so we're standing so close, and that's what made keeping on this pitch difficult for me with the Knicks, because you're standing probably twice as close as you normally do back in England when there's nice carry or anywhere else in the world. So it's almost reactions, and you just got to be in a position that if you do see the nick, you dive. And obviously one I didn't dive for and went in the gap. So you probably want to talk about that, but
you'd probably be relieved that in the end, you had someone to bail you out for that one.
Yeah, I think I think Ruti as well. He was pretty relieved because he as a first slip you go for it, but I should have gone for it really. But I think we were both pretty relieved when Leachy found the pad there.
Yeah. Okay. Parting thoughts.
Can I say, it was 250 overs basically in the match. And up and down on they're nice young legs. I mean, they'll be absolutely fine. They won't feel a thing tomorrow.
Yeah, the legs feel okay. Yeah, I think it's more of just the mental tax, and I feel physically I feel okay. Yeah, it's just
great.
Concentrating every ball. But no, I did enjoy it though.
Parting thoughts. Are you enjoying yourself here in Pakistan? We've had some great crowds in. Overall, just sum up your experience so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving Pakistan. I think I love seeing the passion for cricket out here. It's amazing. I think similar to back home, people love it, but the people here, they're lovely. They're so welcoming to us, and I'm loving every bit of it. And the crowd, they've been amazing this week as well.
Well, I'm not going to keep you here because I think you need to go back and celebrate with the side. Thank you so much for your thoughts, and of course, best of luck for the remaining tour.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, and that was Ollie Pope with you. Of course, it is an incredible victory for England. We've got more for you, but it will only be after the short break. welcome back at the Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Show. What a historic victory for England. They're now leading the series 1-0 as we head to Multan. I've been joined by Bazid Khan. Baz, we've spoken about the England perspective. Let's talk about the Pakistan perspective. Where do you think they went wrong? Was that first innings where England scored around 600 runs? Or would you talk about the cautious approach that we saw today?
I think when you go into a test match with 4 debutants and 3 of them are bowlers, you're up against it straight away. You need some experience, you need some bowlers who can actually peg it back. England made all the moves, all the correct moves. Pakistan were always behind the game, chasing the game. Even when England gave them a chance by declaring so early, they were still behind the game. I think it was a tough ask on the 5th day to be actually chasing their target, that pressure, then eventually came on to them. I think England overall was superior and Pakistan didn't have the answers. And also, I never thought that the declaration was right. I never thought that England could do this much. I was completely wrong, as always. So I think I've got to apologize to Ben Stokes and his team.
Yeah, you definitely owe an apology because you perhaps the only one who thought that, Baz. I can tell you, you're unique in your opinions. But they did manage to take 8 wickets today. That's what they required to win this test match. Let's have a look. Let's revisit what happened.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, the short ball work, Abdullah Shafiq. This was yesterday with the new ball. They started bowling short, and that was the ploy that England employed. Babar Azam came and went again with that short ball that worked really well. The harder new ball and the short ball today. This was this morning after a good half an hour of pressure bowling. Got the dismissal. Then Anderson again, reverse swing, away swing, which carried through the keeper. It was Anderson who came running back, and then it was Robinson. Brilliant catch by Jennings in the covers. Ball coming back in. Huge reverse swing, a definite review which went in their favor for once. And then it was all about the reverse swing, the field setting, that work retreat, the leg slip finally coming into play. And England just kept on plugging away. Brilliant from Ollie Pope. Strangled down the leg side, but it was the plan with the ball reversing. So many people catching round leg stump. The in swing into the pads, reverse swing. England were on a roll. They were looking to close it out, and in the end, Jack Leach with the new ball into the pads.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, on a rather lifeless pitch, England has made the ball talk. David, when you look at the kind of performance that we saw from their seamers today, 8 wickets overall, 4 to Ollie Robinson, 4 to James Anderson, getting a bit of reverse in as well. What would you say? Was it really a case of good bowling, or was it just some poor dismissals or soft dismissals from a Pakistan end today?
It tends to be a mix, always tends to be a mix. I mean, I'd like to go good bowling for 2 reasons. One, it was the sheer persistence, the fitness of, for instance, Ollie Robinson, less than 12 months ago, has been derided for being unfit. Now he had the stamina to come in through the entire game, pick up the man of the match award, perform the match. James Anderson at 40. Still going strong, having to do things he didn't want to do necessarily, as he wouldn't normally bowl so many bouncers, so many short balls, but playing his part with 4 wickets. Ben Stokes, that mammoth spell through the afternoon, that was a heroic effort. I mean, it's hard to emphasise how tough that sort of thing is. And Jack Leach, I mean, the irony is that there are times where Jack Leach should have been involved in the game, wasn't. And in the end, twice in this match, he's picked up wickets with a brand new ball. So starting at Multan, Jack Leach to open the bowling. Another slightly off the wall idea for England to take through. But no, that was hard work. They knew it's going to be hard work, which is why the declaration actually, in the end, made sense. Because if you want to win a game, you need time to do so. And there were times where it looked as though Pakistan would keep themselves in touch with the game, and just until that final session, really.
Yeah, we saw decent innings from South Shakil as well, and he got out to Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson was the one who got that initial breakthrough for England when it seemed like there was a partnership going, which is why he's also our top performer of the day.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, Robinson's strengths now are he has this height, so he's the tallest of the England bowlers. The release height is right up there. He played as part of the new ball with that short ball attack. He's up there when they change tactics, getting the ball just to do things in the air. Sometimes a little is just enough. It certainly wasn't an extravagant swing. I mean, this catch from Joe Root was a real bonus. Down the leg side like that, really sharp catch.
Top Performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, we look at the England side, and Stuart Broad is obviously not here, Baz. I mean, that's the pair that you kind of look at, James Anderson and Stuart Broad. To be able to sort of step up in his shoes, I mean, he has been a part of the England side, but just the way he's come out and performed under pressure, but I mean under pressure in the way that they were looking for that win. They were hungry for that win. Just to step it up as per the occasion speaks volumes of what he adds to this England side.
Yeah, the skill level was never a doubt. The way that he bowls was never a doubt. The skills that he has, the bounce that he's get, David alluded to that. It was always a matter of fitness, and yeah, he's come back, he's come stronger, he's come back into the side, and he's bowling those spells and getting these speeds up and making sure that every spell that he bowls has that same intensity. And then you go back again every time. You go back to Ben Stokes, that heroic spell. But the way that Ben Stokes is leading the side, yes, you want to bat this way, you want to bowl this way, but when things get tough, especially in the field, it's Ben Stokes who'll come up with that mammoth spell. Ben Stokes will take the ball. So everyone buying into that.
Everyone is buying into that, and Jimmy Anderson is certainly buying into that. He's been buying into that since, I think, the time he started his career. When you look at the way he steps up to the occasion, are his legs never growing old, David? Because he seems to be getting better and better.
Well, I hope when he eventually retires that he donates them to medical science. Because he does work so hard on his fitness, yes, and he looks after his body well. And he's got the desire. You can't do all this sort of stuff without the desire. I mean, many people had given up 3 or 4 years ago. That desire is important.
I mean, you look at how England has performed. There was a lot of talk around the pitch, Bazat, that, we're probably going to be seeing a draw. Looking back to that first innings by England, was that a lot of inexperience from the Pakistan bowling attack, or would you just attribute it to the fact, because remember the rate at which they scored as well? What was it, like 7 runs and over at one point?
Yeah, I think that was where they set the game up. They played so quickly, or the run rate was a truly remarkable day of cricket. They got 500 in a day, and that too on a day where you didn't get 90 overs. The other aspect of that is when the pressure was exerted on Pakistan, they didn't have any answers. And for that particular way where the pressure was exerted, you needed somebody with experience, needed somebody who could add control to that attack. But once you have 3 debutants and one who's just making his way, Naseem Shah is still young at Test cricket. So once you look at the attack, and once that put under pressure, they almost just crumble under it. And you think you needed somebody with experience just to put that right.
Well, you're talking about the Pakistan bowling attack. Haris Rauf is obviously struggling with an injury. He's been ruled out of the second game as well. So it makes things interesting as to what kind of selection we'll have. Now we've got our question of the day. Let's have a look at Have Your Say.
Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
So, you're just looking ahead to that test match in Multan. Bazat, I'm going to get your thoughts, and even David Kawa's thoughts on what you guys think should be the changes from the Pakistan side, because you have Haris Rauf, who's now injured and he's not going to be playing. He perhaps needs, like 2 weeks to recover, considering from what we are hearing. You've got different options, Fahim Ashraf, Mohammad Wasim. What's your pick?
Well, you look at the squad and you think that Pakistan need Abrar to play. The mystery spinner that you've selected in the squad, he has to play. That because the rest hasn't really worked. Mohammad Wasim waiting in the ranks, Fahim Ashraf, but I don't think it'd be a seamer-friendly wicket in Multan. So Abrar has to come in. Now, who misses out? That remains to be seen. you'd probably want Muhammad Ali to play another game. It'd be really tough just to play him here in Rawalpindi and then drop him. You probably, even if Haris Rauf was fit, you probably want him to play as well. But I think for Haris Rauf, they'll go with Ibrar. Will you give Zaid Mahmood another game again? And can you bring somebody from outside the squad? I think the couple of bowlers that are outside the squad who have experience are Abbas and Hassan Ali. Will Pakistan go that route? Because you have to look long and hard at the bowling, because there's not a lot of experience at all.
Who do you want to see quickly, David? Anyone in particular
Well,
that you just want to have a look at?
As someone who enjoys the game, I want to see Abrar bowl. Because
All right.
before we came to this country, last week, it was all about Abrar. All the papers, all the the theories were about him. And when he doesn't play, well, where was he? So, something special is needed.
All right, Abrar Ahmed is the pick of our experts, and that was Have Your Say.
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, it's been a great victory by England. They've started off on a winning note. Thank you so much for your thoughts. It's been a great victory for cricket as well, because we're looking at Test cricket and how we move forward with it. And England are reinventing Test cricket in the best way possible. Now, of course, this is not where the series ends. We've still got 2 Test matches to go. But off we are to Multan now, and we'll be joining you on the 9th of December at 9:20 a.m. on Friday from Multan Cricket Stadium. It's been a riveting day's cricket between both the sides. We've definitely enjoyed the show today. I hope you guys have as well. But that's all that we have for you from here from this test match, and we'll be seeing you now in Multan.
Welcome to Rawalpindi for the last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly. 2 sides going at each other hard in this first test match. He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first. This is really good batting. And that's exactly what he does. And that will be 50.
In the air, what a beauty!
And that will be 4 more. England have their 6th wicket and they will be into the bowlers. Game on. Oh, has he carried? I think he has carried. What a catch! Robinson's off on a spell here. Oh, close. Very close, Gibbon. Well, that is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see.
good try. Yeah, it got some shots. Good luck. That's good try. Chalo, chalo, chalo.
Hello and welcome to the highlights of DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan vs England Test Series. It's the first test. It's day 5 at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. All to play for, and anyone can win this match. A quick look at the match summary. At the start of day 5, England won the toss, decided to bat first, posted 657. Pakistan batted well to get up to 579 in reply, and then England, that brave declaration, 264 for 7, leaving Pakistan a total target of 343 to win the test match. Pakistan, at the end of day 4, 80 for 2, with Imam ul Haq not out on 43, Pakistan needing 263 runs to win, with 3 sessions of play available. Let's join the action with our commentators as day 5 begins.
All set up perfectly. Robinson with the first ball of day 5. And past the edge straight away. Just the bat hitting the pad kept Pope interested, but a good start from Robinson. That could be a couple at least. That might go away for 4. It does. First boundary of day 5.
Brings down the requirement to 259. Just a simple, not even a lunge, it's more just a gentle step forward, and he lets the ball come to him because that man in the deep is so wide.
Beautiful shot, punched off the back foot. This outfield's been quick all week. And that could be 4. It is 4. Second boundary of the 5th day. Now, is that off the glove, off the pad? He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first. Anderson gets one down the leg side. England will take it.
They will take it, absolutely. And no option, of course, when, as the batsman, you know you've gloved it down the leg side. No option to say, let's have another look. Looked at the umpire, the finger went up ever so quickly. Just off the bat, and nicely taken. Ollie Pope in that role made good ground, good footwork from Pope actually. Imam ul Haq, that is an important scalp. 48 to him, it's 89 for 3.
Has now had 23 balls, but is yet to open his account. He does now. It wasn't actually that far over mid-wicket, but it will be of some relief to Rizwan, who opens his account with a boundary. It was a slug sweep, floated up outside the off stump, and because he slightly closed the face, hooded the face of the bat, it wasn't that far away from the man at mid-wicket. Clubbed away, terrific from Rizwan. The slog sweep followed by a little skip down the pitch and lofting that again in the same direction over short mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Yeah, better shot, better timing, better control.
Well, this one allows Rizwan to free those arms up after all. Straight down the ground, all the way for 6. So yes, he does not want to let Will Jacks bowl.
He gave himself room, came down leg side off the ball, opening up the offside. No fielders on the boundary.
And what Rizwan can do, Shakil can do as well. Not quite as far in the air, so 4 not 6.
What they've realised is that on the last day in Pakistan, batting against spin out of everywhere in the world, say go again. And that's exactly what he does. And that will be 50 for Saud Shakil.
Team on their feet. He's been a fantastic knock. He's stuck it out and gets a 50 and gets it in fine fashion. Came down to the pitch perfectly. What a strike to bring up your 50.
Oh, he's got away with it. It was ever so close. to cover. Will Jacks is at cover. Rizwan was down the pitch looking to loft Leach over the top. And the ball just held in the surface, and agonisingly for Jacks, it just fell out of his reach.
I think Rizwan left the crease a touch early, and Leach saw him coming, and he pulled the length back and bowled a little wider. Not this time. In much better control. Mohammad Rizwan gone all the way for 6.
Pakistan have found it difficult to score against England's seamers, but when the spinners have bowled, they have been on the attack. They've played the spin beautifully this morning, and there is very little there for Leach, for Jacks, for Root. Stokes has kept the field up, but Leach quicker, shorter this time, and Rizwan, reading the length immaculately, cuts him away for 4 more.
That's a little too short for me.
End of a good session for Pakistan. They're 169 for 3. They need a further 174. The game is beautifully poised. Problem for England was that just 1 wicket fell in that session.
So at lunch on day 5 of the first test between Pakistan and England, Pakistan 169 for 3 after batting for 52 overs, with 63 Saud Shakil and Rizwan 42 forming a partnership of 80 important runs and trying to get to that 343 to win the first test match. England's bowling card shows just that 1 wicket in session 1 of day 5. That went to Anderson, the wicket of Imam ul Haq, and rest things became easier as spin came into the attack, Pakistan scoring 72 runs of the 16 overs from spin. Day 5, session 1 completed, and the match summary is like this. Pakistan require 174 runs to win in the remaining 2 sessions. England needs 7 wickets. It's all to play for in session 2 on the final day of the first test.
Slip, 2 gullies on a drive man offside. Stokes with the first over after lunch. And straight away a bit of reverse swing. There's the in-swinger, nicely punched down the ground. That's a beautiful off drive from Rizwan. He moves to 46.
Rizwan was waiting for that in-swinger from Anderson. That's why he didn't plant his leg early. He just waited and waited and then punched it through that mid-off. Good timing.
Corley's gone! Gone, Anderson! Just moving it away, and England get another one after lunch.
And it's that man, Jimmy Anderson, who provides the breakthrough.
Jimmy Anderson has got one just to swing away and find the edge of Mohammad Rizwan's bat. Just that movement, maybe on 46. He was trying to run it down to third man for 4. All he did was run it into the gloves of Ollie Pope.
Rizwan, 46. Pakistan lose their 4th.
Cut hard, there's no one out there. Stokes continues to attack.
Play that cut shot, which he plays really, really well. He played in front of the square. This normally he plays very late and he tries to use the pace. This time he made sure that he got full face of the bat.
Almost. Plan almost works, but he'll pick up a boundary as the ball flies through the slip cordon. In the air, what a beauty! Absolutely brilliant from Stokes. So Shakil with his head down. England have their 5th.
The change of bowling has worked. Robinson floating it up, offering the drive. Shakil failing to get on top of the drive, and England have had those catches in all day long. And it's paid dividend now with Shakil gone for 76 and Pakistan 5 down now, 198 for 5.
That's been timed. Will be a boundary for Salman to get off the mark. Also brings up Pakistan's 200, 202 for 5 now.
Ben Stokes, as you saw, is completely unconcerned about the boundary. He's left that gap there because he wants men in potentially catching positions, and that includes the short men in front of the bat, and there's 4 of them plus a short leg.
Full toss, and he doesn't miss out. That was a tired ball from Ben Stokes. Azhar Ali has pounced on it. 223 for 5.
Easy pickings, a tight delivery from Stokes. No man out on the boundary. He's not happy with himself.
Lovely shot. This is a terrific on-drive partnership just starting to develop between these two. The last of the recognised top-order players, really. Oh, that's nicely done, as if he read the in-swinger from Anderson, and he just shuffled across, crab-like, and whipped it for 4. 50 partnership, huge cheers, and Pakistan 94 away now. Driven firmly and straight through mid-on. 250 is up for Pakistan. Close, very close. No. I think England will review this. It was very full, it dipped in. Yep, Stokes sends it upstairs.
Joel, impact is in line and it is missing the stumps. So you can stay with your original not out. I'll tell you when you're on screen, on signal now.
Just listen to the reaction in the crowd, and that tells you all you need to know. Big appeal, give it him! Jack Leach for the first time in this session, and has produced in his first over. It has been sent upstairs. We have a review.
Hassan pitching in line, impact in line, and it's missing the stumps. You'll have to reverse your decision. I'll tell you when you are on screen. On screen now.
Wow.
You can reverse your decision.
The roar then in the crowd was unbelievable, and England's reaction, they can't believe it in the middle. Robinson tries a bouncer. The last ball before tea, it was a good bouncer. And that ends another absorbing session here in Pindi. At lunch, Pakistan were 169 for 3. They've taken that on to 257 for 5. And Pakistan need 86 runs to win. England need those 5 wickets. And we've got everything ahead of us.
So at tea on the final day of the first test match, Pakistan 257 for 5, needing 86 more to win in the final session. Azhar Ali and Salman's 59-run partnership is the hope for Pakistan with 37 for Azhar and 30 for Agha Salman. The match summary is clear in front of Pakistan. They need 86 to win, and England needs the 5 wickets that remain. And it's either anyone's game, with the new ball due in just 3 overs, a battle that will test the nerves. Let's join the action in the final session of Day 5 of the first Test match between Pakistan and England.
Final session of the first Test match. Leach to start it. Azid Khan, are you taking the new ball? Oh, close to going back onto his stumps. England have used up a review. Was it sneaking down? Stokes wants to have a look. They're asking if it was pad first or bat first. He's going to have a look.
Impact is in line, Joel, and it's hitting the wickets. You need to reverse your decision to out. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
The decision to keep the old ball has been an excellent one.
Yeah, wrapped right in front of the stumps. He will be disappointed. And DRS shows he has to walk back for 30. Pakistan now 259 for 6.
Oh, has it carried? I think it has carried. What a catch. Robinson's off on a spell here. 2 in 2 overs. Brilliant catch. Brilliant work from England.
What a time for that leg slip to work, to come into play. The in swing, the reverse swing. It's off the face of the bat. This is going too fine leg, but goes straight at that leg slip. Exaggerated swing, turn leg side, simple. But the plan has worked, and what a time for that plan to work. England are off, Robinson are off. Azhar Ali, the wicket they wanted, gone for 40. Pakistan now 7 down.
Oh, brilliant from Pope. Quite brilliant down the leg side. What a moment this is. A short ball from Anderson, tickle down the leg side off the glove, and spring-heeled. Pope moves to his left and pulls off a stunner.
Full stretch. In it goes, and of course the key there is to make sure it doesn't bobble out again when you hit the deck. But brilliant from Ollie Pope. Anderson shows his full approval, as does Ben Stokes. Zahid Mahmood, who can hang around, has gone for 1.
Oh, out surely. Yeah, given. Anderson again. 4 for Anderson, 9 for England. They are 1 wicket away.
Impact is in line, and it's umpire's call on the stumps, so you can stay with your decision, Hassan. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You can signal now.
Umpire's call it is, and that is good enough for England. So Harris Rauf, his stay is a brief one. The 9th wicket falls. Oh, it's through. Pope, Root, each of them just backed off to let the other take the chance. It was a definite chance. Around about kneecap high, shin high, straight between Pope and Root.
Yeah, it'll look very strange when you see it again now. Pope could have gone, and that's close enough to the keeper.
So they still have time, but around about 4:40, 4:35. England have won this Test match.
Pitch in line, impact in line, and it's hitting the stumps. So you can stay with your decision, Joel, and signal now.
Well, that is one of the greatest Test match victories you'll ever see. And one of the greatest ever captaincies in Test match cricket you will ever see from Ben Stokes. What leadership, what a performance on a featherbed of a pitch. Their talismanic captain Stokes has produced some magic, and England win for the third time, only the third time ever in Pakistan. That is outstanding Test match cricket from England.
So it was really England who held their nerves in the final session of day 5, not allowing Pakistan to score runs and also grabbing the remaining 5 wickets that were needed to win this match. Pakistan eventually managed 268 all out in their second innings, with the highest score from Saud Shakil 76 and a partnership along with Rizwan, who scored 46 in that. But eventually Pakistan was wrapped up for 268, not getting any runs possible in the final session, but losing the 5 wickets they were trying to save. Let's have a look at England's bowling and the leading wicket takers. Anderson 4 for 36 and 4 for 50 for Ollie Robinson, and a wicket each for